This is Yongnamguk, a forest that instills fear and terror in many people. It is often called the Forest of Demons. One dark and dense night, an unusual sound echoed through the forest. It was the cry of a baby crying desperately in the arms of the wounded Mr. Kaju as he ran through the forest. Kaju raced through the forest and tried unsuccessfully to calm the screaming baby. And so, hiding behind a huge tree and cradling the infant, he was surprised to notice that little So Kaju was quietly calming down. Wary, Kaju peeked out from behind a tree trunk to make sure no one was following them. When he saw that there was no chase, he looked fondly at the boy in his arms and remembered that the poor little boy had not slept or eaten for days. Trying to hold back tears, Kaju looked lovingly at Seo Kaju and was proud of his resilience, noticing that he was behaving like a true son of the Lord. Little Seo Kaju looked at him with eyes still dry from tears and called him Daddy. Kaju-san's eyes filled with tears and his heart burst with love when he realized that his son would already recognize him. Tearing a piece of cloth from his shirt, Kaju-san asked little Seo Kaju to avenge the injustice that had happened to him once he grew up. He rolled up a small gag from a piece of cloth and told the little boy in a quiet voice that, although the accusations were unfounded, they had no other way out. Kaju put a gag in the frightened little boy's mouth and said that he was bound to survive. Wrapping his son in a plaid and tying the ends of the plaid tightly around a tall tree branch, Kaju left the baby on it. After that, he turned away and dashed further through the thicket of the dark forest. Kaju tried not to look back and think about leaving his son all alone in a horrible place, realizing he had no other choice. His heart was breaking, his eyes gave away all the pain and despair, but he kept running further and further away from his baby. It was morning. A gray-haired OK Lihu walked through the forest with a cane in his hands and a noisy parrot flying beside him. Suddenly, the parrot began to imitate a child's crying. OK Lihu was very surprised and began to wonder where the parrot might have heard these sounds before. Suddenly, he thought it might be the work of an evil force to trap him. The parrot's scream again interrupted his musings. OK Lihu turned his head and saw his parrot on a tree branch. But besides the parrot, there was a bundle tied to the branch. OK Lihu took out a bundle. He unwrapped it and saw a very small boy screaming with all his might. As he looked at the baby, he thought fearfully of what might have happened if the baby had been found by the Yosu and not by him. So he decided to take the baby with him to Guimanchon. OK Lihu held the child tightly and moved resolutely in a direction only he knew. Suddenly, he was alerted by some strange sounds. He stopped and began to listen. A few seconds later, Lihu felt the touch of someone's hand on his shoulder. A stranger approached him from behind. It was Hyun So-won. It was his hand that rested on Lihu's shoulder in a friendly manner. He looked good-naturedly at Lihu and said he was glad to see him safe and sound. The other pointed to the sleeping child and asked his friend to be quiet. OK Lihu and Hyun So-won had a long discussion about how the poor kid ended up in the demon forest and immediately realized that there was a complicated story behind it. They decided that they should protect the poor child and take him into the family, and thus introduce him to the others. And almost immediately a portal opened in front of them. Pengogu scratched his dark beard thoughtfully and raised one of his wide eyebrows in surprise. Standing next to him was his friend Zhang Gong. He squinted his eyes slightly and had a slight smirk on his face. Standing a little farther away was the long-haired Poon Shi-hyun, who was noticeably sadder and more confused than the others. They surrounded Lihu, who was holding the baby. In a calm voice, he said that the child would now live with them. The men asked him where the baby had come from. Suddenly, Lihu's face changed. Calm and peaceful was replaced by rage and anger. All because his friends had decided that the child was his. Zhang Guan scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. He had not expected Lihu to react this way at all. And confused, he said, "Of course everyone realized that this child was not his." Lihu abruptly calmed down and said that they would raise the boy altogether as he was too old to handle it alone. Shi-hyun, who was standing not far away, asked indifferently what they wanted to do with this child. There's a big difference between just raising and nurturing. With contempt, he added that he himself was not going to do either of those things. Zhang Gang got angry and shouted sharply that it was wrong, and that Shiheng's injuries didn't give him the right to treat others like that. Lihu intervened and asked Zhang Gang to slow down. They are all here with their injuries, and it is not worth bringing it up unnecessarily. Zhang Gang recalled that no one in Guimanchong asked questions about you and your past life. He smirked and asked if anyone had decided to tell who he was. Fury flashed across his face, and looking at the elder, he said that he had heard of a handsome and lavalicious man named Pernya Jess, a fine alchemist and physician, and he seemed to have an idea who it was. Anger flared up in Lihu's eyes again. He looked contemptuously at Zhang Gang and said that his name was Ok Lihu, or the Judge of Life and Death as many people called him. Eight Eyes, round with surprise, stared at him for a while. No one was able to utter a word. The judge calmed down again and looked kindly at the stranger, asking if he wanted to reveal the truth about himself. Hyun So-won bowed respectfully and introduced himself, giving his nickname as Byojinin. Zhang Gang also introduced himself, called his nickname Chongmyong Yodu, and gave a cheerful bow. Pengogu briefly introduced himself next. He was silent as he looked around at everyone. But the sarcastic Zhang Gang immediately complimented him by reminding him of his elite origins and voicing his nickname, Ogim Yaka, not forgetting to mention his success as a carpenter. There was only one person left who did not hurry to introduce himself. Everyone looked at him expectantly and did not avert their gazes. The blonde stared blankly away without paying any attention to them and remained stubbornly silent. OK Lihu spoke again and asked the others if they understood why he had suddenly decided to tell them who he was. Un Sooul nodded his head in the affirmative, letting him know that he understood. He assumed that the judge wanted to make the kid their apprentice, which is why he decided to start talking openly. The judge confirmed his conclusion and said that this kid had done nothing wrong and to not help him would be the ultimate evil. All agreed that they should let him live in the demon forest and teach him everything they know. Zhang suggested starting by checking and finding out if the child had divine powers. The judge agreed and announced that he knew how to do it. If the kid has divine powers, he will achieve remarkable success before they die. The little boy had already gotten used to the judge and was playing with his beard. OK Lihu loudly asked those present if anyone would mind teaching the boy. The men cast strange glances at the judge, but all remained meekly silent without any protest. OK Lihu said he had something to show them. He stretched out his hand and opened his palm. In it was a ring on a string. The judge asked if anyone had seen it before. No one recognized the ring, but it was immediately assumed that the thing is not simple and requires careful study. Zhanggang, Byojining, and Peng Gogu scrutinized the ring and decided that if they filled it with spiritual power, something would definitely happen. It was made of very high quality and unusual material. Byojining added that inside there is an engraving that says that once the altar on which the flame is lit is destroyed, peace will come, which indicates a conflict between new and old forces. But unfortunately, no one present was clear about the meaning of these words. Only one blondie was ostentatiously not participating in the discussion and inspection of the ring, showing his indifference. And the discussion went on and came down to the fact that even they experienced criminals cannot distinguish between good and evil. So what to expect from a poor child? The judge turned his attention to the little one, remembering that he still didn't have a name and needed to pick a name for the boy. Zhanggang leaned back and suggested that it was up to the judge to decide what their new family member would be called. After all, he is the oldest one here. OK Lihu carefully looked at the child, looking at his sweet, innocent face. Memories of the lost son he had once had long ago came to mind. He was sick and had left this world while his father was away doing someone else's bidding. The judge returned to his son too late. He could not save his child and decided that he could not be a judge of life and death. Byojining sympathized with the unhappy father and hoped that this child would become just as beautiful. The judge looked at him questioningly. Byojining continued. He was sure that Ok Lihu's medical skills had saved many lives, and that was more than fine. The judge sighed heavily and said that there were many healers who had healed far more people than he had. Then he thought for a moment and picked up the child and informed him that his name was now Un Sooul. He decided that the child's name must have something to do with this meteorite ring. No one was going to argue with his decision, and everyone accepted this unusual name. Byojining respectfully praised the chosen name, while Blondin, as usual, expressed no interest in what was going on. The judge looked mesmerized at the child repeating the chosen one, as if checking the correctness of his decision. He raised his head and solemnly announced that Un Sooul was now a disciple of Ok Lihu, Hyun Sowan, Pengogu, and Zhanggang. He said that he would teach him everything he knew and pass on the Kongchon Qigong. Zhanggang jumped in surprise when he heard about Qigong. It was a great Qigong that only Qi masters could master. The judge assured him that it was the best way to develop one's spirit power. Hyun Sowan, with his usual reverence, promised to teach Un Sooul the methods of identifying and taming Yosu. The judge was surprised because he thought the methods were kept secret. But Hyun Sowan said he'll pass on all the knowledge he has. Yi Mohoka Nokjin Guigogi Nyongjin Wanso Hwanghyunjin. Zhanggang looked at Pengogu with a snide look, joking that it would be hard for him to offer anything impressive after such promises. Pengogu decided that he would teach Soval how to make jewelry. Zhanggang was shocked by this skill. His mouth opened and his eyes widened, and he thought that Pengogu was deceiving him. But his friend assured him that he really knew how to make jewelry. After that, Zhangguan was embarrassed, remembering that he only knew how to steal and run away. But then he decided that he could also teach some useful skills that might come in handy. The judge jokingly said it was a really useful skill and was enviable. Zhanggang said proudly without recognizing the humor. The newly minted teachers gazed mesmerized at their little student, and the unsuspecting Un Sooul was sleeping sweetly and sucking his thumb. Suddenly, Zhangguan remembered that there was another potential mentor among them who was not taking any part in their conversation. He looked at Blondie reproachfully. Pun Shihyun, on the other hand, pretended not to notice anything and studiously ignored Zhanggang's gaze and just looked away. At that time, Zhangguan took little Un Sooul in his arms and walked over to Blondin. He kindly invited him to look at this cute baby too. He explained to Blondin that even if he didn't want to be a teacher, he would still have to live with them and Un Sooul for the rest of his life. He also said that Blondin didn't have to be nice to Saul, but he didn't have to hate him either. He, like Blondin, had survived the demon forest, and that was a reason to stick together. It has been 10 years since the mentors decided to take an unknown infant into their family and train him. Practice has shown that teaching is not easy. The balanced judge would snap and punish little Un Sooul because he was not eager to absorb the knowledge they wanted to impart to him. And so, after another admonishment, he defiantly turned around and with his head held high, walked away. Looking through the open door, Un Sooul saw the judge leaving. He felt that he had disappointed his mentor and sighed loudly. Almost immediately, Zhang Gong's smiling face appeared in the open door. He had heard everything the judge had said and had come to support Un Sooul. 10-year-old Un Sooul was very excited. He called Zhang Gong fourth master and loved him very much. Master and apprentice were talking while sitting on the doorstep. Zhang Gong felt sorry for Sooul, who had been reprimanded for not being able to learn the medicinal herbs. He was very upset and thought he was worthless. The fourth master reassured him, for Saul was good at what the other masters taught him, and Li Hu must realize that his training was difficult. But Saul did not believe him. Zhang Gong continued. He said that the older a person gets, the more often he gets upset and doubts himself. But there is no need to be resentful and downhearted. Sooul looked sadly at one point. There was one important question on his mind, and he dared to ask it. He looked sadly at Zhang Gong and asked how long the first master would live. Zhang Guan immediately realized what little Sooul was so afraid of. He calmly looked at him, patted his head, and quietly told him that Oak Li Hu has been an alchemist for 800 years, but soon his time will be up. He is no longer immortal and is just living the life of an ordinary old man. Then he hugged the distraught Un Sooul and offered to please the first master and pay more attention to learning his skills. Un Sooul obediently agreed. Zhang Gong praised him cheerfully and asked him what he was always taught by the masters. Sooul shouted clearly and loudly that he should be careful to believe in himself, not to be naive and not to trust people. He then pulled out 3 ruddy nectarines from under his shirt and held them out to his favorite student. Sooul looked at his favorite fruit with adoration. Zhang Gong was happy to please him. He said that he had been lucky enough to get nectarines and a goat in the outside world. Sooul's eyes lit up with a spark of admiration and interest at the same time. He wanted to say that he too would like to go to the outside world, but the fourth master shook his head negatively. Zhang Gong stretched and forced himself to remember what the first master said about the outside world. Sooul repeated his movements and said that to get out, one had to break through the heavenly gate. Zhang Guan looked playfully at Sooul and said that he had already learned Konchong Qigong, which meant that he would soon receive a divine birth. He threw his hands behind his head and walked away from Sooul, promising to bring more nectarines. Saul looked at him with satisfaction. Night had fallen, the light was still on in Soval's room, and he had not yet gone to bed. Sleepy and tired, Un Sooul diligently continued to comprehend the first master's teachings. He didn't want to let him down any longer. His eyes closed traitorously, sending Soval into dreamland, but he kept going. Suddenly, a loud and unknown sound made Soval jump up on the spot and instantly chased the dream away. It was the cheerful bleating of a goat. Sooul had never heard such a sound before and looked out the window with interest and fear to see where the strange sound was coming from. Suddenly, I saw something I didn't expect. Shiheng feeding grass to a contented goat and making it kick. Sooul came out of his room and approached him. He asked quietly and cautiously if he could help him. Shiheng continued his occupation, resentfully replied that he wasn't helpless and could handle at least such a task on his own. Then after a bit of silence said that Sooul could fondle the goat if he really wanted to help. The delighted Sooul agreed enthusiastically. He had never even seen a goat before, and now he could even touch one. The goat was soft and fluffy. Saul liked her right away, and she seemed to like him. The goat was as happy as Sooul. Sooul looked at her as if she were something amazing that had come here from another amazing and outrageous world. Sooul thought about how many other amazing and interesting things there were in the outside world, and it struck his imagination. Looking at this sweet and good-natured animal, he wondered aloud if the outside world was really that dangerous. Hearing this, Shiheng replied sharply that a little thing like Sooul would be destroyed in the outside world in less than a minute. That was why the masters wanted to train him. Sooul agreed frustratedly. Looking at the back of the small, upset boy, Pun Shihyun realized that he had been too harsh, and he felt uncomfortable. He wanted very much to support Sooul. He asked Sooul to sit down next to him in a softer voice. Shichen was surprised at how easy it was for Sooul to master Konchong Qigong and noted his intelligence, but he also noticed that he had no ability to teach anything at all. Mysteriously, Shiheng began to say that he was willing to share with Sooul what he had to memorize and repeat 3 times before going to sleep and after waking up every day. Sooul looked at him with genuine curiosity. The same one told Sooul to keep quiet and memorize. No questions asked. His lips moved and spoke words that cut into Sooul's memory like a knife. They flowed through him like an energy stream, leaving an indelible mark that no one could erase. He listened mesmerized, unblinking, as if hypnotized. He couldn't take his eyes off the lips of the mysterious master. Shichen kept repeating them over and over so that Sooul would remember them for the rest of his life. At the end, he said he hoped he hadn't pushed him too hard. Sooul smiled sweetly and thanked him. In conclusion, Pun Shihyun ordered Sooul not to tell anyone about it. After all, it was their secret now. Sooul promised that he would. 5 more years passed since then. Sowol had learned everything the first master required of him. He confidently explained the technique of making the fire pill. Thoughts were swarming in Un Soul's mind, but he gathered them into an orderly sequence and continued to tell the technology. Sitting in the lotus position, the 15-year-old Sowol concentrated all his energy to repeat what he had memorized as best as he could, and he told it all without a single mistake. The first master was lying on the bed in front of him, unable to get up. He praised him and said he was sure he had taught Sowol everything he knew, and that now it was time for him to use the knowledge he had acquired. He looked tenderly at the apprentice and thanked him for visiting him, and then noted that even when he was gone, Sowol should continue to learn from other masters. Sowol promised that he would. Okay, Lihu's time was running out. He gathered everyone around him and decided to tell a terrible secret he had long kept. A horrifying picture of the demon forest in its worst days appeared before his eyes, and he said there was one way out of the demon forest. The dumbfounded Jongang and Hyun Sowon jumped on the spot. They impatiently began to ask what the secret method was. And Lihu began his story. He was a very famous healer in the Blood Fortress, and one day a badly injured man told him that received his wounds while climbing out of the demon forest. He said that he used the Dishi stone to get deep into the cave and met the water dragon and killed it. Hyungswan said it won't be easy for Saul to leave the forest. We'll have to find the place where the water dragon lives. It's near a pond or a volcano and it's full of spiritual aura. A tired OK Lihu agreed and said they can't do it anymore, but Sowol could do it. The master turned to Sowol. He asked him to leave the demon forest at any cost. After all, by doing so, he would repay his debt to his masters. Sowol resolutely exclaimed that he would definitely thank his teachers even if it took his life. Lihu said he believes in him, and that Konchon Qigong would help him enter the outside world if he continued to study. But unfortunately, this skill is imperfect. Sowol was surprised, and the emotional Jongang indignantly started shouting that it was impossible to teach Sowol a skill that could harm him. The fourth master calmly replied that Qigong Konchong had only one disadvantage: the more one comprehended it, the more difficult it was to control. It takes a strong psyche to control it, but if you lose control, you'll know great pain and probably forget everything you knew before. One day, a Qi master came to Lihu to get rid of the side effects of a skill, but the greedy Lihu stole his powers and prolonged his life. He wanted to go to heaven with his help, but he ended up here. Lihu took Sowol's hand and asked him to learn the true Konchong Qigong if he could make it to the outside world. Sowol looked fondly at his master and assured him that he would. OK Lihu then asked Sowol to visit his home in the outside world and to visit his wife and daughters, to tell them about him, and of course to help if they needed help. The disciple looked lovingly at his master and assured him that he would not let him down. The exhausted Ok Lihu closed his eyes and said with remarkable calmness that Sowol was amazing. He had taught him everything and told him everything, and he wished to heal themselves and enjoy the fresh breeze with them at least one more time. But he realizes he can't do it. After these words, fourth master Ok Lihu passed away. Masters and Sowol arranged a beautiful farewell ceremony for Ok Lihu. They brought fire to the grave beautifully decorated with flowers. It burst into bright flames. Sowol watched in pain as the flames consumed his master. All of the masters along with Sowol stared intently at the fire, realizing that they had lost one of their family forever. Time passed. Sowol's training continued. The second master taught him tactics for the deployment team. The third master couldn't teach them how to make weapons because they didn't have the materials to do so, but he did teach them how to make fire. For hours on end, the masters told Saul about both the habits and tricks of magical beasts and the materials that could be obtained from them. He was taught sunbow, pionbow, face-changing skills, and the techniques of great trickery. He's going to need it all. That's what the 18-year-old Sowol was thinking when he was doing the fourth master's hair. The master noticed that the apprentice was pensive and asked if anything was wrong. Un Sooul reassured master and said everything was fine. Just seeing the gray hairs on his head made him wonder if the others would turn gray if he got rid of them. Jangang didn't believe him and asked him to tell him why Sowol was sighing so often and what was bothering him. The disciple cautiously told him that he had begun to sense the heaven's gate, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't cross it yet. Zhangguan was pleased and offered to sit beside him. He explained that it's hard for alchemists to advance to the next level, and the more he practiced, the sooner he would succeed. Saul thought he needed a cure for his strength, but no sooner had he said that than he got a big slap from his teacher. Zhangguan got angry and told him to stop complaining. After all, there were many people who had either been born alchemists and lived for more than 100 years or had failed to be reborn and died. Zhangguan shouted that Sowol was used to hiding from demons, and the demon forest was full of demons and herbs that could be used to make pills for his training. Sowol looked at the fourth master in surprise, trying to guess if he had understood him correctly. He grinned, winked at him, and told him not to go too far and to be back before dark. Avoid the demons and collect only what was needed to make the pill. Sowol rejoiced. When he was in the demon forest, he followed his master's instructions diligently. He quickly found a plant called Jinryong. Then Guigol caught his eye with petals the color of human bones. Then he unmistakably determined that the stunted flower with yellow-colored petals was definitely yellow dugyan. Sowol gathered all the plants he needed, looked at the approaching sunset, and decided it was time to head back. He hesitantly took a step toward his house, then he took a few more steps. He moved his feet faster and faster and accelerated harder and harder. Then a quick step turned into a run. With a run, Sowol made a jump and practiced the Pyonbo skill that he couldn't do in tight Guimanchon, although it is very easy to perform. Sowol ran and ran. The wind whistled in his ears and he felt free and happy. Suddenly he remembered something that made him stop abruptly. His feet raked the ground, and then he stood up. Sowol suddenly decided that he should bring something for his teachers too, like catching a chicken or a goat. He clearly imagined how pleased the masters would be with him when he returned home with the spoils. He used his strength again and jumped high into a high tree branch. He decided to look around. He sat on a branch and thought about the fact that the sun was almost down, and he had promised to be back before dark, so he had to hurry. Suddenly there was a strange sound that made Sowol wary. Some new feeling arose in his chest that he was unable to understand or describe. He looked into the darkness and saw a goat. It was down near the tree where he was sitting. The goat was peacefully chewing grass and clearly enjoying the process, not expecting any danger. Sowol thought this was his chance. He should use Pyonbo and catch that goat. He jumped down from the tree and was ready to attack. But as he listened to himself, he realized that the strange feeling hadn't gone away. It hadn't been there when he'd seen the goat before. He hid behind a tree and smiled at his own fears. But decided that it was already dark, and he shouldn't expose himself to unnecessary danger, and should be cautious. Suddenly the bushes near the tree stirred. There was heavy breathing and growling, and then a huge wolf's head with red eyes emerged from the bushes. 2 more wolf faces peeked out of the bushes. 6 red eyes stared at him. Sowol realized at once that he was facing Cerberus and that he didn't have the strength to defeat him, so he'd better run away. Un Sooul pondered that of course he could try to use Pyonbo, but the demon might attack as soon as he turned around. Cerberus was close by, his 3 jaws grinning menacingly. Sowol decided how to proceed. As soon as the demon was about to attack, he would use Sunbow. The attack didn't have to wait long. Sowol used Sunbow, and suddenly disappeared right out from under the demon's nose. Standing already behind Cerberus' back and watching the process as if in slow motion, Sowol was proud of himself. The demon was digging at the ground, trying to figure out where his prey had gone. Sowol stood behind him and reasoned that Sunbow had taken a lot of energy, but it had disoriented the demon. Saul was calm and confident. He even thought about catching Cerberus. Losing its prey, the demon was just tearing up, and then he turned and saw Sowol. Time after time, the demon tried to catch him, but Sowol used Sunbow again and got right out from under his nose. The demon tried to catch him, but he used Sunbow again and got away from him. Continuing his elusive movement, Sowol gathered all the stones and realized that the preparations for the plan were complete. He took the stones in his hand and remembered the only attack skill the first master had taught him. The enraged demon came at him with all 3 jaws wide open. Sowol was filled with energy for the coming attack. He shouted the words of the attack spell, channeled all his energy into the rocks, and prepared to throw. He threw 3 stones as hard as he could. Each of them flew to their targets. A second later, Sowol was looking at the stricken demon. One of the stones was visible in each of its heads, and it was bleeding. Proud, Sowol realized that his plan had worked. He stood self-satisfied, proud, and a little exhausted from the battle, and words of gratitude flew from his lips. This gratitude was intended for the masters who had taught him everything they knew. He could already visualize how proud they were of him. When he returned, he began to tell his teachers what had happened to him and what had made him linger. He immediately caught Hyun Sowon's reproachful look. Then he saw Third Master's tense face. He didn't make a sound but stared at him intently. At the scene of the battle, the masters were wary of the demon's body. Zhanggang clutched his head and shouted that he had only asked to gather herbs and return before dark, not to fight the demon. The other 2 masters stared in silence, either at him or at Cerberus's body lying behind him. Saul lowered his head and apologized. Zhanggang continued to shout that it was not right to do whatever he wanted and to disobey the orders of the masters, that it was not skill but luck that helped Sowol win. Sowol tried to object, but Zhanggang wouldn't let him. The annoyed student stood in front of his 3 teachers, unable to raise his eyes. He tried to explain that all was not as it seemed. The second master, who had been silent until then, asked if this was the first time Owl had gone outside. Sowol confirmed that it was so. Then Master calmly asked why Sowol had done so. Zhanggang stood behind him, still trying to control his emotions. The frustrated disciple replied that he knew he could only go out after the celestial birth, but he was tired of waiting for signs from the heavenly gate, so he wanted to gather herbs for the potion of power. The master looked him straight in the eye and asked him to tell him how his first outing had gone. Sowol began to tell how he had gathered herbs and then met Cerberus, who seemed to him not dangerous, how he used Pyonbo and his heart seemed to burst. Hyun Sowon turned around and looked at Pengogu. He asked if he could make a flag out of demon skin and bones. Pengogu was surprised by this question, but then surprise was replaced by confidence and determination in his gaze. The answer was clear without words. Having gotten an answer to his question, Sowol was satisfied. He turned and looked at Sowol. He gently placed a hand on his shoulder and explained that now Sowol would feel that Guimanchon was too small for him, and would resent that they wouldn't let him outside. Sowol hesitated. The master reassured them that it was normal, and they would very much like to see Sowol's celestial birth, and it's a dangerous process, and while they're alive they want to help him through it. Sowol jumped for joy. He could not believe his happiness and thought the master was joking, but he was sure he meant it. Sowol was over the moon. The second master assured him that if Sowol could use Guigogunjin with the flag that Pen Gogu would make, he would go out. He happily ran up to Gog and asked him to make the flag faster. Now that he had learned Guigogunjin, he was sure that practice would help him break through. Everyone smiled. Sowol blew flames out of his mouth with concentration. Sweat dripped down his tense face. The third master sat beside him and taught him how to form a dagger from fire using his chi energy. The skill of controlling fire was the ultimate skill in weapon making. Sowol tried his best and finally succeeded. The dagger was ready. It could be used to hunt the lower demons, obtain materials, and hone his skills. Now all that remained was to cool it with the wind of determination. Saul threw up another concentrated and blew with all his might so that a wind of determination escaped his mouth and cooled the dagger in an instant. Sowol held the dagger with his mind and admired it, unable to look away. Then he carefully took the dagger in his hand and told the master that it was ready. Then he carefully took the dagger in his hand and told the master that it was ready. He shook his head negatively. Sowol asked how long he needed to train to make at least a low-level Dharma weapon. The master said 3 years. Gogu, engrossed in his work, advised Saul to rest while he mastered the 12 flags. As he left, the apprentice said he would hardly rest. He would prepare medicines from the herbs he had collected. Then the master suggested to continue and make 2 more daggers. Sowol agreed. After a few days of hard work, joyful words were heard from Sowol's room that he had finished everything. He was tired and exhausted, but he was glad that he had gotten his first cure. Even though he'd spent all the herbs on it, he hadn't expected it to be so difficult. If Sowol was wrong about something, the cure didn't work. It was a pill of the 9 beliefs that rid the body of toxins. He hoped that if he made a mistake, it wouldn't do any harm. The best way to test it was to eat the pill. That's exactly what he did. Sowol sat quietly and waited for the pill to take effect. He wondered if he would be able to break through the heavenly gates. The silence was broken by Zhonggong peeking through the open door. He jokingly remarked that Sowol didn't have enough herbs left. Sowol replied resentfully that he didn't want to talk to him. The fourth master suggested with a smirk that Sowol apparently didn't know how much effort it had cost him to convince the other masters to let Sowol out after mastering Pyongbo and Sunbo. Sowol was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that the masters had made such a decision because of Zhonggong. Of course it wasn't Zhonggong's fault, but he decided to lie to the disciple to win back his favor, and that plan worked. The fourth master told Sowol that Pen Gogu had finished the flags and offered to go and evaluate his work together. Sowol agreed and instantly jumped to his feet. The second, third, and fourth masters stood attentively and looked at the completed work. Un Sooul was pleased with the result and offered to go outside to see if it would work. Then they went into Sowol's room and the second master told him it was time to go outside and act. The apprentice immediately agreed. The energy flow made a hole in space. Un Soul's foot appeared first, then Sowol's head, and then his entire body slipped into the portal. It was the first portal he had ever opened on his own. That's why Saul was excited and immediately asked if everything was right from his teachers who were observing the process. The masters were pleased with Sowol. The second master said he was doing a great job. He has a good weapon, so now he can go out whenever he wants. Sowol showed off his personal arsenal, 2 daggers and 8 mini daggers. He liked the sound of that. And now Sowol is outside. He has mastered Pyongbo and Sunbo and is excellent at listening to his senses and sensing danger. For the past 3 months, Sowol had been scouring the neighborhood and had kept coming across lower demons. But now they had all disappeared. It was strange. The third master was preparing him to create a Dharma weapon. In order to do so, he needed to collect the soul stones. That's what Sowol was doing. He knew that soul stones can be found in places where spiritual energy is concentrated, like in the mountains or underground. And Sowol knew one place where he must find the stone, and he was in a hurry to get to it. When he got very close, he was impressed with the view of the mountain. He looked up. The mountain seemed endless. He decided that he would find many medicinal herbs on it, and of course, the soul stone. It was a pity that the heavenly birth had not been completed yet. Once again, after estimating the height of the mountain, Sowol decided that he could reach the top with his bare hands. He climbed up and was surprised that he didn't feel tired at all. His medicine must be working. Looking at the grass around him, he hoped there were plenty of medicinal herbs up there as well. Even before reaching the top, Sowol saw the lonely heart flower growing right on the bare rock, and looking a little higher was shocked to find a very rare plant that few people managed to find. It was a beautiful large flower emitting a soft and warm purple glow. Sowol's eyes lit up with genuine joy and interest. He was delighted to find such a rare herb. He decided to quicken his pace to pick the flower. Suddenly, his 6th sense kicked in, sensing a thunderstorm. He reacted immediately and turned back. His intuition was right and he saw the demon behind him. And not just any demon, as rare as the plants growing on this rock. He couldn't believe his eyes. It was a lower-class demon called Sutra. It looked like a huge red-necked eagle. He was clearly in a bad mood and he expected to eat Sowol, but he was not confused and quickly remembered the attack skill that could save his life. With an energy pulse, he aimed his dagger straight at the demon. But the demon wasn't about to give up either. He deftly dodged Sovol's weapon and seemed even angrier. Sowol immediately realized that it was too early to relax. The demon must have been feeding on medicinal herbs, which meant that its abilities could have grown to a transitional class. We have to be careful. And Sutra kept circling around Sowol making scary noises, but he didn't attack. It was strange. Sowol realized that the demon was probably afraid of harming the flower of light that grew nearby on the rock, and he realized that he could help him escape. He quickly reached the flower of light and desperately ripped it out of the rock right from the root. Sutra went mad with rage and despair. He let out a heart-rending shriek and was ready to tear Sowol to shreds. But he still didn't attack for fear of harming the flower. This only confirmed Sowol's hunch. Sowol came up with a rescue plan. He was sorry to part with such a rare plant, but life was more precious. He tied the flower to his dagger and decided it would give him time to hide upstairs. Sowol was angry with himself. He had forgotten about the master's instructions, relaxed and underestimated the demon forest. Releasing the flower, he watched Sutra's reaction. The demon didn't immediately realize what had happened. Then, as expected, he let out a shrill roar and rushed down to save his adored flower of light, forgetting for a while about Sovol's existence. Taking advantage of the moment, Sowol gathered himself and quickly began to climb up. But he felt that the summit was near and that he had succeeded. Using his skills, he made a sharp leap upwards and was on top of the mountain in no time. He looked up at the bare, rocky peak and was both glad and disappointed at the same time. At least he would find shelter here. He pulled 12 flags out of his bag to arrange them and open up to construct an energy shelter. The flags were in place and a frenzied energy was already raging within them, which only needed to be channeled. Sowol stepped inside and cast a spell of concealment from demons. The space around him began to blur, hiding Sowol in it. When suddenly the returning Sutra flew at breakneck speed right next to him. He held the flower firmly in his paw. He was clearly intent on revenge. Sowol realized that the demon wouldn't give up so easily and clearly wouldn't forget how Sowol had fooled him. Suddenly, the space beside him lit up with fire and a huge green paw appeared out of it. Next, the same green toothy maw and eyes glowing brightly with rage emerged from the fire. A few seconds later, Sowol saw another demon right in front of him, staring fiercely through him. It was a fire-breathing jade boar. The demon was also a transitional form, and this encounter clearly did not bode well. Looked fiercely at Sutra. The boar roared wildly and spewed out flames. Not intending to give up without a fight, Sutra roared even louder and spewed an energy sphere from his beak, aiming it directly at the boar. Sutra was flying almost over Sowol's head, and the boar was standing right next to him. Sowol was terrified, realizing that he was in the middle of a battle between two demons. A powerful and concentrated charge of pure and murderous energy erupted from Sutra's mouth. The boar opened its mouth and powerful flames burst out, ready to destroy everything in its path. The most powerful and terrible battle of elements and energies began, which could well destroy all living things. Sowol clung to life as best he could, knowing that surviving in the midst of a battle between two transitional level demons would not be easy for him. His strength to resist such powerful energy was almost at an end. He had not expected to face such a challenge. Sutra's eyes lit up with a desperate fury, and it was clear that he was obviously up to something. It soared upward and then with a frenzied roar also sharply began to dive downward at an unprecedented speed. Sutra was quickly approaching the surface of the earth and he flew straight at Sowol. Sowol did not understand what was happening or what he should do. The boar also noticed this maneuver and began to growl angrily, unable to do anything more. Sowol realized that Sutra was flying furiously straight at the boar, aiming to just smash it. Sowol concentrated all his energy to survive the terrifying explosion, but Sowol was scared. He realized that it would be almost impossible for him to survive near that level of energy. A second later, there was a violent and terrifying explosion that threw Sowol back a few meters. Flying away from the epicenter, Sowol watched the huge energy ball that generated the explosion and realized that no one could survive there. His abilities helped him land softly and survive. He was covered in dust and dirt, but he survived. Remembering everything that had happened, he recognized with fear that if it were not for the flower of light, he would not be alive anymore. He got to his feet and saw a huge vortex with the lifeless bodies of Sutra and boar at its bottom. He realized that if that demon hadn't appeared, he would have been him. Sowol decided to go down to the bottom of the vortex and see if the rumors of transitional level demons possessing Naden were true. Inside the boar, he found a small pebble that burned with a bright flame. Then he turned and looked at Sutra's breathless body and thought that his feathers could be used to make a dharma weapon. Suddenly, he saw a glow in his side vision. He turned his head and saw the flower of light shining with a soft purple light. After climbing out of the vortex, Sowol saw a pile of soul stones around him. He was immensely happy. A Naden boar feather sutra, and now a pile of soul stones. This was the loot. All the inhabitants of Gwimanchong quickly learned of Sovol's heroic victory over the transitional level demons. Peng, Gogu, and Sovol decided to create a bag of plenty. The bag of abundance is a small pouch that is essential for any alchemist. It can hold many things without increasing in size. After receiving the bag, Sovol immediately went in search of medicinal plants and soul stones. Then he prepared a Dan pill and Dharma tools against the gate of heaven. 3 months passed and the pill was still not ready. Zhanggang grinned at Soval and asked when he would finish it. Hyung Swan worriedly noted that if Soval made a mistake, the pill could become poison instead of medicine. Mistakes with Dan's extract could be harmful to the body. The masters looked at Soval carefully and assured him that they did not doubt his skill, but knew what it was, so they would be there to help if needed. Sovol embarrassedly replied that he didn't want to distract them from his work. He had put his heart and soul into making the pill, so he couldn't go wrong. Zhanggang noted Sovol's modesty with a smirk and told him to act before he ate the pill himself. The disciple held the pill in his hand. He looked at his masters carefully, and then quickly, without giving himself a chance to hesitate, popped it into his mouth and swallowed it immediately. A few seconds passed. Soval concentrated and listened carefully to his sensations. The whole world around him seemed to disappear. He sat alone in the void, staring intently inside himself. Suddenly, he felt a host of new and unfamiliar feelings. A shiver ran through his whole body. On the one hand, he felt like he had all of the Jade Boar's flames concentrated in him. On the other hand, he could feel the icy wind that pierced through him. Hyun So-won immediately warned him that he must keep quiet so that the energy that had accumulated in his body wouldn't disappear into nothingness. Sovol felt warmth at the back of his neck. The teachers watched as a blue glow shimmered above his head. The glow grew brighter and brighter. Sovol could clearly feel the energy building up in his head. Sovol felt himself completely filled with energy. It went down to his abdomen and flowed through his body in one continuous stream. The feeling of warmth in his abdomen was getting stronger and stronger. Now he could clearly feel 2 energy centers, in the head and abdomen. Then the streams of energy merged completely and he felt himself merging with them. He became this descendant of energy, and he realized immediately that he would never be the same again. He cautiously opened his eyes, which were still glowing with the energy that still raged within him. Then he fully opened his eyes, which had already managed to regain their natural green color. Saul saw he was no longer in Gimansione. He saw an unfamiliar picture. He was in a portal between worlds. Boldly taking a step forward, he found himself in front of huge doors with colorful designs. He stood in front of them and dared to do what he had come here to do. His legs felt woozy, and so he gathered all his will in his fist. He cautiously touched those mysterious doors. Sovol felt no danger from them. Their energy felt like it was very close to him, and his eyes flashed blue again. He gently pushed the doors open. A warm, shimmering blue light came through the gap between them, right in line with Sovol's eyes. Sovol took another decisive step and pushed the doors open with all his might. They swung open in front of him, and he was blinded by the shining light. When he tried to open his eyes, he saw blurry silhouettes in front of him. They were his masters. All 3 of them stood and looked at him with interest. Even Poon Shi-hyun was here, and he could see that he was obviously worried. The dazed Sovol opened his eyes wide. He had not yet regained consciousness and was trying to understand what had just happened to him. Zhanggang was gabbling nearby. He wondered if he had succeeded in passing the celestial birth. He said he was jealous that Sowol would now live for 400 years. Hyun So-won added that this was the first step to becoming a real alchemist. Very soon, Sowol will be able to cast off his human form and take on the appearance of the sky. Yi Hyun So-won began to narrate the process of becoming an alchemist. One must first go through the first stage of dung development. This is where one finds and develops one's Niden. In the second stage, however, there's the casting off of the human form and assuming the form of heaven or heavenly birth. The stage of the law of spiritual energy involves purification of spiritual energy. After it, you will learn how to use the spiritual energy barrier. The future alchemist then learns to control the fire samadhi and fire abilities and attains the breath of the sun. After comprehending the previous skills, one learns the origin of the yin and yang life forces and then becomes an immortal deity on the heavenly throne. Sadly, the second master noticed that everyone here had become ordinary people because their Naden was broken, but they would very much like Sowol to finish his rebirth. Resolutely, Sowol replied that he would definitely become an alchemist and finish the rebirth completely. He thanked his masters for taking care of him. Then, somewhat confused, he asked how long it had taken him to open the Heaven's Gate. It was the third master who was the first to respond. He answered with some apprehension that a month had already passed. A month passed. Sowol actively continued to train his abilities in the Demon Forest. He had already mastered the Pyongbo skill perfectly, but he continued to develop it. The jumps became more and more skillful. He learned to jump so high that he could conquer the top of a cliff in one leap. Saul was proud of himself. He promised himself that he would rise to the top as soon as he received his heavenly birth. And so he did. He stood on top of the cliff, admiring the beautiful view and feeling like the ruler of the world. Standing on the conquered mountain, he looked forward to the future and believed that he would be able to keep all the promises he had made. Sowol looked at the blue sky around him and thought that even though he had only conquered a small peak so far, he was still experiencing an extraordinary feeling. From the top of this mountain, he noticed the rock on which the demon Sutra and the jade boar were fighting, and then his gaze stopped on something he hadn't noticed before. He saw a nest on the rock opposite. He concentrated all his energy and pushed off again using Pionbo. After pushing off several times, he reached the nest. Dreaming of finding soul stones or herbs there, he looked at the nest with interest and guessed from its size that it belonged to a demon. He decided to be careful not to mess with the demons and took the Sword of Plea out of his bag of plenty just in case, deciding to test it and the Shield of Plea. He jumped into the nest and found many remnants of medicinal herbs, and assumed it was the nest of that demon Sutra. Suddenly, Sowol felt that there was someone behind him. He turned around sharply. He quickly used the Plea shield and prepared to defend himself before he even knew what the danger was. Hiding behind the Shield of Plea, Sowol waited for an attack. For some reason, there was no attack. Carefully peeking out from behind his shield, he saw something he didn't expect, and even confused. At the bottom of the nest lay a little pink piglet with hair and a fluffy tail the color of blazing fire. It grunted pitifully. Sowol relaxed and realized that it was the cub of the Jade Gorge boar. He wondered how he had gotten here. He looked sympathetically at the piglet and guessed that on the day of the demon battle, the boar had come here because Sutra had kidnapped his cub. Sowol sat down and took some grass in his hand and gave it to the cub. He noticed that the cub was not hungry, so he decided to keep an eye on it until it learned to breathe fire. There wasn't much to do anyway. He returned to Guimanchon joyful, holding tightly in his arms a cute pink piglet who also seemed glad to be taken from his dungeon. The masters froze with astonishment of admiration and seeming delight. They realized who Sowol had brought and wondered where he had found him. Saul told me everything. He explained to the masters that he could be useful. He asked if it could be tamed. Hen Sovan confidently said that even an adult Jade Gorge boar could be tamed, let alone a baby one. And Zhang Gong pointed out that Sovan was an expert on demons. The piglet slept sweetly, and through his sleep he could hear how embarrassed Soval was. Zhang Gong had told Soval to find out everything from him, and Soval had asked him when he would learn to breathe fire. Peng Gogu scratched his beard thoughtfully and suggested that it would take about 5 years. Sowol was a little upset because he thought that the cub would be able to help them now. Zhang Gong told him not to be sad because 5 years was nothing for an alchemist. Winter replaced summer year after year, so 5 years passed unnoticed. And the frustrated Sowol saw little progress in his skills. Walking around Guimanchon, he pondered aloud about how great it would be to feel the spiritual energy gate. Suddenly someone jumped on his shoulders. Before he knew it, the fourth master was sitting on his shoulders. He reassured him that not much time had passed since his heavenly birth, and even a true genius could not have reached the law of spiritual energy in 20 years. Saul was not much relieved by this. He worried about the murky future that awaited him. Zhang Gong rested his head comfortably on his shoulders. He suggested that Soval take his time and try something else to distract himself. The master deftly jumped off Soval's shoulders and asked him if he knew how to make the pill of eternal youth. He said he could, but he doubted its usefulness, for it did not change his external age. The teacher noted that he had shown him how to change his appearance to that of a child or an old man, and this skill would help him fool anyone. Even if someone very experienced catches someone who has eaten the pill of eternal youth on a change of face, they will be confused by the youthful appearance. And confusion is a huge advantage that will definitely help you win. Sowol listened to Zhang Gong's words and went to the demon forest to get the ingredients for the pill. He came to a large and beautiful waterfall, gathered some rare medicinal herbs to prepare the pill of eternal youth. Standing waist deep in the water and looking up, he realized that he would find many more herbs he needed at the waterfall. He realized with some dismay that he was getting farther and farther away from home in his search for rare herbs. Sitting down on the rocky shore of the lake into which the waterfall flowed, he realized that he had given too much effort to training and decided to rest. Dipping his feet into the cool water of the lake, he thought of creating more of Dan's eternal youth pill so his teachers could look younger. Coming out of the water, he heard some unintelligible sounds and immediately became alert. He realized someone was approaching. He quickly oriented himself and pulled flags from the bag of plenty. In the blink of an eye, he had them in place. He stepped inside the circle and cast a concealment spell. After hiding from the outside world, he immediately noticed that the footprints looked like human footprints. He was surprised that a man could live in the demon forest. Then he thought that it might be an alchemist who had been exiled here as punishment. 2 men in long robes walked past his hiding place, talking cheerfully to each other. They seemed to be on their way to the lake for a swim. Sowol looked them over carefully. They were having fun. Soft voices, carefree laughter, beautiful robes. They looked different from the other masters. Sowol thought about it and remembered what the masters had told him about women, and decided that this must be it. They carried on a casual conversation about how the sun could harm their delicate skin, and they should rest in the shade. Sowol had never seen women before, but he realized it was them. The women, meanwhile, came to the lake and began to take off their robes. Sowol stared mesmerized, unable to look away. They were so beautiful. Somewhere in his mind, the fourth master's voice rang out. He remembered his words about avoiding anyone he met in the demon forest and looked away with an effort. He glanced once more at the girls who were swimming in the cool water of the lake. In his mind, he heard Master's words that he should not trust and get close to women. He sat in his hiding place not knowing what to do and kept looking at them, confused by some new, incomprehensible feeling. Suddenly, he noticed something. Turning his attention to their robes lying not far from him, he saw the bags of abundance. It turned out they were alchemists, too. Looking at the bags, he realized that they contained Dharma weapons. Zhang Gong's voice rang in his head. The easiest way to obtain a weapon was to steal it from another, but something was preventing him from doing so. Suddenly, he heard a rustle behind him. He turned his head and was surprised to see another alchemist. He was hiding behind a tree and watching the women. It was Zhou Jagan. He lunged toward the bags of plenty and grabbed them greedily in his hands. The women didn't look frightened at all when they noticed this. They were rather angry and embarrassed at being interrupted. Suddenly, there was a startled cry from Zhou Jagan. He opened the bags and cried out in pain or surprise. Black dust sprinkled from the bags onto him, which immediately made him cough. The strangers calmly stepped out of the water and, looking at this picture, did not sympathize with Zhou Jagan in the slightest. One of them looked sternly at Zhou Jagan, who was writhing in pain, and his skin was turning grayer and grayer. She said it was their last meeting. Watching this, Sowol clearly pictured the face of the fourth master, who was sure to mention that he had warned that messing with women was dangerous. The woman continued. Sowol found out that she had refused to marry Zhou Jagan. In retaliation, he tried to kidnap her sister and then tried to take her life. The villain was drenched in sweat and turning gray before his eyes. He didn't know what was happening to him. She went on to tell how they realized that they couldn't defeat an alchemist with the 7th stage of spiritual birth, but they decided that he would definitely not miss the opportunity to steal their sacks. The women put fake bags of black acid powder that, when inhaled, destroys spiritual energy and blocks it, turning you into an ordinary person. Zhou Jagan was suffering and as genuinely pretended to be remorseful for what he had done and ready to surrender. Watching this conversation, Sowol realized that they were not just flawed women. The sisters have their reasons and decided not to interfere. Suddenly, his 6th sense kicked in again, reacting to the danger. He looked closely at Zhou Jagan and saw that he had hidden the silver needles in his hands and wasn't going to give up without a fight. Abruptly jumping to his feet, Zhou Jagan had already prepared to attack the unsuspecting sisters. Sister Buyong was the first to orient herself. She quickly pulled out a dagger from her bag of plenty and prepared to defend herself. A multitude of silver needles flew lightning fast in an attempt to strike the sisters with their power, but they deftly repelled each of them and remained intact and ready for further attack. Zhou Jagan was visibly disappointed and even swore. He looked at his sisters with anger and contempt, and then he just exploded. He roared in his own voice, screaming that no one dared interfere in his affairs. The sisters began to guess that their plan hadn't worked, and the powder hadn't worked on the alchemist. Zhou Jagan smiled wickedly and concentrated the energy in his hands. He told me that he'd figured out their plan at once. It was too simple. Besides, he'd seen In Seolji with the powder. He put his index and middle finger together. At the end of it, a charge of energy glowed. He looked carefully at the women and said that the powder could not harm him. Then he took out a rod from his bag of plenty and arrogantly pointed out that the girls who grew up in the demon forest were no match for someone who had suffered many diseases outside. Zhou Jagan pointed his staff at the sisters and ordered them to bow their heads before he applied a 5-foot chasm. Being an experienced alchemist, he noticed Sowol's presence and was wary. He didn't know which side he was on. If he was with his sisters, why he hadn't shown up yet. Sister Boyan bowed and shouted furiously that they were grateful to him and wanted to ask the experienced alchemist for help again, and they would thank him generously for it. Zhou Jagan was surprised. He hadn't realized they didn't even have a backup plan. He admitted that he'd expected more from them than just relying on luck and the help of a passerby. Then he turned around and said loudly that he'd unmasked him and would do no harm, and was even willing to reward him if he was on his side. The girls didn't understand a thing. The alchemist continued. He promised Sowol everything in the sisters' bags of abundance, and even his own inferior weapons. The girls were wary. Thoughts swarmed in Sowol's mind. He estimated that Zhou Jagan had reached the 7th level of spiritual birth. Sowol was now on the 4th. The sisters were on the 3rd. If they joined forces, they might. He stood up and realized it was time to show himself. He took a step and his foot emerged from the shelter. The girls were shocked by his appearance. They realized that he had been here all along. Zhou Jagan, on the other hand, was not surprised at all and looked at him intently. Sowol walked slowly toward them. Zhou Jagan wondered if Sowol's spiritual level was higher than it seemed. After all, even an experienced alchemist like him couldn't detect his hiding place. He asked Sowol in his head what level he was at because he looked like a normal person and an alchemist at the same time. Sowol decided not to reveal all of his skills at once. He bowed to the alchemist and replied that he was still forming his naden and had only reached the 3rd stage of dance development. Zhou Jagan looked warily at Sowol. He praised the strength of his spiritual energy and disguise skills. He also praised his powers of observation, for he had noticed his silver needles. Sowol respectfully replied that with the concealment skill he would be helped by the comma tool that increased the chi technique, and the silver needles were helped by the recognizing tool that enhanced his eyesight. Jo Jaegon noticed another Dharma tool in Sowol's possession, and suggested using it against the sisters. The girls were concerned. Sowol said his sword and shield were inherited from his parents. The treacherous alchemist rejoiced at his good fortune. He met a child with a beautiful weapon that was too young for him to wield. Jo Jogan thought he would deal with him as soon as he was done with those insolent sisters. He turned to Sowol and asked if he could help him, promising him some valuable advice. Sowol took a fighting stance and said he would do whatever Mr. Jo Jaegan asked him to do. There was a desperate cry from Sister Buyong. She swore and shouted in despair that all men are pigs, ready to attack, and without controlling her emotions, she attacked the men with only one sword in her hands. Without thinking of the consequences, she put all her energy into the spell she wanted to use to destroy both men, but Sowol calmly applied his shield that easily covered them from Boyon's sword. Bayon sent out spells one after another, but the shield effortlessly reflected each of them, protecting the alchemists. Jo Jogan was inactive, which worried Sowol. He realized that the treacherous alchemist was testing him and needed to play along. A while later, Jo Jong calmly put his hand on Sowol's shoulder and told him to stop and cover himself with his Dharma shield. Sowol pretended to be surprised at this request, and the villain continued and haughtily announced that he would deal with them on his own, pulling out his weapon. Bayon was scared out of her wits. She knew that they couldn't withstand a 7th-level alchemist's Dharma weapon. Before she even realized what had happened, she was struck by an energy discharge from Jo Jaegon's weapon. Her sister watched dumbfounded, unable to stop it. She looked fearfully at Sister Buyong. She steadied herself and reassured her that she was still ready to fight. The alchemist looked at them haughtily and grinned at how they were even going to defeat him with such skills. He repeated his attack, wanting to punish them for their arrogance, and told them to be obedient girls. This time, Sister Buyong repelled the attack with a saber barrier spell just in time, and it did a good job of protecting them from Jo Jung's energy charges. The attack continued, but the saber barrier held. Seolgi guessed that the alchemist wasn't going to kill them. He's not using his powers to their full potential. He wants to neutralize them. And she decided it was her turn to act and try to protect them. She swung her fan and cast a spell that she thought might help them. The alchemist clearly didn't expect this from Seolgi, but Sowol's shield protected him in this case as well. Jo Young looked at Sowol and was surprised that he was able to block the secret attack. He was very grateful that Sowol had saved him, but at the same time, he felt humiliated. Enraged, he shouted that he had been too kind to his sisters and pitied them. That's why he didn't hurt them. But now his leniency was over and he infused his weapon with a destructive energy he could no longer contain. He turned to Sowol and told him to drop his shield and attack with his sword as a distraction. He had his hand in his pouch and was about to use something else. Sowol agreed. Jo Jong continued to attack with his staff, holding another weapon that he had not used yet. Sowol rushed into the battle with his sword. Bayong immediately took a defensive stance and shouted to her sister to hide behind her back. Seolgi was confused. Sister Boon continued to hold the saber barrier, even though she could clearly see that it wouldn't hold for long. A second later, the alchemist used his secret spell and applied the charged peas that were supposed to break the barrier. One by one, the peas flew straight into the barrier, but surprisingly it stood and covered the sisters, repelling the attack back. Sowol covered himself with his shield and heard Jo Jong proudly say that he was going to use the Jade Staff, and his barrier would not stand up to it. Sowol realized it was a very powerful weapon. The alchemist had his back to Sowol, and he realized that there might not be another chance to take him by surprise. He swung his dagger, wanted to hit Jong with it, but Jong, an experienced alchemist, sensed the danger even though he didn't expect it. Sowol's blade flew close to Jo Jong's face, but he reacted and dodged in time. As he sprang from his seat and deftly turned around to face Sowol, he saw that he was the one attacking him. His eyes bloodshot, he shouted angrily, "How dare Sowol attack him? And how dare Sowol attack him?" Sowol, however, drew in a full chest of air, struck the cocky alchemist with his fiery breath using the heat of anxiety. Jo Jang was engulfed in flames. He screamed furiously in pain and humiliation, hurling threats at Sowol. But that wasn't the end of it. Sowol concentrated and used an energy pulse spell to incapacitate the alchemist for good. Jung howled even harder in pain. He was unable to resist Sowol's spells. The young alchemist watched his opponent writhing in pain. He was pleased with himself. Jo Young was exhausted. He stopped shouting and fighting. He sat motionless with his head bowed down. Sowol looked at him again and realized that he had won. Watching this, the sisters were dumbfounded and confused. They obviously did not expect such a turn of events. The defeated Jo Young raised his head and looked at Sowol. His eyes blazed with hatred and he called him names again. That was all he could do. Sowol turned his back on him and told him that he had probably uncovered his plan. He wanted to subjugate the women first, and then ruin would steal from him. The wounded alchemist was simply shaking with anger. Sowol rebuked him for his greed, and said that his blade would be the poison that would end it. He swung his sword hard and struck the alchemist with a devastating blow. The sisters bowed respectfully to Soval and thanked him for their rescue and deliverance from Zhojang. Buyan lowered her gaze and apologized for despising him. She explained that she didn't know he was trying to help. Sowol replied that he couldn't have won if the alchemist hadn't taken a fancy to them. Then he replied understandingly that he had to pretend to be in league with Zhojang to gain his trust and apologized for that. Bu Young looked at him with an admiring gaze. She introduced herself and asked if they could recognize his name. Sowol politely inclined his head in a bow, saying his name was Un Sooul. Together they shared the Dharma weapons they found in Zhojang's abundance bag. In the bag were many powerful weapons, including the one he used against them, as well as some healing herbs. Afterward, the sisters invited the rescuer into their home to thank him with the medicinal herbs he needed. Bayan told him that they still had many medicinal herbs, but they didn't grow the serene bamboo that Saul needed. He thanked them for their help and said he would find the bamboo himself. Jack Buyong cautiously asked if she could ask one question. Sowol immediately answered yes. She pointed at the plants and said they were quite rare. She was very curious about what he was going to do with them. He answered honestly that he was going to make Dan pills, but not the kind they might need. And he calmly continued that these pills were for appearance and not for spiritual power. The sisters choked on their tea after these words. They realized that he was talking about the pills of eternal youth. Bayan sadly and embarrassedly said that they couldn't even figure out strength pills, and he was already making such complicated medicines. She was a little jealous. Although I thought that eternal youth is only necessary for those who care about appearance, like her sister, for example. And it was people like that who made such a fuss about it. Solji was a little embarrassed. Sowol agreed with her and replied sincerely that In Seolgi was beautiful enough as it was. This embarrassed Seolgi and made Buyon a little upset. Buen quickly gathered her thoughts and with an innocent look offered Sowol to make a deal with them. On his way home, Sowol pondered his sister's suggestion. Somehow it didn't seem like a good idea to him. The sisters told him they knew where the Serenity bamboo was and could help him get it. In return, he would give them the Pill of Eternal Youth. As he flew through the demon forest, Sowol thought about the deal he had made with his sisters. He learned that the area where the bamboo grows is guarded by a large shell spider. Back in the village, Sowol's first order of business was to tell his masters about it. The second master asked anxiously if he had met him. Sowol replied that he had not yet, but that he would when he went to fetch bamboo. Sowol had no other choice. He needed the ingredients for the pill, and they grew where the spider lived. The master replied that it was not surprising that such a spiritual place was protected by a spider. It's lucky that such a rare ingredient is guarded by only one advanced level demon, not a bunch of higher level demons or the devil himself. The second master continued. He told us to be wary of the spider's web, but he would teach Soval how to dissolve it. But he told him to be wary. Sowol thanked him and left. Sowol felt guilty after leaving Master's house for keeping his acquaintance with his sisters a secret. He wondered if he should tell Zhonggong and ask for advice. In the evening at the campfire, looking at the jade boar cub sleeping serenely, he told Fourth Master that he was worried, and Soval cautiously began to tell me that he had met 3 people outside, but 1 had been killed. Zhonggong was surprised. He looked at Soval carefully and then asked him if he did it. Sowol sadly lowered his gaze and replied that that man was bad and he had to. Zhonggong calmed down and began to eat. He calmly said that Sowol had done the right thing because bad people deserve to die, and asked Sowol if that man could have hurt him. Realizing from the look in his eyes that he had, he told him not to back down when faced with such a situation. Sowol nodded. And then he told me about the women he'd met, how he helped them, and how they thanked him with herbs, and how the sisters offered to help him with the cane, and in return asked him for the Pill of Eternal Youth. And Saul agreed to the deal. With their conversation, they woke up the baby boar, which sleepily opened one eye and made a pitiful sound. Zhonghan got full and started yawning. He said he hadn't heard of any of them, and Sowol shared his worries about whether he should trust them. After all, they're going to hunt the spider. Zhonggang looked at Soval with an amused look. He noticed that he was too quick to trust them, even though he had been warned not to trust women. Sowol was embarrassed. Zhonggang advised him not to risk his life for them. He asked what he would do if they suddenly betrayed him in battle. He replied that they didn't seem like bad people. The Fourth Master looked him in the eye and calmly said that maybe they were really good people, and he hoped so too. Soval realized that there would be some, but Zhonggang continued. He quietly said that greed could also drive good people to the side of evil, and alchemists even more so, and asked him to be careful. Sowol and her sisters had already reached the bamboo. They looked around warily. The young alchemist told the sisters that he would keep watch over the area and gave them a special remedy to apply to their weapons. He told them that it was a special ointment that would prevent the spider's patina from adhering to their weapons. The sisters marveled at the seriousness of his preparation. Sowol said confidently that he would set a magic trap near the bamboo, and they should distract the enemy in case of trouble. They nodded. Buen wondered if he would be able to set a trap against an advanced level demon so quickly. Sowol reassured her that he could, and that it would be effective. Sowol stepped forward confidently. Buen watched him admiringly, continuing to marvel at his skills. Thus, thinking of their own, they continued for some time on their way to their intended goal. Then he turned to them and said that it was very easy for a spider to disguise itself here, and advised them to be ready. Then Sooul turned around again, and his attention was caught by something sparkling. He looked closer and saw the serene bamboo that sparkled enticingly in the distance. Solji said that the shell spider protects this plant and should be nearby. And Buen remembered that the last time they'd seen it, it had been at this very spot. Sooul was wary and remembered the fourth master's words that if things went too smoothly, there was trouble. He looked around carefully. There was no spider visible to his left or right, but Sooul felt that it was close by. Suddenly, he noticed something falling on top of them. It was a spider. Sooul quickly oriented himself and warned his sisters. The spider launched a lightning-fast attack. It released its toxic web right at them. The sisters took up the fight and boldly swung their weapons, swatting away the cobwebs. Buen shouted to Sooul to start making a magic trap and they would hold off the spider. Sooul wished them luck and hurried off to begin making the magic trap, leaving the sisters behind. Booyoung was worried about her sister. She asked her to pay attention. She nodded. The spider hesitated for a bit and then started attacking them using its energy abilities. Buen skillfully fended off each of the spider's attacks using spell after spell. Suddenly, Buen shouted sharply to her sister that it was time for her to use her abilities and help her. Solji gracefully swung her fan and used her secret spell. A dozen energy butterflies flew out of the fan. They all flew straight towards the spider, clearly causing him surprise and confusion. They had completely enveloped the spider and it clearly didn't understand what was happening or how to react. Making sure the butterflies had reached their target, Solji put her hand forward and cast a spell. There was a powerful and destructive explosion. The girls watched it and hoped that the spider was finished. For the few seconds that the spell lasted, the result was unclear. The spider was engulfed in pink flames and made no sound. Solji stood with her arm out in front of her. She asked her sister if she thought he'd block the attack or not. She said thoughtfully that she would have to wait to find out. The glow dissipated and out of it appeared the head of a spider that was coughing unhappily. He moved slowly at first and then quickly attacked them. It was clear that he had repelled the spell. Solji swung her hand again and cast the spell, putting as much energy into it as she could. The energy spell hit the spider right between the eyes, which didn't make it happy, but it didn't do much damage either. Solji continued to attack with more and more spells. The Phoenix Flash spell struck the spider in the head again, painfully. Immediately after that, Solji directed another energy stream at the spider to deliver a double strike. It threw the spider back a few meters. After recovering from the blow, the spider made a terrible sound, signaling that he was furious and the sisters would not be spared. The sisters were at a loss. They used their strongest spells and they didn't give it a scratch. They realized how powerful the demon was. Pure energy came out of the spider's mouth and gathered into a glowing ball of energy. This did not bode well for the sisters. Suddenly, the ball turned into a murderous energy stream and flew straight at the sisters. It was a miracle they were able to dodge. A powerful energy stream flew right next to them, showering them with cold energy. They realized that it contained a huge amount of frost chi. Suddenly, something flew over their heads. When they looked closely, they realized that it was Sooul with sword and shield, flying to attack the spider. Turning around, he shouted that he had set the trap, praised them for their work, and was now ready to deal with the spider himself. He applied Sunbow Accelerated, made a nimble jump, and swung his sword. Deftly landing on the spider, he stabbed it with all his might with his sword, straight into its back. Then he lightning quickly jumped to the ground and landed right in front of the spider. The spider had already recovered and was preparing to use Frost Chi. He concentrated Chi into a huge ball of energy and was ready to direct the flow of Chi directly at Sooul. Sooul noticed it. He reacted in time and then passed within a few centimeters of him without hitting him. Sooul reapplied Sunbow and took a sharp leap backward. He realized that his sword hadn't left a scratch on the demon. He was also surprised by its power. Then Sooul decided to use another spell. He concentrated, swung his sword again, and directed a stream of energy directly at the spider. They were his secret needles. He watched them fly to hit their target, but they passed through the spider and did not do it much harm. The spider remained standing still. The spider slowly paddled back closer and closer, approaching the serene bamboo. Sooul hypothesized that the spider would protect the bamboo and suggested using it as bait to lure the spider into a trap. The sisters attacked the spider several times in concert to force it to retreat back to the bamboo. The spider took a couple of steps backward and fell right into the flag trap Sooul had prepared. The alchemist waited impatiently until the spider was completely inside the circle of flags. As soon as that happened, Sooul concentrated his chi energy and quickly cast a spell to activate the trap. The portal activated, trapping the spider in an energy prison from which it was unable to escape. The demon kicked and kicked against the wall of the trap trying to get out, but all his attempts were in vain. Booyoung watched this and thought that she was wrong to doubt Un Sooul. He was really able to prepare such a powerful trap so quickly. That same person ordered the attack. The young alchemist concentrated and each of them used their crown attack. 3 powerful energy streams struck the sharpened spider at once, and it wasn't even going to dodge. And after a few seconds, it became clear why. That powerful blow from the trio of alchemists hadn't given him a scratch or moved him. His skin was too tough. A thought occurred to Saul. He decided to be the bait and strike the spider himself. Sooul resolutely scattered, prepared his sword, and full of determination carried straight at the enemy. The spider looked at him with a hateful, expectant look and prepared for a counterattack himself. As soon as Sooul got close enough, the spider used the full power of its frost energy directly at him. The spider used the full force of its frost energy to attack him. The energy was indeed powerful. This was something that Saul had never encountered before. He could barely keep his defenses up. And then he saw the spider's fangs. Streams of green, viscous slime poured down them, and it was frightening. The spider growled furiously and was angry, but being behind the walls of the trap, it could not harm Saul. And then Sooul did something no one expected. He penetrated the walls of the trap right into the spider. The sisters watched dumbfounded, realizing that Sooul was going almost suicidal. A second after Sooul passed the limit of the trap, he found himself right in the spider's jaws. The spider was desperate to kill him, and was furiously moving its jaw and pouring green slurry over him. Sooul realized it was time. He stabbed the spider as hard as he could with his sword right in its mouth. He was almost certain it would be a fatal blow. The spider made a hoarse sound and immediately loosened its grip. His legs gave out and he sank slowly to the ground. Sooul stood watching and admiring another of his victories. The worried sisters were already rushing to him. They saw that he was wounded. Sweat was streaming down his face. He turned around and looked at them, smiled, and said it was okay. And immediately afterward, I felt the ground go from under my feet and consciousness fly away. Buen and Solji were scared out of their wits and rushed to his aid. Sooul's limp body lay in Buen's lap. Solji sat next to him, not knowing what to do. Sooul mumbled something inaudible. Buen worriedly said she could barely feel Mr. Un's pulse, and she can barely hear his breathing. Sooul lay on Buyong's lap and thought about how it wasn't good to deceive like that. But Zhonggong had invented this test to make sure they could be trusted. Sooul pondered the options of what might happen. The sisters might try to kill him, then he would use the careful jade staff against them. Or they could abandon him and start collecting the serene bamboo. Then he'll have to stop them and take the bamboo. But if they help, they'll earn Sooul's trust. Meanwhile, the sisters were deciding what to do. Solji offered to bring him to their home and study the venom from the spider's fangs. That would provide answers. Buen agreed with her. Solji courageously put Sooul on her back and was about to head home when Buen stopped her. She offered to gather bamboo so Un wouldn't doubt them. She rushed towards the bamboo and shouted to Solji to get Sooul home while she went about collecting the bamboo and poison from the fangs. Her sister wished her luck. Solji ran home as fast as she could, holding Sooul on her fragile shoulders, asking him to hold on and trust them. Sooul, lying on the shoulders of the tired Solji, was embarrassed. He was ashamed that he had suspected the sisters who were working so hard for him. An exhausted Solji carried Sooul to the house and went inside with great relief. She stood with her back to the door and was busy with her thoughts when Buen burst in and shouted loudly that she was back. Solji jumped in surprise. Buen looked around in surprise and saw Solji next to a half-naked Sooul lying peacefully on the table. She asked what was going on. And Solji whispered fearfully. Then she ran out of the room shouting that she was going to retrieve the poison. Buen mockingly asked who was going to get it. Solji agreed embarrassedly and they went together. Sooul continued to lie motionless while the sisters' voices receding argued about Sooul liking one of them. As soon as the voices died down, he opened his eyes and said aloud that he was sure the sisters trusted him and were sincerely trying to help him. He was ashamed that he had doubted them. He rose leisurely from the table and lowered his feet to the cold floor. He decided to stop his play. Looking around, he noticed a collection of old magic books on the table. It interested him. Sooul came closer and took the book in his hands. He recognized it. It was a book on making pildan, but without the methods of making useful pills. The book didn't look good. Most of the pages were burned, and it was impossible to read anything on them. Sooul wondered if the sisters practiced making pills from it. Suddenly, he heard a rustle behind him. He turned around to make sure no one had seen him. Concentrating, he applied a magical jump and abruptly returned to his bed. As he took his seat, he realized it was Solji who had returned. For a minute or so, she just stared at him in silence, not saying a word. Then she lowered her gaze sadly and quietly said words that made Sooul confused. Solji suddenly said he could open his eyes and stop pretending. Sweat ran down Sooul's face. Solji pulled the sheet off him decisively and said confidently that they knew he was awake. Sooul opened his eyes quickly, jumped up, and asked in surprise how they had guessed that. Solji looked at him a little resentfully and replied calmly that she had noticed that the blanket wasn't lying the way she had put it down, so he was no longer paralyzed. Sooul praised her eyesight and observation. Then he said, a little embarrassed, that he had been paralyzed but had recovered quickly. Solji looked at him very surprised and wondered how this was possible. Mr. Un said that he had eaten a lot of poisonous herbs as a child and was now resistant to poisons. Un Solji then picked up a bundle of serene bamboo from the floor and held it out to Sooul, saying that they had brought the body of the big shell spider here as well. Sooul was very grateful to them. He said that he now had everything he needed to make Dan's pill. He hoped that everything would work out and he would make pills for them too. Solji hoped so too. Meanwhile, Buen was on her way to the room. She was walking down the corridor and heard some mumbling from the room. She thought her sister was touching Sovol's body again. When she ran into the room, she saw that Un Sooul was awake. She greeted him cheerfully. He thanked the sisters for their help. Sooul asked what to do with the spider's body. The sisters looked at each other carefully as if having a silent conversation. Then Buen said confidently that he should take the spider's body. It was his victory and it would be right for him to have the trophy. Sooul even opened his mouth in amazement. After being silent for a bit, Buen looked at Un Sooul with embarrassment and asked him for a favor unabashedly. Sooul looked at her carefully and clarified the favor in question. Buen looked him in the eye and asked him to make them Dan pills from all the herbs they had been gathering all this time. Solji's eyes widened in amazement. Ben noticed this and asked her not to be so harsh about it. After all, they're all they have in common, and one has to see if Mr. Un can be trusted. After all, they didn't really know anything about him. She looked at Sooul again and asked for permission to ask him a few questions. He nodded. Buen immediately inquired about the young alchemist's age. He answered without a second thought that he was 23 years old. Buen and Solji's eyes widened in amazement, and their mouths dropped open. They didn't believe that it was possible to reach the 4th stage of heavenly birth at such an age. Sooul got a little embarrassed and asked plaintively what was so surprising to them about it. The sisters lowered their eyes respectfully. They couldn't believe it because it had taken them 100 years to do it themselves. After recovering, Buen continued her questioning. She clarified that she understood that he was born in the demon forest. Sooul nodded. Then Buen asked who had looked after him and taught him skills. Solji intervened in the conversation. She said that the sister was being rude and asking questions that had nothing to do with making pills. Saul remembered his masters. He knew he should not reveal their identities. So he said sadly that his master had died, adding that the master was retired and had not revealed his past to Sooul. A little grudgingly, he asked if they would be satisfied with that answer. Solji apologized sincerely for her sister, for she had not meant to offend him. She gently asked them to understand. They were in a difficult situation and could not help but ask for help. Ben covered her eyes guiltily and took a deep breath. She explained that their fate depended on it, and it made her forget that everyone in the demon forest had their own problems. Then she walked over to the table with the books that Sooul had been looking at earlier. She laid her hand gently on them and lowered her head. Then, in silence, she began their story. They were born in the country of Yongnam. It was the country of the combined forces of Un and Yak. Their people were engaged in cultivating medicinal plants and extracting dung from them. But one day, their country was attacked by the Dark Demon Mountain faction and destroyed their country in one day. Only a few people managed to escape the burning city and carry these books with them. They were Zen masters, so they were able to escape imminent doom and take refuge in the demon forest. She took the tattered book in her hand and looked at it sadly, noting that now it was all they had left of their homeland. Sooul sympathized with them wholeheartedly. He lowered his gaze sorrowfully and said that he now realized how important it was for them to preserve the legacy of the Dan Masters. The sad sisters looked at him intently. Buen said understandingly that they were willing to give him 30% of the resulting pills for his help, and waited for his answer. Sooul raised his head and looked them in the eye. He said he would help them, but first he needed to see what they had. The sisters obediently took Sooul to their vault. He was shocked at its size and the amount of herbs that were in there. He had imagined it large, but not this big. When Sooul returned home, the first thing he did was to tell the 4th master about all his adventures. He was very surprised that no one had betrayed him. Sooul laughed and replied that he had not expected it, and that he had even tested them. But the sisters did not steal anything, but saved him. Changgang squinted one eye and asked with a smirk if Sooul had defeated the big shell spider. Sooul nodded and added that he had also obtained all the ingredients for Dan's eternal youth pill. And then he whispered in the master's ear that the sisters had shown him their herb vault, and the herbs were vast, and they'd let him use them if Sooul would give them a few pills to try. The surprised Zhangguan exhaled and said that he should probably really trust them. After all, being too suspicious was also harmful. Sooul agreed. Master Sovan and Gogu approached. The boar ran alongside them. They suggested that Sooul would now be in the pill business. Zhanggang mockingly added that they would not see Sooul again soon. Sooul squatted down and gently stroked the little boar, asking for his help. The fire in the furnace must not go out to prepare the pill of eternal youth. The second master wisely pointed out that Sooul could take his time and use it as he wished. After all, it is normal to do something important. Zhanggang remarked with his sense of humor that Sooul would have to finish before his elderly masters went to the next world. Everyone laughed. Sooul bowed to the masters and headed to his room, promising to finish the eternal youth pill as soon as possible and return. Meanwhile, trouble came to the sisters' house. The priest brothers of Zhou Jagan's clan came to avenge the taking of his life and planted a bomb under their door. There was a very loud explosion. The explosion was loud but not powerful enough to damage the thick steel door to the sisters' house. The priests stood nearby and watched the damage their bomb would do. Noticing that the bomb had failed, one of the brothers offered to plant another. The door was stronger than it looked. They realized they would have to try harder to open it, but they had more than one bomb in reserve. They decided to use them all. They didn't want to live just the two of them for the rest of their lives. The brothers were going to live their entire lives in the demon forest and wanted the sisters to serve them. And the bombs were designed to do just that. One of them, named Lee, took another bomb, set it on fire, and quickly carried it to the door. Then he turned around and walked back just as quickly, saying that he was done. The other brother ordered him to step back. He concentrated and swung his torch, which immediately burst into flame. He pointed the torch directly at the door, and there went a red-hot stream of fire. Almost reaching its target, it gathered into a huge and powerful fireball that was ready to activate the bomb. There was a terrifying explosion. It was much louder and more powerful than the first. The door would probably not have been able to withstand such an explosion. At that time, Sowol was on his way to the sisters, who had finished preparing the pills and was on his way to report it. He thought about the fact that they hadn't spoken to each other for a year and was worried about them. He took a deep breath and remembered that the masters had refused to take the pill of eternal youth. They had persisted in telling him that they didn't need it. Sowol was completely immersed in his thoughts that the fact that the masters' lives were ending was rather untrue as he suddenly heard a violent explosion. He jumped up on the spot with surprise and started looking around to see what that sound was. To his right, he saw smoke rising above the treetops and realized that the explosion had come from there. He determinedly headed that way, realizing that the explosion had gone off near where the sisters lived. He decided to look around first and climbed up on a tree branch. Sowol doubted it was a coincidence and knew something was wrong. And suddenly a frightening picture appeared before his eyes, which made him come to a horror. He saw that the whole house of the sisters was in flames. He watched in silence, unable to understand what had happened. When the flames subsided and the smoke cleared, the disappointed priests saw that the door was still in place. They marveled again at the strength of the door, but of course its breakage would have delighted them more. One of them was very surprised. He thought these bombs were very powerful and could blow up anything. The brothers stood around debating whether to plant another bomb and whether it would work. Sowol watched and listened from his hiding place, trying to understand why they were trying to break into the sisters' house. Suddenly the door opened and Solji and Buon appeared. They stood staring angrily at the uninvited guests. Buon shouted furiously that she had already told her all about Jo Jagen's passing. He got what he deserved. She demanded that they be left alone. The bald brother shouted angrily that there was no way to prove it. Did they know that they had despicably taken the life of their brother priest? Then he added, no less vehemently, that now the sisters must serve them to atone for his demise. Saul understood at once what this was all about. Looking at his brothers, Sowol realized that they had probably already passed the heavenly birth, and he didn't understand what he should do now. He had been taught not to help others by risking his life, but he couldn't just sit there. He promised to give the girls the pill of eternal youth. He had to figure out a way to join them. Baldy summoned a huge sword. He stood on it like a snowboard, and shouted furiously that it was all bullshit. Standing on his sword, he was clearly going to attack the sisters since they wouldn't take kindly to it. The sword flew up. Baldy stood confidently on it. He swung his torch, and from it came another torrent of fire. He threateningly told the sisters to start praying. The sisters stood in a daze and waited for what would happen next, realizing that they were unable to fight an alchemist of this level. The stream of fire was almost touching their faces. They readied their weapons to repel the attack. A fierce Baldy flew out of the stream, and lightning fast flew between them without doing any harm. As he flew past the sisters and behind them, he quickly turned around. Buen realized his plan and warned Solji. She realized that he was now surrounded. Heading straight for the sisters, Baldy said angrily that he knew they didn't have the Dharma movement tool, so they couldn't escape. He didn't understand how they had defeated the priest. Brother Lee on the other side said that the only thing they could do was dirty tricks. The brothers suggested that they should just surrender because there was no way to escape. Lee suggested using a swift whip. After all, it would quickly convince them to get down. It was at this point that Sowol could not stand it and attacked from behind. Right at Sunbow's jump, he used the secret needle spell, even though he realized that such an experienced alchemist could not be defeated by it. Priest Lee immediately noticed the secret needles and only grinned looking at them. But suddenly the needles began to explode, causing him unbearable pain and blinding him. He realized that the spell was done by Jo Jagen's Jade Staff. Brother Lee was furious. He swung his whip and shouted frantically, asking who Sowol was. He kept waving the whip, and Sowol was not afraid of it and attacked him. Suddenly, the whip looped around Sowol's wrist in a triple loop. He seemed to be caught in a trap. Sowol landed on his feet and tried to cut the whip with his sword to free himself. Lee rejoiced at his opponent's stupidity. He lavished him with curses and mockingly said that this sword could not cut his whip. So he decided to teach the arrogant one a lesson. He swung the whip with all his might, and Sowol flew on it like a puppet. Then Priestley pulled the whip towards himself, deciding to finish Sowol off with his spikes. Sowol ran right into Lee's spikes. He screamed in pain and seemed to be defeated. But something went wrong. The priest sensed something was wrong, and Sowol's style was different from the others. He pulled away from Sowol and looked at him. He thanked his opponent for shortening the distance, puffed up his cheeks, and prepared to attack again. Priest Lee was shocked. Soval used the heat of anxiety, and the priest was bombarded by flames shooting out of Soval's mouth. Lee didn't realize what was even happening. His body was completely engulfed in flames. He screamed in pain. Soval was already preparing to strike a second blow and use the energy pulse. Many blades flew at Lee, and all of them hit the target. He screamed and wriggled in pain, but there was nothing he could do. Soval drew his sword. He gathered all his strength and went to attack. He resolutely swung his sword and dealt a decisive blow to Priest Lee. The sword went straight across the priest's body. Saul stood back and realized that the attack had succeeded. The enemy was defeated. Baldy screamed in pain and rage. He couldn't believe what had happened. Sowol ran up to the sisters and stood in front of them, right in front of Baldy. The girls were very happy to see him, and Sowol was happy he wasn't late. Baldy was shaking with rage. Un looked at the sword that had just helped him deal with the experienced alchemist. It was a new sword that he had made from the shell of a shell spider. He also had a bomb. The young alchemists prepared to attack together. They realized that together they were able to defeat one alchemist even though they were so experienced. Baldy's eyes were full of rage. Now it was clear to him who had ruined Jojogen, and he was ready to make Sowol suffer. The bald man's eyes burned with the bright fire of anger. He shouted frantically that today he would avenge his brothers and put their souls to rest. A loud explosion was heard and flames burst out of the front door of Solji and Buen's house. The explosion threw the three alchemists back a few meters. They looked at each other and made sure they were all right. Baldy walked slowly and confidently down the corridor. He was more calm, and he offered the sisters a deal. They would deal with Soval, and he would take their lives quickly and without agony. But the others, along with Sowol, went on the attack. They weren't going to go along with Baldy. Baldy concentrated and built a powerful barrier in front of him. He arrogantly and confidently said that their attacks would not penetrate the barrier, and once again blamed them for the death of his brothers. Standing behind the barrier, he showered them with invectives and accused them of using vile tricks. The bald man kept shouting that he wouldn't let them touch him. Saul looked at him and realized that they couldn't break through that barrier. And then an idea popped into his head. He decided to use the bomb he'd brought with him. He threw the bomb straight at Baldy, expecting it to hit his barrier. Baldy was surprised and confused. He realized that a firebomb was coming right at him, and if he blocks it with his fire barrier, it will make it explode and ruin him. He removed his barrier, not wanting to die in the explosion. Meanwhile, the bomb had already arrived. It flew straight at Baldy's head, unobstructed. But he dodged it, and it flew past him, straight through the open door of the house. The bald man said mockingly that Saul was so talentless that even such a powerful weapon was nothing in his hands. Sowol, however, swung his sword and smiled deviously, looking at the priest. A pulse of some kind flew by the priest. He suspected something was wrong. When he turned back, he saw a bomb with a burning fuse flying straight at him. He didn't expect such a turn and didn't have time to react. Sowol swung his arm, aiming the bomb straight at the target. He calmly said that he understood the priest's weakness. He was too dependent on the flame barrier. The terrified Baldy watched the activated bomb fly at him and realized that his end had come. There was a powerful destructive explosion that even a spiritual birth survivor would not be able to survive. Sowol watched him clutching the web in his hands. He thought about the fact that if it weren't for the new web sword and the bomb, he wouldn't have been able to win so easily. Then he turned back around and looked at the sisters in a friendly way and asked if they were okay. The sisters were stunned and looked at him with admiration. Un Sooul had already saved their lives twice. Solji threw herself into Soval's arms. She thanked him, gasping with emotion. Buen, on the other hand, calmly asked how they could thank him. Then Solji looked at him and told him that they were very worried. They hadn't heard from him for a year and had thought he was dead. Sowol said he was glad he wasn't, and that he had been able to help, then smiled and added that actually he had come to keep his promise. The sisters opened their mouths. They didn't understand what promise he was talking about. He couldn't have finished making the pills already. Together they went to the vault where Un Sooul shared his successes. He had succeeded with Dan's extract. Un took out 2 boxes and placed them on the table in front of him. He said that they were the pills of eternal youth that he had promised them. Ben opened one of the boxes and she and Solji stared mesmerized at the glittering pill. They couldn't believe it was real. Sowol said he appreciated their help. He added that he had also made an incomplete Dan seal that would help them develop their spiritual powers. The girls thanked him enthusiastically. Then he scrutinized the vault and said that he would like to try to extract Dan from the medicinal herbs stored here, and he wanted to know if they would agree to it. Solji said confidently that he was the only one they could trust. Buen supported her because he had saved them twice already. Saul realized that the sisters didn't mind. He warned them that it would take at least 5 years to extract Dan from so many ingredients. 5 more years have passed since then. Sowol's work was interrupted by the sadness of his family. Hen Soval's time in the world was coming to an end, and Soval said goodbye to the master at his bedside. Sovan told Sowol he was proud of him. He had accomplished so much in the last 5 years. His abilities grew every day. He had improved his heavenly birth. Master was happy to see that. Sovan continued. He said he was surprised he'd lived this long, because he had cast the 1,000 demon spell and tried to tame the devil, and it had drained his spiritual energy. He tiredly asked Owl not to repeat his mistakes. The apprentice looked sadly at the master and promised that he would pay attention to it. The second master looked at him lovingly, raised his hand and stroked his cheek. He said he was happy to have Sooul by his side in his last moments. Sooul could hardly hold back his tears. The master then humbly closed his eyes and quietly said that he believed that Un Sooul would be able to enjoy immortality. He asked him to take care of Shadow Orchid and to remember to light the torch at night. Sooul lowered his head and, barely holding back tears, promised that he would do exactly as Master asked. Those were the last words Hyun Soo-won heard. But trouble does not come alone. Sometime after the death of the second master, the third master followed him into the next world. Janggang and Sooul stood looking at the two graves. Brother Gogu passed away quietly and didn't have time to say goodbye to anyone. It was a heartbreaking blow to both Janggang and Sooul. And so they stood mournfully bowing their heads in front of the two graves, just the two of them. Suddenly, Janggang smiled and said that he probably didn't have long to live. So soon, Sooul wouldn't have to put up with him. Sooul looked at Master seriously and asked him not to joke like that. The Master looked good-naturedly at his favorite disciple and asked him to listen. Then he said that since he knew the stories of the other masters, he wanted to tell his own. He began by saying that he was known among the alchemists as a thief. And the truth is, he really was born without any natural talent, an ordinary man. Then he learned of the existence of alchemists and decided to steal all known elixirs to become immortal. And it was this that allowed him, at the age of 40, to acquire a natural talent and become an alchemist. If it wasn't for the pills, he'd still be an ordinary man. And after that, he got the nickname Goblin Bandit. And if his Nidon was good, he would have stolen the Eternal Youth pill too. Saul calmly said he owed him a debt of gratitude. After all, the masters had saved his life, raised him and taught him everything, and pills were no great price to pay. The master stopped him. He embarrassedly said that if their Nidon wasn't broken, they wouldn't have taught him with such care. Sooul didn't know what he was talking about. He gave him a questioning look. Janga coldly said that alchemists were people who would go to any lengths to become the master of their own destiny. But none of the masters would teach Sooul that. Jangguan continued. He said that maybe the second and third masters would have taught it, but he didn't. Sooul tilted his head sadly and simply remained silent. Suddenly, Saul became insanely sad and wistful. He realized once again that he would never see his loved ones again. Janggang obviously noticed this. He smiled cheerfully again and patted Sooul on the top of his head and pinched his cheek. He reassured him and told him that he too had changed and was not living only for himself. Sooul cheered up a little. Then the fourth master said good-naturedly that he was very glad that Sooul had come into their lives. After all, they had become ordinary people and had regained their vocation. He thanked Sooul for that. Then he was quiet for a while and decided to change the subject. He turned his head in the other direction and looked at Bellicourt, who stood silently on the other side of him. He said he had been wondering something for a long time. Bellicourt looked up at him tiredly and indifferently and asked what he was so interested in. Janggang pointed out that they had been living together for so long and still didn't know who he was. It was time for him to tell him about himself. He replied that they would soon be gone and there was no need to talk about it. Janggang said he couldn't leave without finding out. He promised it would be his last request. He must have helped him, even though he didn't know it. Bellicourt looked at him blankly and said he was ready to fulfill his last wish, and gave his name as Poon Shikyun. Janggang was simply shocked at what he heard. He jumped on the spot as if he had been struck by lightning. He knew who Poon Shiheng was. He was the evil sword monarch martial gatekeeper and one of the strongest alchemists. Janggang's mouth was still open from shock. He cautiously asked if Mr. Poon was joking. He said with his usual calm and indifference that it was indeed him. The fourth master didn't expect such a powerful alchemist to be locked up here. Shihyun lowered his gaze meekly. Janggang continued. He was shocked by the greatness of Mr. Oak, but it turned out that another great alchemist lived next to them. Then, with feigned deference, he asked to tell the secret of attaining yin-yang life force to a 300-year-old man like him. Shihyun didn't even look at him and replied that there was no need to know. Janggang agreed and said that he really didn't need to know it. Then he pointed to Sooul and asked if Shihyun could tell this young and promising young man his secret. Sooul jumped at this unexpected request for him. Jangguan went on and on with his tirade. He asked the gatekeeper to take the place of the first master of Sooul, assuring that Ok Lihu would not mind. Shihyun turned around and walked away. Shihyun turned around and left, saying goodbye that none of this was necessary. Janggang seemed to realize that he had overreacted. He said softly to Shihyun that there must be a terrible conspiracy behind how he had gotten here. He stopped. Janggang asked Poon Shihyun with genuine interest if he wanted to avenge himself. Shihyun just remained silent but stood still. The master said confidently that Sooul would definitely get out of here, and if Sikken gave him his knowledge, Sooul, who could not be accused of ingratitude, would be able to take revenge. Janggang then fell silent. He and Sooul looked at the back of the standing Shihyun and waited for his answer. But without even looking at them, he said sharply that he would pretend not to have heard those words. He wished him to rest in peace and left. 2 more years have passed. Janggang and Sooul are talking. Janggang talks about how he was caught and told where he hid the loot to escape. He told of everything except one most valuable treasure. It's called the Key of 1,000 Choices, and now he wants to tell Saul where it's hidden. Jonggang still doesn't know what it's for. It's up to Sooul to figure it out for himself. But the key is definitely valuable. It will help him, and this will be his last gift to Saul. He leaned back on the tree trunk tiredly. He gently stroked the jade boar that had grown noticeably. He said that even if Poon didn't train Sooul, he should still become immortal. Then the fourth master looked at him lovingly and told Sooul to know that he would protect him in his next life. He nodded. And so another person close to Sooul was gone. He felt very lonely. His gaze faded. He knew that one day all the masters would be gone, but knowing and facing it were different things. He sat with his knees tucked under him and just stared ahead. Shihyun stood with his back to him. He said it had been a week since Jonggang had left them, and asked what Sooul had decided. Sooul lowered his gaze, took a deep breath, and confidently said that he had made up his mind. Then Sihen turned his head to look at him, and assumed that Sooul was here to ask him to impart his knowledge to him. Sooul replied that it was so. Sihen then turned and asked if Sooul remembered what he had told him 21 years ago. Sooul remembered the night they'd sat around the fire, and a very young Shihyun had told him something he'd asked him not to tell anyone. He nodded and said he remembered. Shihyun said that knowledge was just the tip of the iceberg. He would teach him how to keep a sober mind in any situation. Sooul said he would be indebted to him for the rest of his life. Poon Shihyun replied that Sooul didn't owe him anything. He made that decision on his own. But if Sooul wants to receive his knowledge and serve him as master, his look changed strangely, and he said confidently that we could discuss this option. Saul looked at him carefully and asked with genuine interest what he could do for him. Shihyun looked down at him and informed him that he only had two conditions. The first condition was just like Jonggang said, to avenge Shihyun for being here. He said that he was attacked by unknown men, broke his naidan, stripped him of his arms, and left him here to die. He wants Sooul to know who did this to him and avenge them on him so he can rest in peace. Sooul put his hands together and bowed his head respectfully. He promised that he would get out and take revenge on Shihyun's assailants. Shihyun continued. He promised to train Sooul in the Sword Art of Destruction string mastery, and the Song of Black Ice and the Free Sword technique. Once he learned, he would take Poon Shihyun's life with the art of the Sword of Destruction. He lowered his head and tried not to look at Sooul. Sooul looked at him dumbfounded. He thought he had misunderstood Mr. Shihyun and asked again. He looked up. He looked confidently into Sooul's eyes and asked him to end his life, saying it was his last wish. 7 years had passed since then. Poon Shihyun stood with his back to Sooul and looked at the mountains in front of him. His blonde hair was blowing lightly in the wind. He's aged a lot. His gaze had completely faded. He looked tiredly at Sooul and asked if he was ready. Master Shihyun's wrinkled face languished in agonizing anticipation for the answer that would finally bring him the desired relief. Sooul put his palms together respectfully, inclined his head, and confidently replied that he was ready. The master smiled in relief. He looked at Sooul and closed his eyes. A smile seemed to flash across his face. He said it was time. Sooul picked up his sword. He bowed respectfully once more and looked at the master one last time. Then he put his hands together and concentrated. He straightened, put his sword behind his back, and clenched his fists. Every muscle in his body was tense. Frozen, he stood and thought of his masters. They were all in a better world now. Mentally, he turned to them and asked them to watch over him until the very end. Then he gathered his will into a fist. He remembered the promise he had made 7 years ago that he must fulfill. He opened his eyes and stared resolutely ahead. And after taking the first such difficult step toward fulfilling that promise, he repeats his already well-practiced techniques, and in the process recalls Jonggang's words that his good-naturedness will always be utilized in the alchemist world. Confidently applying the sparkling bee sting spell, Sooul simultaneously thinks that the master warned him that the loss of human relationships would become commonplace for him. As Sooul continued to repeat his precision-practiced attacks, he realized the wisdom of the fourth master's words and realized that this was not idle chatter. But he also remembered that master believed that his good soul was a strength, not a weakness. Although it was difficult for Jonggang as a man of destruction to accept such a successor, he did so. Sooul concentrated again and finally decided to work the spell. A pleasant flow of blue energy washed over him, and then Sooul disappeared high into the sky. The only thing left where he had been standing was the dust that rose afterward. Sooul's leap was skillful and high. In the air, he swung his sword harder, ready to strike. Shihyun, who was supposed to be the target Sooul would hit, was watching below. The master's face expressed genuine calm and reverence. Sooul even noticed the peaceful smile that thanked him. The faces of the other masters to whom he was also immensely grateful flashed before Shihyun's eyes. He wished he could go to them. Now, at the end of his life, he realized that he had lost hope in the forest of demons, and had regained it and the meaning of life thanks to the masters and Saul. He was smiling calmly and sincerely. It was the first time Saul had ever seen him so contented. Saul gritted his teeth and tensed his whole body under the weight of the promise he had made that he could not bear to fulfill. Shi-hyun, who was tired of waiting, changed his face and unleashed his rage, shouting that Sowol had to do everything right now. Sowol swung his sword with pain in his heart and applied the Flying Swallow energy strike. Poon Si-hyun looked at it again and relaxed and smiled in awe. He had wanted to see this beauty for a long time, the beauty of the destroying sword art. His eyes shone with peace and joy. He closed his eyes and realized that he couldn't imagine a better way to leave this world. The last thing he remembered was the beautiful white light streaming through him. Now Sowol was all alone. He stood silently looking at the graves of his four masters. After a little silence, he sat down. He realized that he owed them everything and felt a terrible emptiness inside. But in fact, he came here to say goodbye and to tell the masters that he was leaving Guimanchon for the outside world. He promised to live by the principles they had taught him. I will treat good people better than the Buddhist god of mercy, and on evil people I will point my blade like no demons. Saul remembered that he had promised to avenge his masters, and said that he would be a terrible dream to their enemies. And now Sowol is already in the outside world. He flies on a huge blade over the majestic mountains and looks down carefully. Next to him, the fire boar is already visibly grown up. Sowol slowly guided the blade towards the ground, and now he was almost at the ground. Sowol's foot stepped on the ground, and a new stage of his now independent life in the outside world began. He stood in front of the door of Solji and Buyong's house and looked at it. After a bit of silence, he asked loudly if they were here. The door slowly lowered, and behind it could be seen the face of Solji, who stood with her head down. Then Solji came out with her arms at her sides and said that it had been 9 years, 7 months, and 12 days since they had last met. And that's a long time. With an innocent look, Sowol said that he had a lot of things he needed to finish. Solji looked at him carefully and said that it had been so long since they had last met, and it looked like Sowol was already going somewhere else. Un Sooul nodded. With genuine interest, Solji wondered where he would go. After all, there weren't many options for traveling in the demon forest. Sowol lowered his gaze and was silent for a while. Then he said he was leaving the demon forest. Solji's eyes widened in surprise. She stood staring at him, not knowing what to ask. And then she said quietly that everyone who lives here thinks about it, and she and her sister would love to get out of here if they could. Sowol replied that he didn't know how he would do it yet either, but he had a chance to find out, and as long as he had the chance, he should take it. Solji looked into his eyes with genuine concern. Then she said she hoped his hopes and expectations were not in vain. Sowol smiled inspiringly. He replied that any dream can seem impossible until it comes true. He believed the results would speak for themselves. Solji stood with her back to him and listened silently, obviously a little nervous. She tried diligently to get her feelings under control, but it seemed like she was barely holding back the tears. Then, coping with her emotions, she turned to Saul and said that she sincerely wished him to achieve his goal. Saul looked at her and thanked her heartily for believing in him. And Solji continued. She came to him and gently took his hands and told him that wherever the road took him, he should know that he could always come back here. Saul was embarrassed and confused. Solji said with eyes full of tenderness that she and her sister would always welcome him. Buyeon, who had just left the house, was watching this moment with a smile. Pleasantly surprised and confused, Un Sooul suddenly experienced new feelings. But all he could say to Solji was a silent thank you. Days turned to nights. Sowol began a journey that would help him figure out how to get out. And now he sits high in the mountains by the fire with his fiery pet. The jade boar was sleeping peacefully while Sowol recalled his sister's words about where the ancient dragon might reside. They told him about 4 such places and told him to be careful. Sowol stared at the fire in frustration, wondering what to do next. He sighed heavily and woke Jade Boar up. This was the last of the 4 places the sisters knew about, and there was nothing here like the previous 3. The excitement that Saul had felt at the beginning of his journey was beginning to fade into hopelessness. After all, he couldn't find proof of what he believed in. The boar seemed to have noticed something. Sowol noticed his strange behavior and immediately interrupted the flow of his thoughts. He began to observe the boar. He sprinted and hit the stone wall, leaving a huge dent in it. Saul asked him anxiously what had happened. At first, Sowol thought his friend was tired of searching too, so he got angry and tried to break that stone wall. Then he looked more closely at the dent in the wall and noticed a crack in the stone. When he ran his hand over it, he felt a faint stream of air oozing out of the wall. It could only mean one thing. There was a cave inside. He cast a spell, and in an instant a passage was formed that led into the darkness. Sowol picked up his sword and stepped forward. He found himself inside a huge secret cave. When Sowol stared ahead into the darkness and the cave seemed endless and vast to him, he continued to walk deeper into the cave and realized that if it suddenly collapsed, everything inside it would be here forever. Sowol was wary. He tried to look ahead into the darkness, and it seemed to him that there was someone there. He fell silent and listened to the sounds coming from there. He realized that someone was calling for help. As he got closer, he saw a pink-haired girl chained to the wall. She too had heard someone in the cave and was quietly asking for help. Her arms and legs were shackled and her body seemed exhausted. Her gaze faded, but there was no fear in it. She kept begging and begging for help. Sowol came very close to the chained pink-haired woman. She was exhausted and could barely utter a plea for help. He stood staring at her, not knowing what to do. He didn't understand how she could be chained here. A little while later, he asked her who she was and how come she was here. She lowered her gaze and said through tears that she had been abandoned here after refusing to become a concubine. Una's kind heart was ready to immediately free the poor woman who had been victimized by cruel people. And Sowol didn't notice the evil look on her face after his words of salvation. The pink-haired girl immediately perked up and started chirping cheerfully about how if he saved her, she would do anything for him. Sowol was alarmed by this sudden change. He squatted down and examined the chains she was chained with. They possessed a powerful spiritual energy. It would be strange to use them on an ordinary woman. He cast a suspicious look at her and bluntly asked her why she was chained with those particular chains. She made a forlorn and lifeless face and said she didn't know. She just really wanted to get out of here. Sowol regained his sobriety. He was sure that something was wrong and asked Rosehaired if she knew where she was. She said she didn't know, because she had been brought in by force. Looking at her with interest, he said that the demon forest was a dangerous place, where strange and fantastic demons could be found, including the ones that could take over people. The pink-haired girl looked at him innocently and asked him what he meant. She said she was sick and asked him to release her as soon as possible. Sowol dipped his hand into his bag. He pulled out a vial of green liquid. At the same time, he asked Pink-haired if she'd heard of the shadow orchid, the scent of which all demons feared. He explained that he was holding a concentrated essence of the juice of the plant. She was visibly tense. Saul went on to say that he'd never seen how orchid worked on demons, or if it worked at all. Sowol opened the lid of the vial and calmly continued to speculate about whether devils could really be afraid of her scent. Suddenly, the pink-haired woman's eyes became bloodshot and an inhuman roar erupted from her lips. Then she lost her human form and revealed her true demonic form. The pink-haired demoness howled, demanding it get away from him. Several times the appearance changed from demonic to human, and the demon continued to scream unbearably. Sowol sat quietly by his side, holding an open vial and watching. It then calmly closed it, tucked it back into its bag of plenty, and was about to draw its sword and leave. The pink-haired demoness pleaded with renewed vigor in his demonic form. He begged her not to leave and promised to do whatever Sowol wanted for his release. Sowol hesitated. He put his sword back and asked with genuine interest if she was really willing to do anything. The demoness was glad that she had managed to stop Sowol and was ready to do everything in her power. She had been here for over 200 years, and the shackles almost prevented her from moving. She vowed very strongly that she wouldn't hurt him and would do what she could. Sowol thought for a moment. Then he moved closer to her and suggested with a thoughtful look that perhaps they could come to an agreement. She was eager to listen. Sowol asked her a question he was anxious to get an answer to. He asked if she knew where the ancient dragon lived. He promised that if she didn't cheat, he would save her. She was confused. She understood what Sowol was looking for and why he was here, and realized that his abilities were not enough to defeat the dragon. So she wondered why he wanted him. Sowol calmly said that he realized that he was unable to defeat the ancient dragon, but he didn't ask her about that. He asked her about its whereabouts. The pink-haired demoness said confidently that she had lived here for a very long time, and of course, she knew where the dragon lived. Sowol sat down and asked her to tell him. She shouted sharply that she was not stupid, and realized that if she told him now, he would leave and never come back. Sowol rolled his eyes defiantly and replied that he was actually taking a risk too. He'd release the demoness and she'd say something untrue or try to kill him. She covered her eyes and lowered her head. Then she said that if he didn't release her, she wouldn't know anything at all. Saul sighed disappointedly, then turned and headed for the exit. He said as he left that he didn't particularly want to put himself in danger by freeing her. The pink-haired girl was confused. She stared at him in silence, not sure what to say. Saul wished her luck in her stay here, and noted that it was unlikely that anyone would come here to help her. Because the entrance to the cave, he will return to its original state of solid stone wall. The deviless cried out in despair. She pleaded and tried to appeal to his conscience. She begged him not to fall so low. Sowol calmly turned to pink-haired and confidently repeated the demands. She says where the dragon is. He verifies her words, returns, and frees her if she told the truth. He rolled his eyes and coldly pointed out that it wasn't her position to argue about justice. He rolled his eyes and coldly pointed out that it was not her position to argue about justice. Her eyes burned with anger and resentment. She realized she was in a desperate situation. The demoness warned Sowol that he better not go into the dragon's cave. He wouldn't be able to free her if he died there. He promised he'd handle it himself. She called his confidence foolish. She told him that the ancient dragon was a low-level demon like her, and she used to deal with the likes of Un before she was imprisoned. Afterwards, she asked with genuine curiosity what his full name was. Sowol, not wanting to reveal his real name, replied that his name was Jo Ji-gan. He asked what class the pink-haired girl belonged to. She said she was Kitsune, and like all demons of her kind, she never forgets her detractors and always takes revenge, so he better not try to trick her. Then she made an intimidating face and said she would reward him if he did as promised, or make his life hell if he cheated her. Sowol looked at her without a shadow of doubt and said confidently that he understood her. The demoness made a beastly grin and said that since that was the case, she would tell him where the dragon lived. And now Sooul is already cutting through the firmament on his sword. He was finally able to relax after his encounter with the devil. It was a good thing that Kitsune had been imprisoned, or he would have gotten it from her. He analyzed everything that had happened and realized that he would have to be more careful next time. After all, this place is the Forest of Demons, which conceals a lot of threats and dangers. Not far from where Sooul was headed, the village chief of a village near the river was holding a ceremony to serve the dragon god. He chanted his thanks to the dragon god for protecting their village. Behind him, 3 beautiful girls stood obediently on a pedestal. The chief continued his service and explained that these young maidens had come here to serve the dragon god and to express the appreciation that the entire village felt. The 2 girls stood with their heads down sadly, and only one was staring confidently ahead with wide open eyes. It was Wolayong. The chief finished praying and looked at the girls. He said sternly that they were not to leave the altar until the dragon god came down. The girls nodded obediently. Then he turned to Wolyan. He asked her to look after the other girls. She promised that she would. He ordered them to serve the dragon god well and not to disappoint him, or else their village would also know misfortune and disappointment. Sooul watched from a high cliff that was not far from the place of worship. He thought it was a sacrificial ritual. Together with Jade Boar, they sat on a rock and looked down. Sooul assumed that the god the villagers worshipped was the ancient dragon, and that he had come to the right place. And he's not a god, just a low-level demon who keeps the whole village in fear. As night fell, the girls fell asleep on the altar. Sooul reasoned that if the inhabitants sacrificed to him, then he had settled in this place long ago. Sooul emerged from the shelter of flags that had hidden him from view before. He straightened up and looked down at the altar with confidence. He realized he needed more information about what was going on here, and applying Sunbow made a powerful and fast jump down to the girls lying peacefully on the altar. The unsuspecting girls slept peacefully awaiting their fate. Sooul landed lightning fast and quietly on the altar next to one of the girls. It was Wolyan. He picked her up in his arms and was about to make a backward Sunbow jump before he was noticed. At that time, Wolyan opened her eyes and looked at him in surprise. Sooul swiftly and decisively cut through the air with Wolyan in his arms. She thought he was the dragon god. Once on the mountain, they immediately entered the flag shelters. Wolyan thought that this was not how she had imagined the dragon god to be. He treated her in a very courteous, polite, and caring manner. Wolyan was confused and embarrassed by this behavior. She looked at him with eyes full of adoration and wondered if such a person was the dragon god. But Sooul gave her a serious look and blew her dreams up in smoke. He said he wasn't a dragon god. Wolyan was shocked. She couldn't understand who he was then or why he had kidnapped her from the altar. He squatted down and bowed respectfully to her. Then he said he was just an alchemist passing through. He needed some information, so he took her out of there. Wolyan was angry. When she recovered a little from the shock, she said that such behavior was unacceptable and rude. Saul lowered his head in thought. He said there was something he needed to confirm. As soon as Wolyan helped him, he would bring her back to the altar. At this moment, the Jade Gorge Boar came up to Sooul and looked at Wolyan as well. She realized that Sooul was not an ordinary alchemist, since he had such a pet with him. Wolyan also realized that Soul's level of technique was extremely high, so she decided that she shouldn't be rude to him. She looked up at him unbidden and asked him quietly what exactly he was interested in. Sooul and the boar continued to stare at her intently. Sooul asked if the dragon god they worshipped looked like an ancient dragon. Wolyan was a little confused. She asked what an ancient dragon was and what it looked like. Sooul said confidently that it was a devil who was covered in scales like a snake and looked like a dragon with 2 horns. He has a red chest, blue back, and white patterns on his neck. All in all, he's easy to recognize. Wolyan lowered her gaze. She muttered that she wasn't sure, because she had never seen a dragon god. Then Sooul wondered if they were the first victims or if there were others. Maybe someone had seen him after all. Wolyan said confidently that only their chief had seen the dragon god. He told them that the dragon god had saved their village and kept the demons from harming the humans, and so now they're doing everything they can to make him happy. Sooul started to say that sacrificing his people is not humane, but Wolyan stopped him and said that sacrificing a few lives to save many is the right way. Sooul thought it was the way of weak men. He returned Wolyan to the altar and watched her, now realizing that he had learned a lot. The sacrifice is made every 5 years, which means the dragon is still here. Sooul swept the skies with his sword. The master said that the dragon had been slain in a similar place, so he was probably in the right place. He flew right over the altar and met Wolyan's eyes. Sooul decided that he needed to see the dragon for himself, but first he needed to gain spiritual energy. After all, Pink-Haired said the ancient dragon would easily smash Sooul into the wall right now. Time passed. Sooul practiced a lot and developed his spiritual energy. He made himself a shelter of flags on a rock and could meditate there quietly, hidden from everyone. He had already reached the 11th level of spiritual energy and could now clearly sense the spiritual gate. It was as if Sooul was already at the Heaven's Gate and could clearly feel that it was currently raining there. The feeling was tremendous. The master said that to pass through the spiritual gate, one would have to use not only spiritual energy but also character. He didn't understand the meaning yet. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps brought him back to the outside world. He looked up and realized that someone was coming down the aisle. Indeed, a silhouette was walking confidently along the paving stones. He was heading straight for the altar. When he came a little closer, Saul got a good look at him. He was young and confident. The girls on the altar became animated and a little frightened at the sight of him. Volyan looked straight at him, but she was clearly frightened too. The dragon god looked at them carefully. They assumed the same posture and bowed their heads respectfully to greet him. He scratched his chin thoughtfully. He clearly liked the deference he was receiving. But then something happened that surprised everyone. He smiled insidiously, his eyes filled with malice, and he ordered the alchemist who was hiding to also come out and greet him. Sowol was clearly not ready for this. He froze and didn't know what to do yet. He couldn't believe that it was possible to see him hidden by Guigo Yunjin's spell from such a distance. He tensed every muscle and sweat trickled down his face. He quickly grabbed the boar who was staring at the dragon god like a mesmerized man and dragged him away, saying it was dangerous to be so close. Sowol dragged Boar onto the sword and then quickly jumped in as well. He flew away as fast as he could because he realized that the dragon god was too strong for him. The sunset sky was obscured by the long black shadow of the ancient dragon. It was heading for Soval. Sowol turned around and realized that they wouldn't be able to get away from him. If the dragon wanted to catch up with them, he would. In a split second, the ancient dragon appeared right in front of him and took on his human form. He said slyly, asking to come out to him instead of running away. Sowol felt the vials of elixirs being slowly pulled from his pouch. He tried, but there was nothing he could do to stop it. The dragon was just about to utter a few humiliating words at his opponent when he suddenly sensed the horrible smell of shadow orchid, which he, like any demon, couldn't stand. The dragon cursed and covered his nose with his sleeve. The ancient dragon was greatly angered by this unexpected turn. He felt humiliated. Turning into some form intermediate between dragon and human, he headed straight for Sowol and demanded that he attack. Sowol realized that there was no way he could win this fight, so the only true solution was to flee. Turning around, the dragon demon quickly caught up with him. He flew close and prepared to attack. Sowol looked at the huge demon and couldn't think of a plan that would help him. Then he squatted down, instinctively covering his head with his hands. Sowol was already preparing to die. But then the jade boar who had been following him earlier jumped up high. The boar blocked Sowol's view and took the dragon's blow completely. Sowol raised his head and only then realized why he was still alive. He caught the lifeless body of his favorite pet. As he held it in his arms, he let out a fierce sound like a growl. The dragon soared upward with lightning speed. He was moving away from Sowol with great speed. But angered by the death of his friend, Sowol became enraged. He wanted revenge and bravely shouted to the dragon to come down to him. The dragon turned around, looked at Sowol, opened its mouth, and made a strange sound, and then waved his long and powerful tail sharply and knocked the sword out from under his feet. Sowol was falling down unconsciously. The dragon flew past him with great speed. He turned human again and gently almost danced down to the ground. He used his strength to pick Sowol up and keep him from crashing. As he did so, he was pleased to notice that the odor had finally gone away. He gently lowered Sowol to the ground and eyed him with genuine curiosity. Leaving Sowol hanging in the air a couple of meters off the ground, he looked at him once more as if considering what to do next. He released the remaining vials of elixirs from Sowol's bag of abundance. One by one, he broke open the vials with interest to see what kind of elixirs were in there, then went back to studying Sowol, who had clearly caught his attention and piqued his interest. The dragon brought Sowol to some strange place. It was a grand house guarded by girls. They were in the study, and Dragon was telling someone about Sowol's extract. The gray-haired interlocutor was also surprised by the technology of extracting the extract from the orchid. Sedovlis told the dragon that he was surprised that he had brought the man here, but now he understood why he had done it. Sowol came to his senses and coughed. He opened his eyes and tried to look around to determine where he was, but he didn't realize. He guessed he'd passed out after falling from the sword. The ancient dragon took his vial in his hand. He noticed that Sowol was awake and praised his skill at making extracts. The bound Sowol slowly raised his head and looked at him. He said that it was just a minor skill. The dragon laughed. He told him to relax. After all, the fact that he hadn't sent him to the other world yet meant that he wasn't going to. Sowol dutifully said that if Dragon was interested in the method of extracting the extracts, he was willing to talk about it. The other one thoughtfully propped his head up with his hand and assumed that Sowol had some other interesting knowledge and skills. He asked if he could make something like this out of poisonous herbs. Sowol confidently said that he knows how to make Dan pills from spiritual herbs and poison from poisonous ones. The dragon was over the moon. He said he'd give Saul a job to test his skills. Then he made a sinister face that smiled but was terrifying, and said that if all of Sowol's skills turned out to be a hoax, he would be in trouble. Sowol bowed respectfully to the ancient dragon and said that he was clear. Sedovlas turned to the ancient dragon. He asked him to explain why he had decided to entrust such an important thing as making poison to a human. The dragon explained that it's not just poison, but lesser devil poison, and he couldn't do it himself right now because he had to prepare the more important pill Dan. Sedovlas was shocked, and Dragon smiled smugly and continued that he was going to make the pill with the help of his uncle Goyun's Naden. Sedovlas opened his mouth in a daze and his eyes widened involuntarily. He asked if that meant... The dragon replied that his uncle had died 50 years ago. There was no point in killing him. After all, he was weaker than his nephew. Sedovlas asked who had killed him. Gaiahyun's son suspects him and tries to deprive him of his uncle's inheritance. So the ancient dragon went in search of the culprit and ended up occupying his uncle's residence. Sowol had an epiphany. He remembered the first master's story about the cave where a mystical alchemist had destroyed the ancient dragon 50 years ago. Dragon slammed her fist on the table. All of this was clearly making her angry. He ended the story by saying that he and his brother Chuk were now fighting for his uncle's inheritance in a battle to the death. Sedovlas opened his mouth again in amazement. The words about a fight to the death alerted him. He said that today was a day for shocking stories, and then after a little silence, the dragon said that that was why he had come to Sedovlas for help. He asked in surprise how he could help. The dragon said that the herbs he needed for the Dan pills he wanted to make had been growing for about 300 years, and he would like to get the Bido plant that Sedovlas has. Sedovlas said fearfully that if the dragon uses the Bido plant to replenish the missing age, the plant will not survive it and will die, and it's a very rare plant. The dragon put his hands together and looked at Sedovlas with a penetrating gaze. He coldly said that he could not defeat his brother without this pill, and if he did, he will give Sedovlas Naidan Ochuka. Sedovlas opened his mouth in amazement and looked at the dragon carefully, trying to see if he was joking. Then he changed his face dramatically and became friendly and obliging. He praised the dragon's kindness and said that for the sake of such a treasure, he would help him in any way he could. As Sowol listened to this, he realized that fighting Chuk would be his chance to save himself. Until then, he had to survive. The satisfied dragon smiled. Now he had everything he needed to win. He took out a small pouch and rummaged through it in his hands. He then tossed the pouch to Saul and ordered him to eat its contents immediately. The guards immediately fed Sowol the contents of the pouch, and the dragon explained that it was the forbidden pill. If Sowol doesn't get the antidote in half a month, he will die. First the itching, then the hair loss. 10 days later, his muscles will melt and he won't be able to move. And then all his organs will fail and he'll die. He advised Sowol not to waste time or think of such foolishness as running away. Then he put his hand under her dress and took out a book explaining that it contained the method of making the lesser devil's poison. He should study it and make the poison. Then he ordered the guard named Su-yong to take Sowol to the medicine room and watch him. She nodded. Sowol scrolled through the symptoms mentioned to see what kind of poison had been used on him. From the description, it was the insidious 5th poison. Soyeon sternly told him to get up. Sowol tried to stand up. He decided that while he was creating the lesser devil's poison, he would look for the ingredients for an antidote for himself. That would take the dragon by surprise. They walked for a few minutes and came to a huge archway leading inside the mountain into a huge cave. They went inside. Sowol walked calmly without resisting. Suyeon walked beside him. Sowol turned and looked at her. Then he gently asked if she was from the village by the river. He was also wondering how long Su-young had been here and serving the dragon. The same one replied sharply for her to turn her head. There was no point in them getting to know each other and talking nicely since he was going to die soon anyway. Sowol didn't know what to say. Then he lowered his gaze thoughtfully and assumed that even if he did everything the dragon asked him to do, he still wouldn't be free. Su-young praised him for his intelligence and insight and told him that he was able to answer the question himself. Sowol turned away and said he understood. Su-yeon felt a little uncomfortable with this conversation. They stood for a while and walked on in silence. They walked and walked deep into the Meshera. Su-yeon stopped and announced that they were there. Sowol looked up and was stunned. A huge medicine room opened up in front of him. It was even bigger than the one he had seen at the sisters. Saul noted that it was enormous. He thought to himself that he could find herbs for the lesser devil's poison and for an antidote for himself. Su-yeon went over and cut the ropes binding him. She warned him that she would watch his every move and asked him not to do anything stupid. Then she looked at him sternly and carefully and asked him if he understood her. Sowol looked at her good-naturedly and smiled back, saying he would try to take it into consideration. Day after day he spent in the medicine room. He studied the scheme for making poison and followed it exactly. Sowol knew that it took 2 months to make the lesser devil's poison, and it had been a month and a half since he had started. That meant the dragon would soon test it. Before he could think about it, Su-young came in and said that he was summoned by her master. Su-young brought Sowol to meet the dragon. He sat in front of him and immediately asked how the poison was going. Sowol raised his head and confidently said that just yesterday, he had finished making the lesser devil poison. The dragon didn't really react to his words. He rested his hand on his chin in boredom. And then he said it takes at least 2 months to make the poison, and it's only been a month and a half, which makes me doubt it. But Saul said he was telling the truth. Soo-young took the vial of poison out of the bag and placed it near the dragon. So-wol said that he was able to understand the method of making this poison well, and quickly mastered it. The dragon used his powers and took the poison out of the vial and examined it. Then he smiled slyly and said that he would have to test So-wol's talent. So-wol was confused and a little afraid. He didn't understand what the dragon was talking about and what he was going to do, but he knew that he shouldn't expect anything good. The dragon's smile became angrier as he swung his hand sharply to test whether the poison was properly made. So-wol clearly saw the poison capsule fly close to his face, but it flew past him and hit the girl guard who was standing behind him. The girl cried out in pain and surprise, and then she started screaming harder and shriller. She clutched her head and writhing in pain, and then her immobilized and graying body fell right next to So-wol. The dragon was pleased. He realized that the poison had worked well. The guardian was completely paralyzed but breathing. He rose from his throne and walked closer. He got up from his throne and came closer, explaining that the lesser devil's poison was not deadly, but that it was difficult and painful to make. He walked over to the guard lying on the floor and moved her head a few times with his foot. The body was completely relaxed. The dragon was satisfied. Then he turned and looked at So-wol. He noted that he had done a good job and he wanted to reward him. Then he asked what So-wol wanted. So-wol obediently and modestly lowered his head and said that he was not worthy of the reward and could not want it. The dragon sharply interrupted him and said that without a reward, all interest would be lost. His foot was still on the guard's head and he told So-wol not to waste his time and to quickly answer what he wanted. Saul mumbled that he would like to get his bag of plenty back, as there were many tools inside that would help him speed up the process of preparing the lesser devil's poison. The fact that the bag would help speed up the process pleased the dragon. He immediately ordered So-yeon to give it to So-wol. Then he returned to his throne and noted that he would soon finish his uncle's Niden pill and would spend the entire year building up energy for the upcoming battle. So-wol, on the other hand, would continue to prepare the poison. Then he turned to the girl standing to his right. She was new, and he ordered her to remind him of her name. Without raising her eyes, she respectfully and obediently said that her name was Tang Waryong. Dragon gave Tang Waryong orders to prepare the poison with So-wol and learn from him. He wanted her to learn the method of making the lesser devil's poison well too. She obeyed the master's will, and So-wol was overjoyed to have a whole year of freedom. So-wol realized that this chance might not come again and he needed to start looking for a way out now. He returned to the medicine room again. Now Tang Waryong would also be there to work on the poison with him. He examined the contents of his bag that Soo-young had given him back. The contents had not been touched. It was probably because a water dragon level demon was not interested in it. So-wol looked at all his artifacts and he was filled with anger at his own weakness and helplessness. In the evening, he sat at his desk studying a book and trying to find the answer to getting out of here. Voryon was standing with her back to him, watching him. She was silent for a long time and then decided to ask a direct question. She turned to So-wol. He raised his head and looked at her questioningly. Then, without beating around the bush, she asked him if he was really preparing to escape. So-wol was confused and didn't know what to say. She explained that she had been spying on Soo-yeon since their time in the village. She told her that he was hiding ingredients from the medicine room and creating something other than poison. So-wol calmly said that he was only trying to resist the fate that others had imposed on him. He realizes that once he teaches Thane to make poison as well as he does, they'll get rid of him. After all, they've seen what the dragon does to those he doesn't value. The dragon spared him only to have So-wol train her. Tan said worriedly that even if So-wol got out, without the antidote he would be gone in half a month. So-wol told her that from the hidden ingredients he had made the Dan pill to break through the Heaven's Gate and reach the late stage of spiritual birth. He opened one of the many drawers and took out a small box. Then he continued. So-wol said he had made a neutralizer of the poison the dragon had poisoned him with, and showed it to me. Maiden Tan was delighted and shocked at the same time. She couldn't believe that So-wol had managed to do all this in a month and a half. In the dragon's residence, a day quickly followed another day, and then one quiet morning, which should have been no different from any other. Soo-young stepped out of the door of the residence with confidence. She walked past the girl guards and the beautiful and well-groomed dragon ladies. Those bowed in a bow of honor and respect. She was heading for the entrance to the cave. She stopped and took a good, hard look at it, and then she went inside. From behind her, another guard came up to her and said that she had an amazing talent. Soo-yeon turned around, and I saw another Soo-in, who was actually talking to Saul, who had taken her form. So-wol and Soo-young's guys got a little embarrassed and said he was uncomfortable with Soo-young seeing him like that. He decided to break the spell and returned to his true form. He became a young boy again. Then threw an innocent look at Soo-in and said that after she offered to meet secretly, he had to figure out how to do it, and decided to take on her appearance. Soo-yeon said that Varenus had told her all about So-wol's plans and accomplishments. He said he realized that no one would give him the antidote, so it was foolish to wait for death, and then gently wondered why knowing he was hiding some of the ingredients didn't report it to Dragon. Soo-young looked away and was clearly thinking about something. but continued to remain silent. And then she changed the subject and told me that at the only exit from the cave, there is a powerful defense dragon vortex, which is passed down from generation to generation in the dragon family. Saul wanted to know why she was telling him, and she said the reason wasn't important. He should focus on whether he could leave this place or not. Saul promised he wouldn't ask any more questions, and asked if she knew how to bypass that defense. She said that only the 8 maids directly under the dragon know this. All of them are spiritual energy law alchemists, and were raised by Dragon personally. Then she suggested apprehensively that it was unlikely they would go to the trouble of betraying him and helping him. But since he'd invented the poison neutralizer, there was a small chance. She promised him to arrange a meeting and asked him to be ready for it. Sowol thanked her and asked how he could thank her. Suyeon replied that she didn't need anything, but if he could get out of here, he could try to make sure that Vornis didn't meet her fate. Some time passed and Suyeon told him the place and time of the meeting with one of the dragon's maids. At the specified time, Sowol went to the right room. Sooyoung Gworyeong and one of Im Sochon's maidservants were also in it. They were all looking at him. Sooyoung introduced Sowol to Lady Im Sochon. She looked at him with interest and disbelief. Then Sooyeon introduced Seol Im Sochong to Seol. She said she was interested in her story about him, and the maid interrupted her. She asked if it was true that he created a poison neutralizer. Sowol bowed and replied that it was so. And this poison is called the insidious 5th poison. And he happened to know how to create an antidote. Im Sochong thought for a moment. She was silent for a while and then looked up at him and said she couldn't take his word for it. She had to have guarantees because if something went wrong, all their lives would be at risk. Suyeon and Vornis realized that too. Sowol confidently replied that he was so good at making poisons that he was willing to improve the formula of the lesser devil's poison. And knowing the composition of the poison, it was easy to make an antidote. Sochon confirmed that the dragon was pleased with the shortened time to make the poison, but that doesn't prove that the antidote is perfect. Sowol was tired of proving things and decided to act differently. He smiled confidently and asked permission to ask a question as well. Approaching the maid almost closely, he asked if all of the dragon's subordinates, including herself, were in fact the dragon's subordinates. Believe that their lord will win the battle against Ochuk. Sochon gave him a displeased look. He went on to say that if the dragon was defeated, all of his employees would follow him without the antidote. The maid coughed. Then there was a long and meaningful silence in the room. Suddenly, Sochon burst into wild laughter. She said through her laughter that he was right, and their lives were really at stake. And knowing that, he was so confident and carefree. She realized he was the only one who fully understood the situation and asked what he wanted from her. He said he had no plans to escape, because if he escaped, the dragon's wrath would fall on them. He was interested in the exact opposite action. Sochon didn't quite understand what Sowol meant. Sowol explained that if he couldn't get out of this place alive, he would have to be more cunning. And he needs the girls to come up with something plausible to take Sowol's life. Time passed without a second thought, and now the year of energy accumulation was coming to an end. The dragon was about to emerge from his chambers. Suddenly, the air near the door of his chambers electrified. A huge stream of energy was ready to burst out. The doors of the chambers swung open with a tremendous force, and a powerful stream of spiritual energy erupted from there, nearly knocking the guards off their feet. Then the water dragon emerged from it. He stood proudly with his back straight and looking proudly ahead. He was delighted with his spiritual energy level. He was sure that he would devour Ochuk without blinking an eye. Then he turned to Sooyoung and asked if anything had happened during his spiritual training. Sooyoung looked down guiltily. Sooyoung told him about Seowol's death. He summoned Sojong to report how it happened. He sternly asked if it was because she was late with the antidote. The maid said that as soon as Varenus learned how to create the lesser devil's poison, Sowol was afraid he would lose value and tried to leave the cave, but got caught in the dragon vortex and lost his life. The dragon seriously asked how much poison Sowol had time to make before his death. Vornis said that Sowol did a good job and made 10 pots of poison. Besides that, he had trained Vorn well, and now she too was making poison just as well. The dragon thought for a moment. After a bit of silence and looking suspiciously at the maid, Water Dragon asked when Sowol died. Sochon showed the Master Soval's body, which had been covered with a sheet, and said that they had found him yesterday. The dragon squeamishly examined the body and said he was just about to kill him at the end of his training, his demise by the way, and ordered his body to be thrown out of the cave. Sochon nodded. When Master left, Sochon smiled slyly and said that she would gladly do Master's bidding. Sowol was lying in the middle of the demon forest, covered by a white cloth. He woke up and heard someone nearby. Suddenly something dripped on his hand and he heard a low and intimidating growl very close by. He raised his palm and unclenched his fingers, casting a spell that clearly frightened the predator nearby. The raptor ran away, realizing at once that such prey was beyond his grasp. Sowol sat down carefully and slowly. He was glad that the water dragon hadn't noticed his breath-stopping technique, and he had managed to get out of this horrible ant hell. But there was no time to rejoice for long. He knew that in half a month's time, the water dragons Gyo-un and Ochuk would meet in mortal combat. Sowol jumped on his sword and flew forward over the mountains below. He knew he had to find the cave where Ochuk lived. He flew for a while and then he saw a high hill below with flames blazing inside. He flew closer and stopped just above the hill. He looked down at the huge flames inside the hill, then used Sunbow's jump and confidently landed down near the flaming hill. He saw the entrance to the cave and realized that it was the occupied Gaehyun residence that his mentor Eam had told him about. He looked carefully at the entrance to the residence and determined that there should be a water dragon family defense, the dragon vortex, in front of the entrance. Solo Lu knew how to get around it, so he decided not to hesitate for a moment and headed for the entrance. After walking forward a few meters, he took the next step and right under his feet, the dragon vortex spell erupted. First, glowing pillars of fire appeared in front of him. Ancient symbols burned beneath his feet. Sovol took another step, and at the same moment, powerful fire whirlwinds swirled in front of him, ready to burn everyone in their path. Sowol instinctively put his hands forward and covered his face with them. The swirls of fire burned his hands and face, and their power was astonishing. For several minutes, the young alchemist simply stood there, unable to even move forward. Several whirlwinds of fire with monstrous power blazed ahead. They really could easily draw inside themselves. It was a great effort for Sovol to resist it. The vortices were much more powerful than he had imagined. Sowol looked at the 7 vortices ahead of him and recalled Mrs. Sohwan's words that he should pass the 7 active points while they raged. So far, it didn't make sense to him. But getting past them was the only way to bypass the raging vortex and get to the residence. And then he realized the point of going through each of the 7 points. They all added up to a narrow passage that allowed him to bypass the vortexes. Saul rushed forward. As he ran past each of the whirlwinds, he didn't fully believe that he would make it to the cave alive and unharmed. Po kept running. He ran past the last whirlwind, and a few of the grand buildings of Gaehyun's residence appeared before his eyes. The exhausted Sowol fell to his knees. He needed to rest and regain his strength. Sowol turned back around. He saw the swirls of flames and fire still blazing. It was clear that it would be as difficult to get back as it had been to get here. Sowol also clearly realized that after the water dragon Gyo-un had absorbed his uncle Gaehyun's Naidan, he would win with 90% probability, and until he came here. Saul needs to do what he came to do and find the shifting circle. Sowol searched here and there. He scrutinized every millimeter of the residence. When he couldn't find anything similar, he decided that he should choose a vantage point and look around. He climbed onto the roof and looked around carefully, but he didn't see any hint of a shifting circle. Sowol was madly angry and slammed his fist against the ground with great force. He spent 2 days. Looked all over the cave and didn't find what he was looking for. Sowol was beginning to suspect that the circle was not here at all. In fact, it was likely that the alchemist who had told the first master about all this might have lied to him. Sowol took the stone that lay beside him in his hand and thought desperately that he had almost died trying to get here. He didn't want to believe it was all for nothing. The young alchemist once again gave vent to his anger and threw the stone he was holding as far away as possible with all his might. The stone went straight into the lava that was nearby and disappeared there into nothingness. But what really surprised Sowol was something else. The way the stone sank into the lava. He realized something was obviously wrong. Sowol froze and just stared at the lava pulsing nearby, trying to figure out what had alarmed him. He stepped closer. The lava was hot, burning Sovol's hands and face, but the sound was nothing like lava. He tied a long length of twine to his dagger and constructed a kind of fishing line that would help him understand what was going on. Wrapping some of the twine around his arm, he lowered the stick into the lava. His hand burned hot, but the dagger sank calmly into the lava, not about to melt or ignite. Saul thought the lava didn't feel like it should. It's more like a lake. Uncoiled and uncoiled the twine, trying to determine the depth, but the dagger never reached the bottom. He pulled the dagger back and found that it had not melted or heated in any way, but had just gotten wet. Sowol realized that the lava was not lava, but a disguised lake. He took another look at the dagger from which the water droplets were dripping, and realized he was looking in the wrong place. Then he decided to try dipping his hand into the lava. As soon as he put his hand in it, it felt the intense heat coming from the lava. But Sowol decided to take a chance. He quickly dipped his hand right up to his elbow into the hot lava. But he didn't feel the burn, but instead felt the pleasant coolness of the water. His hunch was confirmed. It looked like lava, but it was really just a lake. He decided there was no reason to disguise it like that unless there was something valuable hidden in it. Sowol pulled his hand out and decided that since he had already checked everything around him, he should check the lake too. Sowol took a deep breath and drew more air into his lungs. Then he dived into the camouflaged lake and swam down to the bottom. He swam and swam, but he couldn't see the bottom. He decided that it was very safe to hide something valuable at this depth, and so he finally saw forward the bottom, and there was clearly something lying on the bottom, but Sowol could not yet see what it was. He sped up to reach the bottom faster and see if he had really found what he was looking for. The air in his lungs was almost running out, but Sowol couldn't just give up. He swam and swam downward without letting his target out of his sight. Sowell finally reached the bottom and saw that there was indeed a moving circle. It did exist, and the alchemist had not been deceived. He took the soul stones out of the bag. Sowell remembered that the number of stones required depended on the distance he traveled, but he had absolutely no idea if he would have enough stones. He had 30 transitional level stones and 80 low-level ones in his arsenal. He didn't want to use the extra ones, but it was better to have more than less. He placed all his stones on the shifting circle and thought only that he needed to get out of the demon forest. Very quickly, the even 2 transitional level stones lost all their energy and turned into ordinary cobblestones lying on the circle. Sova was shocked at this rate of energy absorption. He couldn't believe it. The stones were being used up too fast, and that was all he had. The connection must have gotten far enough. He realized he had no choice. He had to activate the shifting circle even if he had to give up his spiritual energy. Sovol used his spiritual powers as well, and they were draining away as fast as the stone's energy. Sowol felt that he was about to lose consciousness, his spiritual power was leaving him, and the moving circle didn't even think about activating. From the last of his strength, Sowol let out a shriek of despair mixed with anger and rage. With that cry, Sowol let out the last of his air and his senses began to leave him. He was exhausted, his eyes were rolling back, and so the creature left Sowol. He realized it was the end and humbly closed his eyes. Sowol's limp body slowly sank to the bottom, but Sowol himself was no longer here. Soval's body sank gently and carefully right onto the moving circle. No more air bubbles escaped from his mouth. Soval was not breathing. His head snapped back lifelessly, releasing his pendant from beneath his clothes. It fell right onto the circle. Nothing happened for a few seconds, and that would have been the end of Un Soul's story if it hadn't been for the pendant his father had left him. Suddenly, the pendant glowed and also began to give off its spiritual energy to the shifting circle. A few more seconds passed and the moving circle activated. Soval's pendant turned out to be a powerful source of spiritual energy. The circle glowed with a beautiful and powerful blue light and engulfed Soval, transporting him out of the demon forest. The circle moved him far away from the demon forest to Liji County of the distant Jiangning country. Sowol survived, but he lay unconscious in a warm bed covered with a soft air blanket. He tried with great difficulty to open his eyes. It seemed almost impossible to do so now, so exhausted was he. Soval threw back the blanket he'd been carefully covered with and sat up. The last thing he remembered was coming out of the shifting circle and passing out on some road. After recovering a bit, Sowol realized that the amount of his spiritual energy had been greatly reduced. The heavenly gates that had previously been opened to him were now slammed shut. Sowol realized that the shifting circle probably lacked his spiritual energy and used hidden power as well. He was now no higher than the 5th stage of Dan's development. He remembered the first master's words that sometimes there could be a deterioration of spiritual development, but his experience and knowledge were with him, so he could quickly reach his previous level. With that out of the way, Sowol returned to the real problem. He didn't remember how he'd gotten to this place and had no idea where he was. Suddenly, the front door was ajar. In it appeared a good-naturedly smiling middle-aged man named Chang Bo. He said something and looked at Sowol in a friendly manner. Sowol didn't understand a word. Whether it was because the man was speaking in a language he didn't know or because he couldn't hear him, the man came closer and asked something else. When he saw the surprised face of Sowol, who did not understand him, he realized that he had come from far away. He did not understand Sowol's speech either. Changbo thought for a moment. He had heard many languages, but he didn't understand a single word in Sowol's speech. Sowol, on the other hand, knew the Yongnam language, and it was completely different from this one. It could only mean one thing. Sowol had traveled to another country. Changbo rushed out of his seat and ran after the resident's interpreter to understand what Sowol was saying. Sowol was insanely happy that he had managed to get out of the demon forest after all. Now he had to get used to his new world. A few months had passed since then. He could already speak another language perfectly well. The door to his room opened and Changbo's face appeared, asking if the equipment was ready. Sowol nodded and said that he had packed everything because Hayani's brother had recently visited him and warned him that they would be leaving soon. Together with Changbo, they went out into the city. He marveled at how quickly Sowol had learned their language. Sowol replied that Changbo and brother Hayani had helped him a lot. They looked out over the main square and Sowol asked why the elder had such a large escort. Clearly something was going on. Bo noted with a chuckle that he didn't know the news at all. Bo then explained to Soul that the head of their county, Lord Elder, was not feeling well. The younger lady Zhu Geryong decided to go to the market of Wenshu Mountain to get some herbs. Saul was generally surprised by the fact that he bought herbs at the market, but he decided to ask only why the mistress had not chosen a closer market. Bo switched to a whisper. He quietly told Saul that there were rumors that the Celestials themselves had opened a market on Wenshu Mountain. Saul widened his eyes. He asked Bo carefully if he had understood him correctly. It was hard to believe that the Celestials were trading in the marketplace. Meanwhile, the younger lady's delegation had already set out. They walked along the Highland Road. Junior Miss Zhu Garyong opened the window of her carriage and asked the delegation leader how long it would take them to get to Wenshu Market. He replied that it would take about 2 days. The lady was sad and exhausted. She asked quietly if they would really meet the Celestials there, for it was a long journey, and she did not want to be disappointed. The elderly leader smiled good-naturedly and said that the Celestials there were of course of a lower level, and even ordinary poor people could bargain with them. He added that he had been there before. He was sure there would be medicinal herbs that would cure Lord Elder. And so 2 days of the road passed. The delegation finally reached their destination. Wenshu Market stretched before their eyes. Changbo hurriedly walked behind the younger mistress. He was carrying a large box in his hands. Zhu Guoyong turned to him and sternly asked him if he had forgotten anything. He replied that this was his life's work, so he couldn't be careless. The lady noted that he knew herbs better than anyone else and told him to be careful and find something useful. Bo was already starting to look at the merchandise. He was visibly worried. After all, most of the herbs here were unfamiliar to him. Sowol, who was watching, understood why. These were spiritual herbs unknown to ordinary people. Bo went to the younger mistress and told her everything, asking what they should do. She replied seriously that they could not return empty-handed. Her father's condition was getting worse. She went to the first counter she saw and asked the Celestial what the herbs he was selling were for and what effect they had. He looked at her haughtily. Bo whispered to Sowol that things must be bad if the lady herself was involved in the matter. He wondered if the Celestials would make a deal with her. The Celestial folded his arms and looked down on them. He assumed that they were all laymen. Zhu Guoyong didn't know what that meant. He explained that laymen are ordinary people who cannot step onto the path of immortality. Garion looked at the gray-haired Celestial and seriously asked if the fact that she was a laywoman would be a problem in making a deal. The Celestial laughed and said that since it was their first time here today, he would be patient and answer all her questions. He noticed that even if the market was opened by the Celestials, the point is the same. This is where they exchange things they want to get, and asked Garion to answer that she was looking for it. She was very happy about the question and immediately said that she needed healing herbs that would cure the disease that every day takes away her father's strength. The Celestial advised her to take bitter ginseng. He said it wouldn't bring back spiritual power, but it was very good for her health. Mrs. Guoyong was genuinely excited about the healing herb and asked if it could heal a layman. He said that the healing herbs of laymen could not compare to it. The Celestial appreciated Zhu Guoyong's sincerity and was willing to give her the ginseng for just one lower-level spiritual stone. Junior Mistress rounded her eyes. She had no idea what this spirit stone was. Sobol thought that the Celestial was indeed very patient. He really hoped Garion wouldn't make a scene here. She turned to Bo and asked him to bring the box. Opening the box, she showed the contents to the Celestial and offered him the bars of gold that lay there instead of the spirit stone. And if that wasn't enough for him, she was willing to pay more. He looked at her with some sympathy as if she were a child. He said that he had already told her what he wanted. All he needed was a lower-level spiritual stone, not gold or jewelry, but a stone. He went on instructively and said that the essence of a bargain is when you exchange things you both want to get, and suggested that the young mistress would probably not be able to buy anything at this market. After all, she was offering things for exchange that no one here needed. And to get what she's looking for here, she's going to have to stop ignoring the basic essence of a market transaction. Zhu Guoyong couldn't find anything to reply. She sighed heavily and lowered her gaze. Repentantly, she could barely hold back her tears. Bo tried to comfort her. After a few days spent at the market, the delegation set off on its return journey. Guoyong sat on the floor of her carriage and wept bitterly in despair. She had spent several days and still could not get anything at the market. Sobol and Bo walked beside the carriage, and they could clearly hear Mistress sobbing. Bo noted that she was clearly upset. She had tried for 3 days to please the Celestials, but had not received a blade of grass. Saul was satisfied that he had been able to find out the prices at the market and get some spirit herb. Sowol was pleased that he had been able to find out the market prices and get some spiritual herbs. Bo lowered his head and said sadly that the master's condition was getting worse every day. He was afraid that something bad might happen soon. Sowol said with feigned surprise that such pessimism didn't sound like Bo. Their elder had done many good things and would surely get back on his feet soon. Bo hoped so. Soval looked at him confidently and told him not to hesitate. That's the way it's going to be, it will. At this time, there were 2 alchemists hiding in the thickets of the forest near the road. They had been following the Guoyong delegation for days to attack them. They chose a place where there would be no other alchemists so that they wouldn't make a fuss and disturb them. They wanted to kill everyone and take the treasure. Bo and Sowol heard some disturbing sounds and turned around at the same time to see what was wrong. The ground near the delegation's guards suddenly erupted in panic and confusion. There were shouts of an attack on the delegation. The guards took up defensive lines and adopted battle stations. The head of the guard commanded everyone to be alert and ready for an attack. 2 male silhouettes appeared in the air right in front of them. They hovered above them in the sky and asked who they were going to make such a fuss for. The guards lifted their heads up and stared at them in admiration. One of the alchemists smiled evilly. He looked angrily at everyone around him and said that they shouldn't bother. Then he was quiet for a bit and ominously announced that they were planning to take all of their lives anyway. After those words, admiration was quickly replaced by fear. The guards were shocked at this turn of events. Just then, the junior mistress stepped out of her carriage and addressed the Celestials loudly and confidently. She quickly and clearly introduced herself and said that she was the daughter of the head of Lies County, and if they wanted the treasure, she was willing to give it willingly. The alchemists laughed and marveled at how understanding the lady was. She was not lacking in beauty either. Then she went on to say that her father was very ill and they needed the treasure to cure him, and if they agreed to treat him, they would be paid more. The two alchemists burst out laughing loudly. They noted Zhu Gaoyong's eloquence, and then sharply and clearly said that they had not the slightest desire to get into such difficulties. They wanted to kill everyone and take the treasure, but now they've changed their minds. When they see her, they change their minds and spare her, but in return, Gaoyong becomes their concubine. The young mistress was breathless with fear. She whispered fearfully that it was wrong. The long-haired alchemist activated his Dharma weapon and shouted that he would burn the place to the ground, except for the treasure and her, of course. A huge red-hot stream of fire was rushing straight toward the delegation members. They froze in anticipation, unable to change anything. Sowol jumped forward, protecting the guards. He quickly drew his sword and pouch and swung it, easily fending off the fiery attack. The two Celestials were dumbfounded that there was an alchemist among the people in the delegation. They opened their mouths in surprise. Saul was determined. He wanted to protect his friends who had welcomed him so warmly. He used Sunbow's jump and quickly approached almost closely to one of the alchemists. The young alchemist swung his sword several times. Although he had lost some of his spiritual energy, he was able to give a decent response. The sword split one of the Celestials apart. They all fell lifelessly to the ground one by one. The second Celestial hovered in the air. He was frightened at what was happening and couldn't move because he was bewitched. He realized that this alchemist was many times his strength. The Celestial realized that he had no way out. He knelt down in front of Sowol and folded his hands in submission. He begged Sowol not to spare him and swore he would never be caught in his sight again. The young alchemist looked at him carefully. He didn't believe in his sincere remorse. He said there would be no mercy. Confidently swinging his powerful sword a few more times, he rid this mortal world of that evil and self-serving alchemist. All of the delegation members looked at Sowol with undisguised admiration of surprise and even fear. Brother Bo and Junior Mistress were especially surprised. A delicious and rich dinner of many different dishes of the national cuisine of the Channing country was set on the table. In honor of Sowol, the elder's family threw a real feast with dancing and a performance. The young alchemist watched the performance, tasted the delicious food, and was embarrassed. He thanked the young mistress for her hospitality and sincerely felt that he was not worthy of it. Zhu Gaoyong asked him not to say that because he had saved her and all her servants' lives. Now he was a true benefactor to their family. Sowol explained that he was just thanking the kindness of the people who had picked him up lying unconscious on the road. They treated him and gave him shelter. He's a man who never forgets kindness, and so he believes that for his kindness, Gaoyong and her family can ask him anything they want. She was so happy that she jumped up and down. She asked if it was true that she could ask for anything she wanted. Sowol nodded. Garion stood up and took Sowol to her father's chambers. He was lying unconscious on the bed, barely breathing. The elder began to moan softly. The younger lady explained that her father was suffering even in his sleep. She said that he had been examined by all known healers and no one knew what was wrong with him. Sowol gently took the elder's wrist. He concentrated and directed the flow of energy inside him. His body lit up with a beautiful blue glow, and Sowol was able to scan the body to find where the malfunction had occurred. Started scanning Elder Sowol's intestines worriedly and hummed enigmatically. He found Madame Gu's father's stomach and wondered. Usually these insects parasitized in demonic beasts, and he couldn't understand how Gu could get inside an ordinary layman. Standing nearby was a concerned-looking Sowol Gaoyong. She asked her to tell her the truth about her father's condition. Sowol remained silent for now, though he knew it would be easy to deal with Gu. He concentrated again and focused his energies on destroying the Gu without harming the patient. Sowol suspected that the alchemist had a hand in the elder's illness. The flow of energy quickly found its target and descended upon him with a tremendous power that he was unable to withstand. The younger mistress saw that Sowol was tired. She carefully asked him not to waste so much energy at once and to take a break. Sowol was silent and then calmly replied that he had finished his treatment. Garion couldn't believe her ears. She hesitantly asked if he could really cure her father by touching him with his hand. He looked at her good-naturedly and said it was like this. It would be a couple of weeks and her father would be fully recovered and completely healthy. Sowol explained that there was a demon bug in her father's body that was sucking out all the nutrients. It was causing the elder's energy to fade, then advised him to give him decoction of sun herbs and restorative nutrition. This would speed up the healing process. Tears suddenly flowed down Gaoyong's face. She was silent for a while and then fell on her knees before him and began to bow. She cried and said that now she was eternally indebted to him. Sowol calmed her down and said that there was no debt. He was surprised at this behavior of the younger mistress and tried to explain that any alchemist would have been able to cure her father. The only alchemist she knew tried to rob them and take their lives, but Sowol saved them and cured the elder. But Sowol had saved them and cured the elder, and now they were in debt. He thought he had repaid his debt to the elder's family, but perhaps he shouldn't refuse the gratitude, and he should stay here for a while to recuperate. And he smilingly replied that he would listen to Garyong and stay. The younger mistress was very happy about it. As the day passed, Sowol was still living in his chambers in the Yawning Country. He stored his energy and regained his strength. Brother Bo, who was unfamiliar with the skill of storing and restoring spiritual energy, was very worried about Sowol. He had not left his quarters for a long year. He finished sweeping and reclined on the steps outside his chambers. Sowol had warned him he'd need time. Just no one thought it would be that long, and everyone was pestering Bo with questions. Suddenly, a voice came from the chambers, cheerfully chiding Bo-chan for complaining again while sweeping the courtyard. Bo rounded his eyes in surprise. He looked around and saw Sowol coming out of the chambers. He exclaimed his name, frantic with joy. Sowol asked him what had happened in the meantime. Bo began to ramble on that the elder and his daughter had been asking him about Sowol every day, and they insisted that he be at the New Year's celebration. Sowol didn't know anything about how New Year's Eve was celebrated, and he was curious. He decided to leave training for a while to join the celebration. Bo seriously said that their New Year's Eve celebration is big and amazing, and with the miracle of the elders healing this year, it's sure to be something special. Bo kept talking about the enormity of the New Year's festival, and Sowol didn't hesitate to agree to attend. The New Year's celebration was indeed beautiful and amazing. Many bright lights of fireworks lit up the sky. The whole sky above the county was strewn with them. The multicolored lights flared up and gathered into beautiful shapes like beautiful fire flowers. Many people gathered to gaze admiringly up to the sky at this unprecedented beauty and hoped that the next year would bring even more miracles. Sowol was sitting with the elder and junior mistress in their residence. They were drinking tea and watching the beautiful fireworks together. Suddenly, Sowol felt something. He looked closely and saw a man who was dressed as a servant, but he made Sowol wary. After all, he immediately sensed the life energy radiating from him, which matched the alchemist at Dan's initial level of development. Sowol immediately guessed that there was something wrong here, and he had obviously not just come to admire the fireworks. The alchemist couldn't just come to this manor on New Year's Day. He must have a purpose. The elder and his daughter were peacefully watching the fireworks that bloomed one by one in the sky. Then the elder turned and wanted to thank Sowol for being here and see if he liked the party. But he saw that Sowol was long gone. He had vanished, though just a moment ago he was sitting across from the master. At the same second, an elderly man in a long purple robe approached the elder. It was Master Guo. He expressed his joy at seeing the elder in good health again. He and his companion, dressed as servants, presented the elder with the mountain ginseng root, hoping that it could improve his health. The elder was very happy about Master Guo's arrival and graciously and magnanimously invited them inside the residence. He gave them tea and thanked them for their trouble. Master Guo introduced his companion, saying that he was a disciple of the healer Jin Debang. He asked him to take the elder's pulse. The elder politely extended his hand, saying that it would be an honor for him. He was well aware of Qin Debang's fame. The servant put his fingers on his wrist. A little while later, his eyes widened in surprise. He was clearly shocked by what he felt, but he didn't say anything. Then he took his hand away and bowed and said confidently that the elder was perfectly healthy. There was no sign of illness. Then the servant bowed once more and said that since his skills were not needed here, he would like to go and enjoy the fireworks. Master Guo and he bowed to the elder and left the elder's residence. Sowol watched them leave suspiciously. Sowol didn't understand what these two were doing here. But it wasn't just an ordinary visit of concern. Outside the window, the party was still going on, and unsuspecting people were watching it passionately. The elder approached his daughter and said that he was tired and wanted to go to rest. He was sure that she could handle everything on her own. She agreed understandingly and promised that she would do everything. Night was falling. The elder went up to his chambers to sleep and regain his strength. He lay on his bed and thought about how it all seemed like a dream, and the past was hazy. Suddenly there was a noise. The elder opened his eyes abruptly and became alert. He reached out and grabbed his golden sword that he had always kept by the bedside as of late. He stood up abruptly from his bed and swung his sword, asking who had dared to disturb his peace, and saw the healer's apprentice who had recently come in. He ordered him to be quiet. The elder was very surprised that a servant dared to come to his chambers in the middle of the night and speak to him in such a tone. In the servant's hand, a huge fireball flamed brightly and threateningly said that if the elder did anything stupid, he would destroy everything here. The elder didn't argue. He let go of the sword and it fell to the floor with a clatter. He calmly asked why the honorable alchemist needed him. The servant immediately realized that the elder knew about alchemists, because one of them had cured his illness. The elder looked at him with undisguised anger and said that he did indeed know another alchemist. The servant said he guessed that he had been cured by an alchemist, and a pretty good one at that. And as if by accident he asked where he was now. The elder replied confidently and calmly that he was here at the residence. He is their guest, and if another alchemist harmed him, retribution would inevitably follow. The servant laughed loudly and arrogantly. He said that he wasn't afraid of some alchemist and would kill the elder right now, quickly and without leaving a trace. Suddenly, the space around the elder was lit up with a blue glow, and Sovol's sword appeared. He said confidently and calmly that the alchemist's plan would fail. Sovol cast a spell and knocked his weapon out of his servant's hands in the blink of an eye. He didn't even have time to react. Then Sovol came out of hiding with lightning speed, swung his sword, and stopped it at the servant's throat. He was confused and frightened. Sovol glared at the servant and held his sword right at his throat, ready to take his life at any moment. The servant pulled himself together. He looked at Sovol with interest. He realized that he was the alchemist who had cured the elder. Sovol confirmed his speculation and said that Hedju was indeed healed by him. The elder was a little calmer, noting that Sovol had arrived just in time. He said that the servant seemed suspicious to him at once, so he ambushed him in his chambers. Sovol looked at the servant resolutely and clearly ordered him to answer why he wanted to kill Hedju. In return, he promised to keep him alive. The servant began to tell that his master was Wang Guan's ancestor, and a great man who had become an alchemist as a layman. Now he had decided to take care of the Wang family. He gave him a few errands from the kin. Sovol wanted to hear his story to the end, and ordered him to continue. Wang Guan wants to become the head of Lais County, so he has to kill Chief Zhu because that's his master's order. Saul asked the name of his grand master, and the servant said that, according to the laws of honor, it was Saul who should be the first to give his name and clan. He answered truthfully that his name was Un Sooul and that he had no clan. The servant called him a vagrant and told him his name was Deongjubyong, a clan of blacksmiths, and his master is the clan elder Wan Tiel. Then he proudly remarked that Sowol must have heard of their clan and master, and so, as a sign of respect, he should remove the sword from his throat. Sowol said he would only do it if he gave his word not to kill the elder. Dun Yuban was angry and asked how Sowol could demand it of him, knowing that it was his master's order. Sowol suggested that there was a way without violence. Jubion calmed down and pretended to agree to Sovol's terms. He noted that he didn't want to make an enemy of a skilled alchemist because of some layman. Sovol played along and pretended to believe him. He took the sword away from his throat, but he was wary. In the same second, Deon Jubyong's face changed in his hand, and the sign of the fire talisman appeared in his hand. He called Soval a fool, concentrated and directed the full power of the fire talisman at Sovol and the elder. But Sowol, ready for a trick, quickly pulled out his shield, which easily reflected the spell and protected them. It was obvious that Deon Jubyong was really confused and scared. He didn't seem to know that there was a weapon that could repel his spell. Sowol shouted loudly from behind his shield that he couldn't trust Dong Jubeon. The man's eyes lit up with rage and greed. He realized that Soval was holding a valuable and powerful artifact that he was eager to get his hands on and prepared to attack again. Sowol looked at Jubion calmly and with some regret, and said that the matter seemed to have taken irreversible consequences. Junbion shouted furiously for Sowol not to dare to defy him, and directed several more powerful attacks at them. Sowol held up his shield with one hand to protect him and the elder from any attack from the alchemist. With the other, he summoned the Sword of Pleading and pointed it directly at Din. He needed to summon another sword to fulfill what he had planned, so he summoned the Sword of Desire. He aimed the Sword of Desire at Melon's back. It trapped him and cut off his escape route. Then he concentrated and activated the evil slaying sword technique, which was just right here. Then I added some more spiritual energy and used the fourth formation technique of connecting heaven and earth. Both swords were aimed at Dunajubeon, and he was trapped in a trap which infuriated him even more. With trembling hands, he clumsily opened his bag of abundance, which still did not want to give in to him, and released a huge and ferocious spiritual bear from the bag, which was to repel Sovol's attack and save him. Sowol, who was wielding two swords with one hand, was very happy at this turn of events. After all, he had been looking for materials to make a bag of abundance for the demonic beast for a long time. Sowol swung his arm, and both swords flew with great speed straight at the huge bear. The two swords flew with great speed straight at the huge bear. The bear let out a shrill growl and fell to the floor with a huge thud. Melon was shocked at how quickly Sowol had dealt with him. He lost his temper and quickly as he thought he wanted to take out another fire talisman seal from the bag. But as soon as he reached for the bag, Sowol was already behind him, and instructively said that Din's technique was certainly not bad, but he lacked experience. Dong Junbyong exploded. He felt humiliated. He shouted frantically for Sowol not to dare instruct him. Saul was fed up with the whole event. He concentrated his spiritual energy into a powerful stream and directed it straight at Din to end this unequal battle. Sowol stood there, and next to him on the floor lay the body of the bear and its master, Dun. The elder looked around fearfully. Sowol asked if he was all right. He nodded. Un asked him to call a servant he trusted to clean up the place. After all, the news of the alchemist's death could raise a wave of anger. The elder agreed with that. Sowol suggested talking to the man who had come with Dune. He was not of the Wong clan and could tell us something. The elder said he would trust Sowol on this matter and follow his instructions precisely. Sowol turned around and headed for the exit. He asked the elder to say hello to Lady J because he would have to leave for a while. He said goodbye and left. Sowol decided he needed to stock up on healing herbs and went to the alchemist market on Mount Wenshu. The market was full of different ingredients, and it was very convenient that you could buy everything you needed just by walking from stall to stall. He sat in the tea house and enjoyed the delicious tea while looking around. He couldn't believe that so many alchemists could be gathered in one place. Someone called out to him. They called him Elder and merrily remarked that they only met him at the market once a year. It was Seo Wee's brother and his sister Seo Geisen from Suchong County. They were already very familiar to Sowol, and he was insanely happy to see them again. Sowol went back a year and remembered how they had come here with the younger mistress's delegation for the first time. Sowol immediately realized that Madame Zhu was unlikely to be able to make a deal here, because the things of laymen were of no interest to alchemists. Un Sooul needed materials to strengthen the sword of plea he had made after the master's death. He wanted to exchange his unwanted artifacts for soul stones. He found a suitable place to set up a makeshift counter and canceled the concealment spell technique so he wouldn't be mistaken for a layman. Many alchemists came up to him and were interested in his artifacts. His brother and sister were walking by and saw him and his goods. So V approached Sowol and said he would like to buy both artifacts, but first asked to take a closer look at them. All the other alchemists instantly dispersed, and it was just the three of them. Seo Fai and his sister bought both artifacts and paid generously for them. A year later, they met again at the same place. They sat in the tea house drinking tea and were happy to meet again. Seo Wee asked if Sowol had any artifacts to sell this time. Sowol nodded affirmatively. He really wanted to sell some unwanted artifacts. Seo Gisan even jumped for joy and asked to show the artifacts to them first. Her brother asked for the same thing. Sowol remembered that it is profitable to do business with them, and gladly agreed to their offer. Immediately, Sowol pulled an artifact from his pouch and placed it on the table in front of the customer. It was a jasper flower flute. Seo Wee looked at her mesmerized and said that he could feel a great spiritual energy from her. He reached out his hand to her, and it was almost in his hands when it suddenly disappeared, leaving him empty-handed. Seo Wee was a little confused. The flute ended up in the hands of his sister, Seo Gi-son, who looked at it with adoration and admiration. She said that her brother didn't even have an ear and didn't need a flute. And then she looked conspiratorially at her brother and asked if she could try releasing the demonic beast and try the flute on it. She then looked at Sowol and assured him that the beast was tame and would not attack without orders. Sowol himself was insanely curious to see their demonic beast of a poet. He nodded approvingly. Jaisen opened her pouch, and from there emerged a slightly sleepy but insanely beautiful and graceful black panther. She fully materialized, looked around and calmly approached Sowol. She looked at him with an intelligent and scrutinizing gaze that carried no threat. Sowol was simply mesmerized by its beauty. It was a transitional level beast. It was called the Black Panther of the Raging Black Panther. He stared at her and she stared at him. And then Gaison put the flute to her lips and a beautiful and gentle melody was heard, just caressing the ear. The panther immediately perked up her ears and listened to the mesmerizing melody as well. She slowly and gracefully approached those seated at the table. Everyone was enjoying the sound of the flute. The panther was clearly enjoying the sound of the flute. She rested her head on the table and closed her eyes blissfully. Sowol was very surprised. He didn't know that the flower flute could tame demonic beasts so well. Of course, Seogi-song's talent was also important. Gaisen opened his sack and the panther disappeared into it. He looked good-naturedly at Sowol and asked if he was sure he had decided to sell the flute. She was willing to offer 5 soul stones for her. Her brother Seo Wee had even agreed to pay 7 for her. It was clearly a good offer. Sowol looked up and said he would gladly give her to them for 7 soul stones. Then he decided to take advantage of his brother and sister's good mood and gather information. He hesitantly said that he hadn't been in Izyaning that long and didn't know anything about it. He asked them to tell him what clans there were. They were happy to do so. It turned out that there were 3 major official clans and 3 occult clans. The Blacksmith clan, which was already familiar to Saul, belonged to the occult clans. Sowol told them that he had heard about the Blacksmith clan and their elder who, after all the hardships he had experienced, had managed to raise his status. Seo Wee was surprised at his awareness. Wang Teal was a layman and was able to become an alchemist. He sought out weak alchemists and took their lives to rob them. That's how he built up his strength. Sowol was dumbfounded. He thought that if their clan found out about Daeong's death, they would definitely take revenge on the Zhu family. He needs to prepare and regain his strength. Then Seo Wee thought about it and said that if Sowol were to join the Blacksmith clan, they would become enemies. After all, the So family from Suchan is also an official clan. Saul nodded negatively and said that he wasn't going to join any clan. He just wanted to learn more about the place where he had settled. So V thanked him for his honesty. Sister Gasong opened her eyes wide and said she had something to confess and wanted to ask for Sovol's help. The latter agreed to listen to her cordially and with interest, and offered to tell her what it was all about. The brother and sister looked at each other meaningfully. They seemed to be discussing something just by looking at each other without words. Seo Jisan said that they had been planning to capture a demonic beast for a long time, and wanted to ask for his help in this endeavor. They traveled into the mountains to the abode of a high-level demonic beast lord cat stalking scent. Seoji-san said that it was very difficult to tame him, but if they could, his highly developed sense of smell would help them in their search for healing herbs. This was the first time Sewol had heard of such a beast. It was not surprising though, since the fourth master was from Yongnam. They were flying high above the mountains and Sewol decided to clarify exactly what he needed to do. They were flying high above the mountains and Sewol decided to clarify what he needed to do. She explained that if the beast suddenly attacked, they would need to divert its attention. Seo Wee quickly jumped from his flying shield to the ground and announced that they were in place to start hunting. So Geisen and Sewol followed his example and found themselves on the ground as well. V explained that the beast liked to frolic at altitude, so it was more logical to look for it at the top of a tree. After saying these words, Seo Wee shouted loudly and with a single wave of his hand, he threw out 12 flags to set the trap. Each of the flags reached a strictly designated spot and they all folded into an even circle. Seo Wee proudly announced that the trap was ready and gave his sister a mocking glance and asked her if she had remembered to take something. She replied that she had taken everything and responsibly added that she had chosen it of the highest quality. She took out a fruit from her sack and carefully placed it on the ground. Seo Wee wondered if their scent would scare the beast away, but Seo Gasong said confidently that the scent of some 3 alchemists in the spiritual birth stage would not confuse the beast. Suddenly, Sovol's sixth sense kicked in and he sensed that the beast was already here and alerted his companions. From somewhere in the treetops, a huge glowing ball of fur flew at them at breakneck speed. Seogi-san quickly pulled from her pouch and activated her signature defense spell. The seal of her spell hung in the air and time seemed to stop for a moment. Then the flags lit up one by one and the trap activated. It turned into an improvised net woven from energy streams. The cat had been coming right at them the whole time, and it seemed like the moments were lasting too long. But the cat was not destined to reach its goal. The net activated and he fell into it before he even reached the ground. He jumped off the net wall and landed on the ground, looking around and realizing that he was locked up. He didn't like that and hissed in frustration. The cat looked around and made sure there was no way out and he was inside the energy dome. Seo Wee shouted to his sister that it was time to finish the process of catching the wild beast. She took out a few more trap activators. The cat looked at them angrily with its glowing eyes and was clearly contemplating what to do. Then it let out a fierce scream, opened its toothy maw and hissed intimidatingly. Seo Jason threw the trap activators right at the rabid feral cat and said his trick wouldn't work. The activators swirled in a small vortex and began to attract to each other, forming some sort of shape. Then there was a bright flash that turned into a beautiful star emitting a soft white light. Sewol watched the process of catching the beast with admiration and decided that his help would not be useful. The brother and sister looked at each other, trying to see if they had caught the beast. The wildcat stood inside the double trap, hissing and looking around furiously, trying to determine how to be. He grinned and looked with eyes full of anger at the 3 alchemists who had decided to capture him. Then something changed. He didn't seem like he was going to give up at all and figured out a way to get out of here. The cat realized it was time to unleash its claws. The claws emerged from his massive paws, sharp as blades. He swung his 2 front paws quickly and forcefully several times. The sharp claws cut the wall of the trap easily and simply. It shattered like a thin window pane. The wildcat stood staring fiercely at his captors. Seo Wee was shocked that they had used almost all of their talismans, and the demon cat was so easy to deal with. Seo Geisen pulled out a sturdy enchanted lasso and reminded her brother that they were prepared for this turn. A cat's furry nose squeezed out of the trap that gave a small gap. From this angle, it looked kind of cute for a second. But after a moment, the gap grew larger and a huge, toothy cat's mouth appeared. It opened its mouth wide and the alchemist saw a bright sphere of spiritual energy. The sphere and amount of spiritual energy was increasing right in front of his eyes and it was not threatening to do any good. Seo Gasong was simply dumbfounded by so much internal spiritual energy. Seo Wee looked around and shouted to Saul that he should try it now. And at this moment, the wildcat completely escaped from the trap and directed the full power of its internal energy at the alchemists. Sewol leapt forward and put up his shield to protect them from the cat's destructive spiritual energy. The shield withstood the attack. Holding the shield and saving them from certain death, Sewol also appreciated the demonic beast's impressive abilities. The brother and sister also drew their weapons and prepared to defend themselves. Seo Geisen was overjoyed that they'd thought the cat could be so strong. With his free hand, Sewol activated the delicate jade staff and pointed it directly at the demonic cat. The staff caused a blinding and loud flash of light to explode right above the cat, taking him by surprise. The cat was startled and the flow of energy stopped. The alchemist quickly decided to take advantage of this moment and attack the cat. Seo sprinted and swung his staff. Seo concentrated and activated her magic lasso, pointing it directly at the demonic cat. The staff swirled currents of air around the cat and diverted his attention, while the lasso quickly wrapped around his body. The demonic beast didn't even have time to react before it was completely bound like a mummy and helplessly fell to the ground. He lay helplessly and could only move his eyes, which no longer reflected rage but looked at the alchemists with hopelessness. Seo pulled out his sack. He stood proudly, admiring the result of their hunt, and happy that they had succeeded. The cat looked at him blankly. Brother V opened his sack, which was now the new home for the demon cat. Seo took the bag with the beast inside from her brother and looked at it with delight. She still couldn't believe that they had succeeded. Then she quickly jumped on her artifact and ran away, shouting that she was in a hurry and would thank Sooul next time. V explained that she was in a hurry to tame the beast. Sooul asked me to tell him what it means to tame a beast and why the urgency. Brother Vi said that the beast had to be tamed in a couple of days or it would kill itself. They couldn't figure out how to tame it, so they were hesitant to capture it. But now they had a flute to help them. Sooul grinned and said he understood now. So V held out a pouch to Sooul and said that this was the reward they had promised. Then stood up on his flying artifact, apologized, and said he had to hurry too. After all, he also wanted to participate in the taming. Before leaving, V invited Sooul to visit their estate when he had time. He wished him luck with his plans. As V flew away and waved to Sooul, he once again said that he hoped he would stop by their estate if he wanted to discuss anything. The young alchemist thought about the fact that he had a lot on his plate right now. He didn't really need to be here. He took the cat bait in his hand. He tossed it in his hand a couple times and thought that since he was here anyway, he might as well try to look around for healing herbs. He wandered through the forest for 2 days and did not find a blade of grass. Sooul was exhausted and could hardly stand on his feet. He remembered Lord Cat's ability to find herbs and thought he was jealous of Seo. He could use the cat right now, although he might have destroyed all the herbs around him. Sooul stood at the edge of the forest and watched as the mist that had descended to the ground enveloped him. Suddenly he noticed a small entrance to a cave at the foot of the mountain. She caught his attention because the fog seemed to be attracted and sucked right into her. He stepped closer and looked inside. The cave was clearly larger than it looked from the outside. Un Sooul squeezed into the narrow space and climbed inside. The corridor was narrow and he struggled to squeeze through. He lit a magic torch to light his way. He slowly crept forward as he suddenly heard a sound. As he listened, he realized it was a meow. He crawled a little farther and saw a small white kitten right in front of him, hissing at him in a very menacing and important manner. Sooul realized that it was the cub of the cat they had captured from the Overlord. He looked at this cute hissing baby and remembered the jade boar cub that had died protecting him from the water dragon. The demonic kitten continued to hiss menacingly and amusingly. Sooul realized that he needed to calm him down and decided to get some fruit bait. The kitty instantly calmed down, his ears perked up, and his nose wiggled amusingly. He immediately smelled his favorite treat and his mood changed. Sooul let the fruit out of his hand and pushed it towards the kitten, saying it was a treat for him. The kitten caught a fruit that was almost the size of him, touched it with his paw, and mewed loudly. He climbed all the way onto the fruit and scratched it as hard as he could, rumbling and mewing loudly, but he couldn't bite through it. Sooul realized that the fruit was too small and the peel too thick for him. He took the fruit in his hands and split it in two to help the kitten taste the treat. Un placed the two halves next to the kitten, and the kitten began its meal with great pleasure and eagerness. Sooul stroked the kitten affectionately and tenderly while it ate. The kitten wagged its tail in a cute and friendly way, and was deeply engrossed in the meal. Sooul remembered the second master who had said that when taming spirit beasts, one should feed them with spiritual energy. He concentrated and did so. Kitten finished his meal and immediately came to his senses and bounced away from Sooul. He hissed menacingly and loudly and bristled again. Un realized that the cat lord's cub wouldn't give up on him so easily and decided to gain his trust in another way. He reached back and took kitten feces that he's noticed for a long time. If he smears himself with it, the familiar odor will make the kitten trust him much more and worry less. Sooul wasn't going to give up either. He just lay there and waited. The kitten had calmed down, but he was still wary of Sooul. Sooul lay directly across from him and looked him in the eyes in a friendly and soft way. He was trying to communicate he was in no danger and wasn't going to harm him. The little boy lay down too and calmed down. He looked at Sooul carefully and seemed to stop seeing him as an enemy. Now he looked like a frightened child abandoned by a parent. 8 days passed. Sooul flew over the treetops. He was on his way to the city. But he wasn't alone. He had a demon kitten with him, who was still very willful, but who had already been tamed by him and whom he couldn't get into the bag. The kitten sat in Sooul's arms and looked at him trustingly. Sooul tried to explain to him that he would soon have to get into the bag anyway. He only meowed meaningfully in reply. A while later, they reached Ju Manor in Liji County. Night had already fallen on the city. At the very entrance of the manor, Zhu Garyong was sitting on the stairs and was passionately reading some book. Suddenly, she heard a strange sound like a kitten's meow. She immediately raised her head to look around. She saw Sowol in front of her with a cute kitten sitting behind his back. She was overjoyed to see him back. He smiled and asked her if anything had happened while he was away. Garyong replied that there was nothing. Even Master Go didn't say anything when he saw the alchemist's lifeless body. Sowol warned that it would be quiet for a while. The younger mistress looked at him with a look full of admiration and tenderness, and said she was very worried while he was gone. Saul replied in a friendly manner that he had warned her father that he would be away, but there was business to attend to and he had to stay longer than he had expected. Garyon replied that she was very glad he was back and left to get him some clean clothes. As time went on, Sowol tried to figure out what to feed his new cranky friend. He had already offered him some herbs to try out, but he was clearly unhappy with the menu offered to him and only turned his face away, refusing to eat. Sowol sighed. He realized that the kitten would not eat low-grade grass. Taming a lord cat, even a small one, was not easy. It seemed like punishment for losing the boar. The kitten bristled and hissed again. He growled and meowed menacingly, and he wasn't going to be nice and fluffy. Sowol scolded him a bit, and realizing that he wouldn't calm down on his own, he used subjugation magic. He reflected that the pill he had made from the herbs he had bought had only gotten him up to the 6th level. It was difficult to build strength on low-grade herbs. The kitten took advantage of his musings and tried to dip his paw into the hot vat of herbs. Sowol scolded him, promising that he would be punished for his mischief. He quickly removed his paw and looked at his master carefully. Sowol decided that he would name this naughty boy Von, which meant playful and suited his character. Then he approached the kitten's face and suggested that he visit Suchan to buy the kitten's favorite fruits and look for high-level herbs. The kitten meowed happily. Sowol quickly reached the Suchan manor on his flying sword. He immediately realized that the manor was well guarded. Sowol deftly jumped from his sword right next to the guard standing at his post. The guard was confused and took a defensive stance, but Sowol respectfully bowed to the guard and gave him a friendly look, informing him that he had come at the invitation of young Master So Wee. The guard sent for Seo Wee, and soon Sowol saw Seo Wee's brother happily running towards him. They greeted each other and were both happy to see each other. But first of all, Sowol wanted to know how Lord Cat was doing and if Seo Gasan had been able to tame him. Seo Wee was a little embarrassed and replied that it was more complicated than they thought and that they had nothing to brag about. Sowol worriedly asked him what had become of the cat chasing odors then. Vi looked down and said sadly that since they couldn't tame the cat, it had chosen to leave the world. And he added regretfully that it would have been better if they'd let him go free. Sowol was upset by their failure and suggested that Seo Gisan must be very upset too. Vi thanked him for his concern and motioned for him to come inside. They walked down the wide avenue to the entrance of the house, and on the way Sowol thought about not telling his brother and sister about Wang's kitten, so as not to arouse their envy. Sowol looked around and enjoyed the beauty of the scenery in the mountains. He asked Vi what he wanted to discuss with him. Then they went inside the house, they sat down at the table, and So Vi said that he had something to offer Saul. Sowol was greatly surprised he didn't understand at all what Sovai had to offer someone like him. Young Seo looked at him in a friendly manner and asked if he knew anything about the great fertile spirit land. Sowol clarified if he meant the place that was famous for strong demonic beasts, an abundance of spiritual energy, and many healing herbs. V said that he was talking about him. He explained that there were only 9 great lands in Yangzhou and their family owned one of them. It was the Lonely Spirit Land. Saul was dumbfounded. He asked again to see if he had understood correctly. Vi confirmed and said that they owned these lands with other big families of Yangzhou. So V got to the point and told Saval that their families were now looking for a capable alchemist since the land was opening up once every 10 years and that moment would soon be upon them. They needed someone who possessed shifting artifacts to cross the vast great earth and surpass the level of ordinary alchemists. V said he thought Sowol was the perfect candidate for it and asked if he wanted to go to Lone Spirit Land. Saul needed high-level healing herbs and agreed to the offer. And now the day of shipment had arrived. He stood in the crowd of alchemists who were also going to the same place. He realized that only a few of these alchemists were at the initial level of spiritual energy, while the rest had passed the heavenly birth stage. He hoped to get a lot of materials. Right above their heads, another alchemist hovered on his flying artifact. Everyone looked up at him. He began to loudly announce the rules of departure. They said that in a month the entrance would be sealed and those who couldn't leave Earth before then would stay there for the next 10 years. But those who would leave Earth only after 10 years would have to give up all the herbs and demonic beasts they had obtained. Sowol thought he would have to hurry to get the herbs he needed. So Wee and So Geisen flew over to him. V said that everyone would scatter as soon as they set foot on Earth. Gusan warned that a dangerous demonic beast lived there. The alchemist finished reading the rules and announced that they were ready to break the seal and open the entrance to the Lone Spirit Land. All 180 alchemists grouped together and prepared to head out. Sowol did the same. The seal was broken, the portal opened, and 180 alchemists on their flying artifacts rushed inside. The land of the lonely spirit seemed desolate and beautiful, mountain peaks, untouched fields and forests, and as if there was not a single living soul around. All of the alchemists had dispersed to different places, so Sooul sincerely hoped that there shouldn't be any problems. He flew and looked around as he suddenly heard a cheerful meow from behind his belly. Wong Wong's head immediately appeared. Sooul petted the kitten and told him to sniff all the herbs they would collect and memorize their scent. And he promised that if Van Wan helped him find the herbs, he would get a treat. Then looking down, Sooul noticed a small body of water and a cluster of many grasses near it. Wong Wan was clearly also interested in this place, which meant that there were indeed a lot of high-level medicinal herbs here. Sooul landed confidently and looked around, thinking that because of the dense spiritual energy here, healing herbs could be seen everywhere. He remembered that in the demon forest he would have just passed by the unnecessary healing herbs, but here there were plenty of alchemists around, and the herbs could be exchanged for something he needed. So he collected everything he saw. He was passionately gathering herbs and waded knee-deep into a shallow pool of water, noticing several useful herbs ahead. He wanted to get his hands on the tantalizing and shivering herbs that were needed in the last stages of heavenly birth. They were said to grow in swamps and suck the energy out of the dead. Sooul heard something and instantly grouped himself. Something bad was clearly happening up ahead. As he listened, he realized what sound he was hearing. It was the buzzing of 1,000 bees. Sooul looked closer and saw a huge swarm of demonic bees ahead. There was also another alchemist ahead who was lucky enough to encounter the swarm first. He was clearly scared and confused. He tried to open some kind of vessel with trembling hands. When he was finally able to do so, a powerful flare of fire erupted from the vessel onto the bees. Sooul took cover and watched from the sidelines. He had never seen demonic bees before, so he thought that the abundance of spiritual energy and demonic animals was the reason why there were so many of them. Suddenly, Sooul took a closer look and saw what he had come here for. There was a tantalizing herb growing right in the pond. Sooul thought that the insects had attacked the alchemist when he tried to pick the herb. Sooul had the idea of picking the herb while the alchemist was busy fighting. So V had told him that all the herbs of the Lonely Spirit Land were no one's business unless they were taken by someone else. But suddenly, Sooul and the second alchemist noticed something. Another young alchemist flew past him straight to the grass. He apologized for what he was about to do and asked them not to hate him. He was excited that he would get the tantalizing grass so easily already reached out his hand to pluck it. But such insolent behavior of the young colleague somehow did not anger the more experienced second alchemist at all. He only grinned at it. The young alchemist's eyes widened and he shrieked in horror and surprise when he saw something in front of him. He tried to stop, but he couldn't. Two red eyes stared at him fiercely from the swamp, and a huge mouth opened. The young alchemist realized that he was about to fall right into it. The young alchemist managed to stop himself and was about to jump back as he screamed desperately and shrilly and flew away from the swamp demonic beast a few meters away. The swamp beast stood up to its full height. The young alchemist's hand was visible in its huge mouth. Sooul, who was watching, was shocked. He realized that this was a high-level beast, the amazing swamp crocodile. Un guessed that the more experienced first alchemist must have sensed something. Meanwhile, the huge beast was slowly walking towards the young alchemist. The shocked and bereft man lay on the ground. The crocodile looked at him fiercely and roared ferociously. The young alchemist was terrified. At this time, the more experienced first alchemist was watching the massacre of his young colleague. He knew he was in trouble, but he didn't count on a high-level beast. He quickly oriented himself and left the battlefield without waiting for his turn. Sooul realized that this alchemist wasn't that experienced since he didn't fight the crocodile. But Sooul wasn't going to back down. He knew he could defeat him, for he knew one weakness of the amazing swamp crocodile. He took the necessary weapons out of his pouch, concentrated, took a deep breath, and was now fully prepared for battle. Sooul came out of his hiding place and looked straight at the crocodile. The crocodile smelled something unfamiliar to him and turned around sharply. Upon seeing Sooul, the amazing swamp crocodile shrieked furiously, opening its maw and roared at him, ready to tear him to pieces. Un Sooul stood quietly and watched him waiting. He was waiting for an opportunity to realize his plan to exploit the weakness of his opponent. Waiting for the crocodile to get close enough, Sooul took advantage of Sunbow and quickly bounced back. The weakness was that once the crocodile left its swamp, it moved much slower. His movements were monotonous, and agility was clearly not his weakness. So the most important thing was to dodge his movements. That was easy for Saul. First, he used the evil slaying sword technique. Then he used the kite festival technique. All this allowed him to launch his sword straight into the crocodile's mouth. The sword flew through the crocodile with great force and out the other side. The demon shrieked and coughed. His vitality was clearly draining away. He fell lifelessly to the ground as he continued to cough. Sowol proudly remarked that it was very easy and put his weapon away in his sack. He then walked over to the demon's head and abruptly plucked a clump of tantalizing grass from it. As he tore out the grass, Sowol thought that crocodile skin was actually not a bad material, but he decided it would take too long to cut it up, and he had already met 2 alchemists here. At this time, Wang Wan's kitten smelled the scent of high-level grass. He abruptly jumped out of Sowol's hiding place to eat it right away. Sowol barely had time to snatch the grass from his teeth, but the kitten seemed to go crazy. He was kicking and screaming, trying to get at his food. Sowol could barely hold him in his arms, and unsuccessfully told him to calm down. He held him by the withers and looked him in the eye, scolding him for not helping in the search for herbs and trying to eat what Sowol had earned with his blood and sweat. The kitten clearly pissed him off, and he firmly said that it was time to do what he had been meaning to do for a long time and send Wang Wang into the bag of plenty. Wang Wang was shocked by this news. Then Sowol said sadly that he missed Jade Boar. He was so gentle and obedient. The kitten got angry at these words, and Sowol sent him to the bag to calm down. Sowol had been traveling around the lonely spirit land for 10 days now. He flew his artifact and searched for medicinal herbs. As he looked down, he saw the tree whose fruit Wang Wang loved so much. He flew towards him and deftly jumped down from the sword. He realized that Wang Wan was probably already very hungry, and the fruit would come in handy. In the past 10 days, Sowol had gathered many spiritual herbs and was thinking about sharing them with the kitten, as it would make him many times stronger. Suddenly, Sowol became alert. He clearly sensed some danger and tensed up. He realized that he could sense someone's spiritual energy. He knew that at the stage of the law of spiritual energy, one could release it to survey the area. It looked like someone was doing that. Sowol realized that he had to leave this place as soon as possible to avoid getting into trouble. He sprinted and quickly jumped on his sword. Flying away as fast as he could, he turned back and saw that someone was clearly following him. Then he looked closer and realized it was an elderly alchemist. He flew after him and loudly ordered Saul to stop. Looking at his face, Sowol realized that he had already seen him at the entrance among the other alchemists. This was a senior alchemist at the spiritual energy law stage and immediately seemed suspicious to Saul. His name, as Saul learned later, was Bomchok, but realizing that he would catch up with him anyway, Saul stopped. He felt that nothing good could come of it. Sowol bowed respectfully to Chok and said his name, adding that he was here at the invitation of the So family. Then he asked how he could help him. Bomchok smiled evilly. He said that he hadn't seen Sowol here before, and since he was here at the invitation of the So family, he was probably a wandering alchemist. Sowol tried to remain calm, though drops of sweat trickled down his face. He replied that Chok had understood correctly and asked what the problem was. Bomchok's smile turned into a grin, and he hissed that there were so many problems that they couldn't be counted. And he continued that because the clans thoughtlessly let the lone spirit of various vagabonds into the earth, he would harvest less here. Sowol was silent and watched the senior alchemist carefully, watching what he would do. He remained silent for a moment, and then drew his weapon and said that he had decided to reduce the number of roaming alchemists himself. Sowol continued to stare at him intently. He was thinking that this turn of events was quite expected. He quickly drew out his strongest spiritual weapon and decided that considering that Bomchok was at the spiritual energy law stage, it was definitely not worth it for him to save his strength in battle. Chok marveled that a young alchemist like Sowol could control several spiritual weapons at once. He noted that it was an amazing skill, but then he announced that it was only a mid-level spiritual birth and wouldn't help Saul defeat him. And then he attacked. Sowol used his shield to repel Bomchok's attack and then used the mirror to turn it back on him. Senior alchemist Chok clearly didn't expect this turn of events. His own charms, supplemented by Sowol's, were suddenly turned against him. But he quickly came to his senses with a sly smile and let Saul know that he would not be defeated so easily. He activated his protective barrier and repelled the attack of all the artifacts aimed at him with ease and pleasure. Then he shouted that even though Sowol was quite capable for a boy at the spiritual birth stage, it was still not enough to deal with him. He also activated a smoke bomb. There was a massive explosion and then a huge smoke screen that hid Sowol from the enemy. Sowol took advantage of the smoke screen to ponder. He didn't know that the alchemist's barrier at the spiritual energy law stage was so strong. Sowol's spiritual energy was running out. Chok, meanwhile, continued to taunt. He said that no dirty smoke would interfere with his sense of Kai. He honestly admitted that he appreciated Sowol's skill, and it would be dangerous for such a capable alchemist to hold a grudge for the future. He laughed evilly and informed that for his own peace of mind he would have to get rid of Sowol. Bomchok began waving his weapon rapidly and yelling for Sowol to show himself. Sowol stood in a cloud of smoke and waited for the senior alchemist to let his guard down and approach him. As soon as he got close enough, Sowol used the 6th formation evil extermination sword technique. Bomchok used his spiritual barrier again and repelled the attack. Sowol's resistance made him mad. He yelled that it was time he realized that his tricks wouldn't work. Saul was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the barrier to reflect this technique at all. He quickly tried to think of what to do next. Seeing no other option, he decided to use the 10,000 explosive sword shards technique. Chuck clearly didn't expect Sowol to have it. The shards of Sovol's sword were flying at him at a tremendous speed. All of them hit the alchemist's spiritual barrier. There was a deafening explosion and thousands of flames erupted, consuming Bomchak along with his spiritual barrier. As soon as it happened, Sovol rushed out of the battlefield. He felt sorry for his Sword of Desire, but it was the only way to neutralize Chalk for a short time and get away. The senior alchemist was furious at Sovol's tricks. He wasn't seriously injured, but he was a bit disoriented. Gathering himself, he was determined to get revenge on this insolent tramp and send him to the next world. When the smoke cleared, he saw Sovol quickly leaving the scene of the battle and gritted his teeth, promising to wipe him out. In an instant, he caught up with Sowol, swung his staff, and was ready to strike a fatal blow. Sowol suddenly realized that this could be his last minute. Bomchak hurled his staff at Sovol with great force. His face expressed hatred and contempt for the insolent tramp. Saul instinctively clenched his eyes and covered his face with his hands. He was ready to say goodbye to the world, but for some reason nothing happened. Sowol opened one eye to see what was wrong. A gray-haired man stood in front of him. Chok called him Daos Quen O. He caught Bomchak's staff and remarked reproachfully that he was still oppressing those who were weaker. Bomchak was clearly dumbfounded by Quen O's appearance. His jaw dropped unnaturally low. He asked in a trembling voice what he was doing here. Quen O's gaze changed in a moment. He looked at Chok sternly and contemptuously and asked why he was still here. Bomchak couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't believe that Quen O could still be alive. He shouted his name several times. Instinctively, he backed up, increasing the distance between them. He shouted and swore again. Daos made a disgruntled face and scratched his ear with his finger. He remarked sarcastically that Chok seemed to have eaten a lot of voice pills during his absence and asked him not to yell like that. Then he looked at him carefully and smiled, saying that he had every right to be here. Bomchak was shaking with fear or anger. He asked Daos if he had been here for 40 years since he first set foot on Earth. Quen O calmly pointed out that it was nothing unusual, but he was surprised that anyone cared about his well-being. Then he bluntly said that he wanted Chok out of his sight immediately. Daos warned that he would now count to 3, and if Chok was still here, he would take it as a desire to compete, which he generally doesn't mind doing. Bomchak remembered that 40 years ago, Quen Cho was still in the middle of the spiritual energy law, and he wasn't going to compete with an opponent stronger than himself. So Bomchak quickly turned around and said he didn't want to waste time here and was gone. Daoist Quen O sighed sadly and said that he wouldn't mind warming up in battle. Sowol also felt that he was at least in the middle of the spiritual energy law. He was astonished. He didn't understand why the alchemist had helped him. Sowol folded his arms and bowed his head respectfully. He thanked his savior and said he would repay him in the future. Quen O was confused and a little surprised at his behavior. He replied that it was not difficult for him at all. And after a moment of silence, he added that, actually, Sowol could pay him back right now. The alchemist smiled strangely and looked at Sowol intently, waiting for his answer. Saul was wary. He knew it couldn't be that simple and smooth. He asked very seriously what he could do to help Quen O. To said that he really could, but not himself. Then he pointed his finger directly at Sowol, and told him he needed help from the scent-hunting cat that Sowol hides under his clothes. Sowol was afraid. He thought Daos wanted to take Wong Wong for himself. Sowol tensely looked at Quen O and sadly assumed that the latter had originally known that Sowol had a cat, and that was his goal, not to save Sowol. Quen O was a little confused, scratched the back of his head and replied good-naturedly that Sowol had cat hair all over his collar, and had noticed it. He wasn't going to rob him. He was just asking for help. Quen O turned away resentfully and said that he had decided to help him as soon as he heard that he was a guest of the So family. Then he whistled and Wong Wan immediately poked his head out from under his clothes. Sowol and Wong Wan looked at him in surprise. Sowol asked if Quen had also arrived as a guest of the So family. He replied cheerfully that now it was finally clear. He is Quen O, and yes, he also came here at the invitation of the Seo family. Sowol agreed to help Quen O, and together they set out to find the necessary healing herbs. Quen O told Sowol that he stayed at the spiritual core of Lone Spirit Earth to capture the giant ancient turtle. He explained that he also stayed because this place is full of spiritual energy, and it is easy to get the necessary materials, which makes it very easy to train. Sowol remarked in surprise that if you didn't leave the Lonely Spirit Land on time, they would take away all your loot as soon as the borders opened. Quen O looked at him questioningly, and then he explained that if he made Dan's pill here and swallowed it, no one could confiscate anything. Sowol was shocked he hadn't realized it himself. Quen O then descended to the ground. Sowol followed him. He folded his arms and announced that they had arrived at the place he had described. Quen O announced that this is where the giant ancient turtle's domain starts, and asked Wang Wan to track the turtle by scent. He raised his finger and pointed to the top of the mountain, saying that they would start there. Sowol interrupted him uncertainly. He explained, a little embarrassed, that the peculiarity of turtles is that they mostly nest near underground water. He suggested that we look for a cave and try our luck there. Quen O froze without saying a word. He looked at Soval carefully, trying to comprehend his words. He then asked Sowol in surprise if he was serious now. Soval nodded. Quen was extremely annoyed and surprised at his own ignorance. He fell to the ground and pounded his fists on it, screaming that he had spent a lot of time looking for her on the peaks, and she was just hiding underground. Sowol ordered the kitten to pick up the trail. Wangwan took the trail and the alchemist followed him. He led them to a high mountain cliff, came right to the edge of it, and stopped. The kitten was actively and thoroughly sniffing the ground on the cliff. Then he stopped abruptly. He turned to look at Sowol and meowed meaningfully, pointing downward with his paw. Sowol realized that Wangwan had finished searching and informed Quen-O that the giant ancient turtle's hideout was here. He noted that he had no idea where to look because of his narrow-mindedness. Sowol concentrated and used the Wind of Determination spell. Quen-O was very surprised that Sowol had such a spell. The fog around the rock cleared and the alchemist saw a huge hole leading into the cave below. Quen-O noted Sowol's abilities and he said he hadn't done anything special. Quen-O explained that there was no need for excessive modesty. He said that Sowol must have been trained by a very good master. They looked at the cave entrance in silence for a while. Then Quen also praised Wang and confidently said that this seemed to be the right place. Then he said a quick goodbye, said he had to go, and jumped down. A bewildered Sowol asked what he should do. Quen-O turned around and replied that Sowol had done his part and showed him the right place. And if he wanted to, he could go with him, but at his own risk. Sowol looked admiringly at Dao's Quen-O and was surprised to note that he was actually doing as he pleased. He looked seriously at Wang and explained that there was danger ahead, so the kitten would have to get into the bag. Then he opened the bag and a clearly disgruntled kitten was inside. Afterwards, he scattered and also jumped down the cliff directly into the underground abode of the giant ancient tortoise. Carefully landing in the cave, he saw Quen-O standing with his back to him, with his weapon at the ready. Soval called out to him quietly. Quen put his finger to his lips and told Soval to be quiet because it seemed like they had already woken the turtle. Suddenly, the walls and floor of the cave around them shook. Someone very large was clearly approaching them. Water began to drip rapidly from here. It felt like it was starting to rain a little in the cave. Suddenly, there was a deafening silence all around. The dripping stopped abruptly, the shaking of the walls and floor too. The alchemists raised their heads and saw it in front of them. The giant ancient tortoise with huge spikes on its head and a long mustache was staring down at them menacingly from above. Quen-O triumphantly said that it was a top-level giant tortoise. He looked at it with admiration and was madly happy about their long-awaited meeting. The turtle, however, seemed less enthusiastic. It gave a terrifying roar and raised its huge paw. Then, glaring angrily at the alchemists, she stomped forcefully so that they were thrown back a few meters. Quen-O quickly got to his feet and said that she was indeed a pain in the ass as he had been told. He activated his weapon and prepared for battle. Daosa Quen-O swung his axe skillfully several times and used the Moontooth spell. The turtle just stood there waiting. Streams of spiritual energy reached her and coiled around her. It howled in pain with its teeth wide open. Then she squinted her eyes fiercely. It was clear that the alchemist's spell had angered her more than hurt her. Quen-O opened his mouth in surprise. One of the most powerful spells only scratched the ancient tortoise. He marveled at its durability. He clearly admired the strength and power of a top-level demonic beast. Quen wasn't going to give up and decided to use a top-level artifact. He deftly took out a black treasure from his abundant sack and activated it. He aimed to pierce through the turtle's tough shell. A powerful stream of spiritual energy erupted from the artifact and was directed directly at the ancient giant tortoise. She stood there and watched the energy flow toward her without any fear. It looked like she was confident in her own invincibility and didn't take Quen-O seriously. The energy flow reached the turtle and went straight through it. The turtle stood there without making a sound. Sowol, who was watching, marveled at the power of the alchemist's spiritual energy. He had no idea that the average level of the spiritual energy law was so powerful. The turtle fell lifelessly to the ground. Sowol was amazed that Quen-O had defeated it with just one blow. He looked at it carefully to see if the battle was over, but the turtle's red eyes, full of anger, lit up again in the darkness. It roared furiously. The alchemist realized that this was not the end. The ancient turtle's shell glowed with a golden glow. It was still unclear what she was up to. The turtle began to spin and created powerful wind currents around itself that raised dust and scattered rocks. Then clouds of thick purple smoke formed and quickly began to approach the alchemist. The turtle still continued to spin. Quen-O activated his spiritual barrier and noted that the turtle's spiritual energy had weakened considerably. The alchemist figured the turtle was scared of them and was trying to take away their view and escape. Soval suspected that was not the case at all. Once the purple smoke reached the alchemist's barrier, he was shocked to notice that he was melting. A gaping hole formed in his barrier very quickly. Quen-O was confused and didn't know what to do. Sowol looked at him and realized that even though Quen-O had amazing abilities, he had never been able to master the art of wind. Sowol decided that his abilities could be very useful right now and activated the Wind of Determination spell. Quen-O shouted to Saul that this purple mist was preventing him from focusing and directing his spiritual energy, and ordered him not to interfere. lest he lose his life. Sooul spun a powerful stream of wind determination that picked up the purple smoke, collected it, and brought it to Sooul. Queno was amazed that an alchemist who had barely reached the middle level of heavenly birth could possess such a wind art, and Sooul kept going on, attracting the purple smoke and forming it into a shaped energy sphere. The smoke cleared, and the alchemist saw a turtle that stood and looked with its golden, glowing eyes directly at them. Sooul reduced the size of the sphere of purple smoke to the diameter of the neck of the test tube, and sent this sphere into it with the lid tightly closed. The ancient tortoise's eyes flashed with rage. She realized that this young alchemist had the nerve to challenge her. She opened her huge, toothy mouth and growled frantically. It was clear that she was not going to give up and would fight to the end. Queno quickly oriented himself, concentrated his spiritual energy, and tried to attack the turtle. He succeeded and looked at Sooul and thanked him for his good work, noting that after Sooul dispelled the annoying smoke, he would be able to finish the demon. At that moment, the turtle abruptly turned around and swung its playful and powerful tail to strike it directly at the alchemist. Sooul was the first to notice this, and he rushed towards the danger to cover them with his shield. The turtle's tail struck the shield with great force. There was a great rumbling sound. The shield shattered into several pieces, and Sooul was thrown backwards. Of course, the shield cushioned the blow that came at Sooul, but he still got hit hard. He flew backwards for what seemed like an eternity. Then he hit the stone wall of the cave with force and lost consciousness. There was a concerned cry from Queno. He wanted to know if Sooul was alive. Sooul lay against the wall and did not move. Queno was furious and shouted frantically for the turtle to pay attention to him and leave Sooul alone. He gritted his teeth and hissed for her not to ignore him and prepared to attack. The turtle opened its huge maw and roared ferociously, signaling that it was Queno's turn. He shouted back at her just as loudly to let her know he wasn't afraid of her and was ready to fight. He jumped high and swung his pickaxe, screaming at her that she was nothing but a stupid and insignificant creature. Queno concentrated as much energy as he could and delivered a powerful pickaxe strike directly at the turtle. It had been a long time since the battle. The alchemists were still in the damp and cold cave. Sooul came to his senses as a cold trickle of water dripped directly onto his cheek. He opened his eyes and saw Queno in front of him, who immediately asked if he was okay. Sooul even cried out in surprise. He hadn't expected Queno to stay here with him. He noted cheerfully that if he had the strength to shout, he was on the mend. The young alchemist examined his treated and bandaged wounds and was surprised to find that his mentor had cured him. He wanted to thank him, but he stopped him. He asked good-naturedly not to think that Sooul owed him his life, because he had helped a lot when he had dispelled that annoying lilac smoke. He then turned back around and showed Sooul the lifeless body of the ancient tortoise, devoid of a head. Sooul bowed respectfully to him and said that if it weren't for Queno's care, he would have died. He thanked him for saving him for the second time. Queno only brushed him off as a sycophant. He once again made it clear that they had helped each other, and therefore no one owed anyone anything. Suddenly, Sooul jumped up on the spot. He wondered how long he had been unconscious and was very afraid that it had been more than 2 weeks, and the way out had already closed. Queno calmly told him not to worry. It had only been 2 days since he had lost consciousness. Sooul scrutinized his artifacts that lay nearby. The armor and shield were in disrepair. He felt sorry for them, but thanks to them, he was alive now. Queno praised Sooul's talents. He noted that he had an excellent command of the art of wind, and that he could control his artifacts as if they were his own hands. But what struck him most was Sooul's character. Queno said that he was surprised that he rushed to help him. Not every alchemist would do that. Sooul replied good-naturedly that if Mentor failed to deal with the giant tortoise, Sooul would probably lose his life as well. So it was a matter of course. He put one arm around his neck in a fatherly way and pulled him close to him. Sooul cried out in pain and surprise. He reminded Mentor of his injury. Thoth cheerfully remarked that he wasn't that deep, so he shouldn't exaggerate. Quen promised Sooul some excellent pills to make him better faster. Saul thanked him for that. 2 weeks have passed since then. It was the day the doors to Lonely Spirit Earth closed. Some of the alchemists had already left Earth, but most of them still hadn't returned. Among them were some very young ones who might not have survived on the Lonely Spirit Earth. Seo Wee and Seo Gai-san were standing around discussing that their guests were late in returning. They had invited 11 people, including Un Sooul. So far, only 5 have come out, Seowi said worriedly, hoping that nothing had happened to them. Gison pointed her finger at a silhouette flying in the distance and drew her brother's attention to it. Seo Gizong shouted loudly and joyfully that it was Mr. Un Sooul. She was insanely happy that he was unharmed. Even Sooul heard her joyful shout from a good distance away. Sooul smiled and looked up at them. Gison was jumping and waving at him happily. She beckoned for him to come down to them and congratulated him on his return. Sooul turned the artifact in their direction and deftly jumped to the ground, bowing to his brother and sister. They bowed in return. Seo Wee also congratulated him on his return. Sooul was pleased to note that they had returned safely. The brother and sister asked him how successful the trip to Lonely Spirit Land had been. He smiled and said that thanks to them he had gotten a lot of useful things. So V suggested that Saul join them next time. Geisen promised him a hunt for demonic beasts. At the same time, the brigand Chok flew past them. He watched Sowol chattering contemptuously with Seo Wee and Seo Gisan. Chok gritted his teeth in rage, his eyes bloodshot, and he hissed that Soval was just lucky. Sowol also immediately sensed the spiritual energy. He discreetly looked up at him and thought he was just a bandit. His co-workers did not understand why Chok stood still for so long. They urged him to go on. Without taking his eyes off Soval, he said he was going. Sowol watched Chok and thought that the next time they met, he would definitely be stronger and would not let him defeat him so easily. Sowol replayed each of his losses in front of his eyes. First, he remembered how easily he had been defeated by the water dragon. Then the triumphant face of Chok, who would have also been victorious if not for the saving appearance of Quen-O, appeared in front of his eyes. Then he remembered the powerful and devastating blow of the ancient tortoise's tail that had robbed him of 2 wonderful artifacts, and only therefore kept him alive. He remembered perfectly well how he had flown backwards without knowing for sure if he would ever open his eyes again. Sowol was well aware that in all these cases he was just lucky to be alive. He had already returned to Liji County and was thinking about it while sitting on his bed next to Wong Wong, who was clearly eager to play and have fun. Sowol felt that his abilities were worthless. He miraculously managed to survive all those fights. If it wasn't for Quen-O, he would have lost his life either at the hands of Chok or the giant ancient turtle. He urgently needed to build up his strength. He sadly took the box out of his bag of plenty, looked at it, and thought that he couldn't go on like this. In the box were 4 killing pills that he had prepared from ingredients stolen from the dragon. With them, he hoped to break through to a higher level. In front of his eyes, he clearly saw opponents who were clearly stronger than him, and whom he would definitely not be able to defeat if he did not move to a new level of spiritual energy. Sowol resolutely looked at the pills and realized that this time, he would have to break through the spiritual energy gate. He explained to Garen that Teal could attack at any moment. Most likely, he had already noticed his apprentice's absence, and Soval needed to leave and prepare. She apologized for dragging him into this. Sowol good-naturedly pointed out that it was rather that they had become unwilling participants in matters that concerned alchemists. He asked her to take it as payment for saving him. He hopped on his flying sword and said he wouldn't be far away and would come right back if he sensed danger. Garen asked him to be careful with tenderness and concern. Sowol abruptly flew upwards. Garen watched his flight and thought that Un Sooul was a very kind person after all. She sincerely wished for this young and brave alchemist to make whatever he had in mind come true. Sowol flew around and surveyed the neighborhood. He was looking for a secluded spot near the county. Just then he spotted the entrance to the cave. He quickly jumped down from the artifact to look around. The county was perfectly visible from the cave. It was in the palm of his hand. Sowol decided that this place was perfect for him. Even if the Zhu family was attacked by an alchemist from the cave, he would be able to sense it and take countermeasures. Sowol sat in the cave in total darkness. Only at the end of the cave was there a bright spot at the exit. He was thinking so beautifully. He decided that he would improve the shield and sword of desire. They had been generally useless at his level for a long time now and needed improvement. Time to make a new artifact. Sowol gratefully remembered Quen-O, thanks to whom he had gotten a lot of useful materials, and could now make a new, more powerful weapon. Saul needed Nadon to absorb the Earth's energy, and it was fortunate that Mentor Quen gave him the turtle's body. He's a peculiar man, but he's a kind man. Sowol went to work. He took care of the sword while Nadon rebuilt the shield and made it stronger. Sowol had finished the first part of artifact making. Next, it was necessary to temper the spiritual energy, which would be completed without his participation after some time. While the artifacts were going through the last stage of hardening, Sowol decided it was time to work on his spiritual energy. He closed his eyes and concentrated. The pills of their box hung in the air and slowly, one by one, made their way to Soval's mouth. After eating the pills, Un Sooul sat in the lotus posture and concentrated all his spiritual energy. He closed his eyes, trying to assimilate the energy of the pills. Sowol was completely immersed in himself, and time began to pass unnoticed. Droplets of sweat trickled down his face. He felt this amazing energy of the pills inside him, and tried to internalize them all. As the days turned to nights, the young alchemist Un Sooul was still in the cave trying to reach a new level of spiritual energy. He had perfectly mastered the heavenly birth and at least regained the energy level he was at in the demon forest. Saul was happy because he didn't even have to use the energy from the pills. As his masters had said, it was much easier to regain the level of spiritual energy he had already attained. Sowol decided that he could absorb the energy of the remaining pills in one go to try to break through the spiritual gate. He concentrated, and right in front of him appeared a spiritual gate that was still closed to him, but this time he seriously expected to break through it. Suddenly, Sowol clearly felt that he was not alone. Behind him were dozens of his energy incarnations that would help him conquer the gate, and their numbers grew and grew. Sowol felt a tremendous growing power inside him. He stretched his arm forward and saw that he was soaked in spiritual energy. He stretched his arm forward and saw that he was saturated with spiritual energy. He easily and confidently swung his hand and directed all of his energy helpers straight towards the spiritual gate. They ran as fast as they could toward the gate. They were outrunning each other, and each of them wanted to break through as much as Sooul did. They were doing their best. They pushed the door with their arms, legs, and shoulders. They tried their best to break through the gate. All of them were Soul's spiritual energy, and he felt that it was lacking. The young alchemist was visibly exhausted and exhaled heavily. He watched frustratedly as his energy assistants tried unsuccessfully and realized that the gate had not moved a millimeter. He remembered each of his masters. After all, they had told him what he needed to do to break through the spirit gate. He felt as if they were watching him and were not happy. It was as if Sooul had been hit on the head with a fist. He remembered the words of the fourth master who would do just that. He said that you had to turn your head and remember that to break through the gate, one had to think not only about the quantity of spiritual energy, but also about its quality in equal measure. The fourth master seemed to be beside him now. Suddenly, the first master appeared beside him. He judiciously said that Sooul was just in a hurry. Zhangguan said that losing to the pacifiers must have really made him in a hurry. All five masters appeared before Soul's eyes. Zhang Gang told him to find peace of mind, and the third master added that the alchemist really needed to examine his own soul. The masters looked at him good-naturedly and tried to support him. They believed that he would succeed. Un Sooul himself believed in himself after realizing this. He calmed down, relaxed, and tried to look inside himself. Sooul believed that the masters would have told him exactly those words. Thanks to the ice breakthrough, his mind cleared, and he realized that he had forgotten an important thing. Soul's eyes instantly glowed with the blue light of icy energy. Now he knew exactly what he had to do. Direct the energy of the pills to change the quality of the spiritual energy. The first thing he did with the remaining pills added sharpness to the chi of gold. He then decided to channel the energy of the pills to cool down the spiritual power with the chi of water. Then I strengthened everything with the chi of wood. The chi of fire and the chi of the earth created a subtle connection. Sooul realized that the spiritual energy gate was big and bulky, which meant that he needed to focus on the sharp energy chi of gold and the dense chi of water. He tried to put it all together and unite all of his energy helpers with it, directing all of his forces towards the gate. Sooul was fully focused, his consciousness divided among all the energy helpers. He became each of them. In an instant, Sooul was already standing in front of the heaven's gate. He already feels its cool doors with his hands, and all the energy is concentrated in him alone again. He gently and confidently directs this energy to the gate with one single request: open it. It is as if the gate hears him and responds to his efforts. Then Sooul hears a loud explosion. Large and small rocks fly past him, and he sees a gap in the gate from which a cold and bright light radiates. And Sooul continues to focus all of his energy on his one desire. He must open the heaven's gate in its entirety. And then the cold light is replaced by warm and pink. Saul lifts his head tiredly. Sweat trickles down his face, and he sees that he has finally succeeded. In front of his eyes is a huge open heaven's gate that seems to invite Sooul to pass on, and he realizes that he has managed to break through it. Meanwhile, Wang Tiel, the elder of the blacksmith clan, was tapping his fingers on his throne to a rhythm only he knew. He had learned that his apprentice, Deong Jubyong, had disappeared. He looked carefully at his sixth disciple, who was reporting that Jubyong had seemingly vaporized from Nanyang and was most likely already dead. The elder of the Smith clan looked away and thought for a moment. Then he asked what task Jubyong had been assigned before he disappeared. Zhang Dongbu's disciple clearly replied that at Wang Guang's request, Jubyong went to Lijie to eliminate the county head, and according to his companion, they managed to enter the manor. Donbu also said that there were rumors that another alchemist had visited the manor. Tiel said thoughtfully that another alchemist could have eliminated Jubayon. It made sense. The apprentice suggested that to eliminate Jubayon, one would need at least a mid-level celestial birth. He offered to deal with the alchemist. Tiel didn't want to take that risk. Wan Tiel slowly rose from his throne and said that Dong Jubyong had died because of his family's deed, so he should avenge it himself. He looked resolutely at his apprentice and ordered him to bring him into the manor so that he could personally deal with the enemy who had stood in his way and taken his apprentice's life. He agreed. At that time in Lijie County, Un Sooul had returned to his dwelling. He had already finished training in the cave and making new artifacts. He was overjoyed. He was glad to see his new sword and shield, which now corresponded to the level of the law of spiritual energy he had ascended to. He planned to train hard so that he could reach the Sun Breath stage and meet his teacher sooner. He realized that he needed to train the techniques of the masters. He planned to train the heavenly Qigong technique taught to him by the first master, Frost Air Qigong from the fifth master, and the evil slaying sword technique. He suddenly felt the presence of the other alchemists. Sooul opened the door of his dwelling and stepped cautiously outside. He put his hands behind his back and resolutely and calmly asked the uninvited guests what had brought them here. In front of him, Wang Tiel and his sixth disciple were hovering in the air. Tiel squeamishly noticed that Sooul was only in the middle of spiritual birth and was upset that he was able to defeat his disciple. Sowol looked at him carefully and ventured a guess that he was the famous Wang Teal elder of the blacksmith clan. Teal realized that Yuban had told Sowol everything. He coldly said that it was time to finish his introduction since he had come here to take Sowol's life in exchange for the life of his disciple. He nobly said that as the senior alchemist, he would yield the first strike to Sowol and offered to get him any of his artifacts. Saul stood there, silent and meaningful. Sowol took out all of his upgraded artifacts in a flash. He stood proudly and looked at Van Teal. Teal was clearly surprised by his artifacts. He had noticed that Sowol's abilities were far inferior. He would need them after the death of their current owner. Teal offered to start and activated his spiritual barrier. Zhang Dongbu marveled that the teacher didn't relax even with a heaven-born opponent, and protected himself with the barrier. Sowol smiled, tossed the magic pearls in his hand, and said that Van Teal was very generous to give him a blow that could affect his life. He swung around and threw 5 pearls in Teal's direction. 4 of them were identical and 1 was different from the others. The 4 pearls hit the barrier and practically dissolved into it without doing any damage. He said dismissively that it was too pathetic and just dust in his eyes. The experienced elder immediately noticed one powerful pearl that was different from the rest, and realized Sowol's plan to divert his attention for a real attack. The 5th pearl hit the barrier and exploded. Tiel noted that it was too obvious a plan and said he was sorry that his apprentice had died at the hands of such an amateur. Sowol raised his head and looked at him calmly, promising that his words would boomerang back to him. Tiel didn't understand the meaning of Sowol's words. He raised one eyebrow in surprise and asked him to explain what he meant. But before Sowol could reply, Van Teel's spiritual barrier began to melt before his eyes. Thiel was shocked and didn't understand what was happening. Sowol triumphantly explained that not only the barrier disappeared, but the spiritual energy with it. Tiel turned gray before his eyes. He didn't understand what the devil's trick was. Sowol moved quickly to Tiel and whispered contemptuously in his ear that when he met him, he realized why Yuban had fallen so quickly in battle. He then pulled out his renewed sword and decided to use it for its intended purpose of stabbing Tiel through and through with it. Tiel drew his sword, shouting angrily and swinging it indiscriminately. He could not believe that such a young man could defeat him so easily. Sowol moved a short distance away from him and looked at him with a piercing stare. Then a whirlwind and bright red flames swirled around him. In just a second, Sowol dissolved into him and disappeared. The elder was confused and lost sight of him, but suddenly he heard Sowol from behind him, telling him that he was here. Sowol trapped Tiel and slammed his energy trap shut. The effect of the ancient giant tortoise's spiritual energy was simply amazing. Sowol kept strengthening and strengthening his energy trap, determined not to let Van Tiel even move. Inside the trap was the elder's confused and helpless face. He still didn't understand what kind of power had done this to him. Unable to resist, Tiel shouted desperately that he didn't understand how this was possible. After a moment, he clutched his throat doomedly. His scream faded into a helpless, muffled groan, and then there was silence. Sowol dealt Elder Tiel a decisive blow, and his head had already left his shoulders for good. In the distance, Wang Tiel's 6th apprentice watched their battle dazedly. He realized that since his master couldn't defeat Sowol, he must have already passed the spiritual birth, and then sensed that the one was not just at the spiritual energy loss stage, but also a skilled master that was able to immobilize Master Tiel in a couple of blows. Zhang Dongbu noticed that Sowol's gaze was directed directly at him. His face became tense. Sweat was dripping from his forehead. Sowol asked Thiel's apprentice directly what he wanted to do with him, and whether he wanted to share his teacher's fate. But the answer he got was not what he expected. Dongbu fell to the ground in a low bow. He bowed again and again and called Sowol his mentor. He swore that he had done nothing wrong and begged Sowol to spare him, promising that he was ready to do any of his errands. He assured me that he could tell me everything about the blacksmith clan and that he could also make talismans. Sowol thought about it and realized that Dongbu really wanted to live and was ready to do anything. The 6th apprentice cheered up a bit when he noticed that Sowol believed him. He confirmed that he would do anything if Un Sooul would spare him, so he decided to test the seriousness of his words. He grinned and said he agreed to keep him alive. Dongbu grudgingly asked if he had understood him correctly. Sowol was silent and smiling, while Zhang Dongbu looked at him tensely and waited for an answer. Sowol said that he had a condition. He took something out of his bag of abundance and held out his hand to Dom with a clenched fist. Then he unclenched it. There lay a black pill. Sowol ordered him to eat the pill. Dongbu was scared out of his wits. He looked warily at the black pill in Sowol's palm and asked cautiously what it was. Sowol looked at him and replied that it was a medicine that would keep him from doing anything stupid. He was the only one who could make the antidote, and Dongbu would come for it every 6 months. Then he smiled slyly and once again clarified whether the student was willing to do anything for life or whether he should take his life right now. He jumped up and shouted that he would do anything. He took the pill and examined it. Dongbu thought that it was unlikely that Sowol would want to waste poison on him. With his powers, it would be quicker to send him to the next world himself. He opened his mouth, put the pill in it, and swallowed it quickly. Sowol watched the process contentedly, remembering the time in Gyu-un's cave, even though this poison was not as deadly as that one. Jong Dongbu clutched his eyes. He felt his spiritual energy dissipate and disappear. He hated Sowol for what he had done to him. Meanwhile, Sowol decided to examine Von Thiel's artifacts. It was said that he had killed many alchemists for their artifacts. He saw a strange earthenware vessel with a strange inscription, and it interested him. Sowol decided to examine it and find out what was inside. He opened the cork, and a cloud of green, incomprehensible substance flew into his face, shrouding his head in a green mist. Donbu instinctively cried out to warn Sowol, but not in time. Seeing that the vessel was open, Donbu turned away and covered his mouth and nose so as not to accidentally inhale the poison released from the vessel. He rejoiced at Sowol's stupidity, and he thought with delight that the poison from the wrongly opened vessel of salvation would surely send the young master into the next world. He activated his barrier and straightened up, watching Sowol. He was happy that carelessness and complacency would ruin this alchemist with no sense of self-preservation. Suddenly, a shocking thought struck Donba. He realized that if Sowol left this world, there would be no one to prepare an antidote for the medicine he had just swallowed. He clutched his head in confusion, not knowing what to do. He shouted that Sowol had to live to survive, and he himself. Meanwhile, the green mist near Sowol had cleared, and Donbu saw that the poison had not done him any harm. Moreover, Master Un said that the poison from the vessel was of low quality. Then Sowol looked at Donba and said with a smile that he had screamed so loudly that he had decided not to die, and jokingly thanked him for his rescue, and ordered him to follow him. He said it would be good if Donbu told him how to open the vessel of salvation. He was furious, but he obeyed. Sowol and Donbu returned to Sowol's dwelling in Liji County. A sad Bo was sitting on the doorstep of his dwelling, sighing heavily. He was sad that since Un Sooul had brought that strange man, he had not left his dwelling or spoken to anyone for a year. Sowol, meanwhile, stood in his dwelling and thought about something. He was holding one of the magic talismans he had just made. Then he turned to Dom, standing behind him, and said cheerfully that he now knew how to make low-level talismans. The latter feigned sincere joy and admired the mentor. Saul was also pleased with himself. He stretched his shoulders and said that since he had strengthened all the artifacts, it was time to go to the blacksmith clan. Donbu supported his idea and said that now was the time, because the disappearance of Van Til, whom he had habitually called a teacher, had already aroused suspicion in the clan. Sowol thought for a moment and remembered that Chan had told him that to be effective and not to arouse suspicion, he needed to be at the 7th stage of Dan's development. He had confirmed his words. Sowol concentrated and channeled his spiritual energy into disguising his true abilities. After a moment, he opened his eyes and looked at Donba with a smirk, asking him if he now looked like an alchemist with Stage 7 Dan's development. Donbu enviously thought that Sowol's abilities were amazing. He really hadn't sensed any power from him above the 7th level of Dan's development. He realized how he had managed to deceive Teal. Sowol read the answer on Donbu's face and turned and strode briskly toward the exit, saying they were moving out now. He was eager to see the riches Teal had amassed. After a while, Sowol reached the blacksmith clan and was accepted as a newcomer to their training. And now, one of the elders of the blacksmith clan was speaking in front of the newcomers in a huge square. His name was No Geja, and he was in charge of training. He explained loudly that the presence of the newcomers here meant that their abilities were recognized and appreciated. Then he paused for a pause, which was sure to be followed by some but, and smiled meaningfully. And then shouted loudly that since they were honored to be here, they should forget about fun. For now, they occupy the lowest position in the clan. There is no one lower here, so it is up to them to take on all the small errands and take care of their mentors and elders. They have been promised a lot of work and some soul stones in return. Geja said it's up to them. They should do their best and improve their abilities. Afterwards, he asked if they understood everything. The students answered that they had understood. The elder nodded in satisfaction and said that the assignments would be distributed one by one and then left the square leisurely. A young, russet-haired alchemist immediately approached Sowol and asked if he was the same Un Sooul. He nodded in surprise. The alchemist explained that his older brother Chong had vouched for him and asked if Un Sooul had a preference for work. Un Sooul replied confidently that he wanted to grow medicinal herbs. The interlocutor replied that it would not be difficult to get a newcomer into the fields, and immediately warned that the owner of the fields has a very difficult character and kicks out many people. But Sowol didn't change his mind. The russet-haired man said he understood him and would make it all right. Then he quietly asked him to put in a good word for him with his older brother. Saul promised he would. As planned, Sowol arrived at the fields of healing herbs. They were located in a valley between steep cliffs. Walking amongst the fields, Sowol was surprised to find that the grass was deliberately planted at a great distance to visually maximize the amount of crop and earth energy storage. He could feel the energy of only one person in the vast area around him, which was to his advantage. He headed straight for his house. He knocked confidently on the door and opened it cautiously, checking to see if anyone was home. Mokchong, who was the owner of the fields, was lying on the table smoking a pipe. He looked at the uninvited guest without any interest. He was surprised by what he saw. He introduced himself and said that he would now work in his fields. Again, the owner of the fields did not react at all and just nodded. Sowol was confused. He didn't know how to react and asked his master what to do and where to start. The master seemed to be already dozing off, so he waved him off and told him to do something. Sowol was about to leave when suddenly Mokchok opened his eyes and asked him to stop. Chok looked at him and was silent, unfroze, and didn't understand what had happened. Chok, who was at the 12th stage of celestial birth, was able to recognize his hiding technique. Mokchok's piercing gaze seemed to scan through Un Sooul. He called out to him quietly. Sowol was uncomfortable with this unpredictable situation. He tried to remain calm and approached. He thought about what he would do if Chok discovered him. Mokchok squinted his eyes and scrutinized Sowol's face, then said that he was very handsome, even more handsome than their leader. Sowol exhaled and thanked him. He smilingly noted that their clan had not had such handsome boys for a long time, and asked if he needed to find a bride. Sowol laughed, thanked him, and said no. Then he said his face wouldn't be saved if he didn't do the work. He held out 2 books and told him to learn them in 3 days. On the 4th day, he promised to trust him with the job and kick him out if he failed. He allowed me to live in any of the empty rooms and warned me that besides him, there were 2 other seniors here with whom I had to be polite. Then he turned over on his other side with his back to Sowol and said that they would see each other in 3 days. But now he was tired and did not want Sowol to disturb him. Sowol said goodbye and left. He chose his room and in the evening decided to begin studying the books the master of the fields had given him. The books contained detailed instructions, and Sowol realized that Mokchok had made them himself. Un knew how to gather herbs and make pills, but he had to learn how to grow them. He quickly enough learned everything in the book, put it aside, and decided it was time to get down to the basics. Sowol looked out the window and looked around. There didn't seem to be anyone around. Making sure there were no unnecessary eyes, he quickly and deftly jumped down from the window. Before even reaching the ground, in one motion, he pulled out a garment just like Vantil's from his bag of abundance. And with literally one confident sweep of his arm, he threw it right over his clothes. Vantil's costume fit Un Sooul perfectly. The only thing left to do was to use a reversal spell and change his appearance. With Sowol's current level of spiritual energy, it took less than a second. It was no longer Un Sooul who had jumped out of the window, but the elder of the blacksmith clan who landed on the ground. After that, he went to the meeting place agreed upon with Donbu. He was already waiting for him there. He landed softly and silently on the stone pavement of the square. Yang Dongbu noted that Sowol had arrived. Sowol said that with his detailed information about the clan and Vantiel, he would have no trouble pretending to be him. He praised him. He said he thanked him for saving him. Sowol recalled that Donbu had said that in addition to the vault accessible only to the elders, TL had hidden soul stones and artifacts here as well, so they were on target. Chan said there was a problem. Sowol, or rather now, TL looked warily at Donba and clarified what problem he was talking about. Zhang Dongbu said that the clan head had heard about his return and realized that Wang Tiele had returned with him, so the head decided to summon him personally. That same evening, Sowol Tiel had requested an audience with the head of the blacksmith clan. He had approved his request, and now Sowol was on his way to him. Sowol entered the clan chief's office with his gaze lowly and his hands folded. He inquired about his health. The head of the Wu Hyugi clan slowly raised his head and looked at him carefully. He noted that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Wu Hyugi said he had prepared Wang Tiele's favorite liquor and offered him a drink. He thanked him. Hyugi honestly admitted that he was very worried because Tiele hadn't said anything before he left, and he had hoped that he would be back soon. But his trip had been delayed. Van Tiele apologized for making the head worry. In his defense, he said that Donbu had returned earlier and should have reported everything, but Yuga must have been interested in something else. The head of the Smith clan reminded him that he had disappeared before a very important event. Sowol tensed up. Donbu hadn't mentioned it, which meant the head and Elder Wang had discussed it privately. He noted as calmly as he could that he was back now. Yu Hyugi agreed with him and said that since everything was fine, there was no point in blaming the past. He drank the liquor with pleasure and said that Van Tiel had returned just in time. He said that during Van's absence, the training had been slow, but that the clan had recruited a whole crowd of students, and asked if he'd been able to see them. Teal took a sip of the liquor and replied indifferently that he was not interested in the affairs of young chickens. Saul noted to himself that the new students had been recruited to prepare for something. The head laughed. He remembered that Wang Tiel himself had once joined the clan as a sword stand. He believed that even though most of his students would die, there would be some who could. like Elder Wang Tiel himself. It was then that Sowol realized what grand event Wu Hyugi was referring to. He must be talking about the empty sheath. Sowol looked up and stared fiercely at the head of the blacksmith clan. He said quietly and confidently that a battle was coming. Wu Hegi smugly noted that this battle would be completely different from the others. After all, this time the majority of the authorities had taken their side. It was because they had recently seen the head of the SEO family and the elders get trapped and killed, and as a result, they realized what was going on. It was only fitting that the blacksmith clan would be able to get their hands on the soulstone mines. After all, they had long wanted to take over the soulstone mines of the So family. TL said that everything worked out in their favor. He added belligerently that his heart began to beat faster at the thought of destroying the scum of the official clans. Soval understood why the SEO family was short of men for the campaign. Then the head honestly admitted that he was very worried when Van Thiel suddenly and for so long disappeared. Thiel once again apologized for the inconvenience and assured that he was trying to better prepare himself for the upcoming war. After that, Van Thiel decided to leave to go to the Treasury of Glory and finish the last preparations for the war. And Hyugi happily remarked that he was now calm. Sowol walked out of the clan head's office and pondered the fact that a bloody storm would soon hit Yangzhou. According to the head's words, almost all the ruling clans will be involved in the war. Many families will clash with each other, but the Zhu family is from the earthly world, so they won't be affected. Which means this battle has nothing to do with Soval. He decided not to get involved, to stash Thiel's possessions and just disappear, letting the situation take care of itself. And so Sowol stands right in front of the entrance to the Treasury of Glory, whose entrance is only available to someone of elder level and above. Sowol immediately noticed that the treasure house was heavily guarded. There were guards all around the perimeter. As soon as he came closer, the guards at the entrance immediately dutifully bowed to him and greeted him. Van Thiel, or rather Sowol, clearly ordered him to open the glory treasury so he could take something. The guards obediently obeyed. 4 alchemists immediately appeared in front of the doors of the treasury and immediately began to open the treasury. They each concentrated and generated their own unique stream of energy and directed it at the seal on the door. In order to open the doors of the treasury, one needed the simultaneous effects of 4 spiritual energy law level alchemists. Each of the alchemists opened a different part of the seal. Saul had no idea what unique items could be so heavily guarded. Meanwhile, the seal on the door opened and moved aside, thus opening the doors themselves. One of the alchemists stepped forward and told Van Thiel to follow him. He had to walk carefully and trail behind him. The elder nodded. He did as the alchemist said and followed him strictly, and did not step where the alchemist did not step. It was quite easy as the alchemist's footprints shone brightly on the smooth surface of the floor. Sowol walked and realized that the space inside was huge. They had already passed 2 pavilions. He realized that the Smith clan was to be taken seriously. The alchemist stopped at a huge door. He turned around and said that they had arrived. He said that he would not interfere, for the elder himself knew how to open the door and walked away. Saul was very confused, though he tried to keep his composure. He realized that this was a bad thing, for he had no idea how to open the door. Donbu didn't mention that any door had to be opened separately. The alchemist looked at Thiel and asked what was wrong. The alchemist looked at Thiel and asked what was wrong. He didn't even realize that the door had a special way of opening, just like the vessel of salvation. There was no way to open it. He couldn't handle 4 alchemists and escape the clan, and suddenly it hit him. The vessel of salvation might be the key. Donbu had taught Soval how to open it, and maybe this method would work here too. The alchemist had no other thoughts and ideas anyway, so he concentrated activated spiritual energy and decided to give it a try. And to Sowol's great happiness, the door immediately yielded and actually opened. He breathed a sigh of relief. The elderly alchemist was still standing with his back to him. Elder Van Thiel took a confident step towards the door and immersed himself in the cloud of light that radiated from there. As soon as Sowol finished inspecting the contents of the treasury, he confidently made his way to the exit. The guards bowed respectfully and wished him good luck. After assessing Thiel's loot, Sowol realized how he was so good at covering his tracks in this world. Gradually returning to his true form, Sowol grinned and imagined the look on the clan head's face if he knew what was going on behind his back. After his trek to the treasury, Sowol returned to the fields of Clan Smith. He enjoyed the tranquility of the fields and couldn't believe that a battle was coming soon. He lay relaxed in the shade of a tree and was glad that Mok Chong had taken a liking to him, which meant that he could train right here in the fields for a while. He had already decided that he would refine the 6th formation of the evil slaying sword technique here, and at the same time, he would learn how to cultivate the healing herb. Suddenly, he felt someone's spiritual energy. This was alarming because Master had forbidden ordinary disciples from coming here, so Sowol thought it was Mok Chok's disciples. A tall young alchemist wearing a red robe and a tightly tied bundle on his head appeared right above him. He shouted that a disciple of the great clan dare not lie idle. Sowol sat down and replied that he was resting because he had finished all his assigned tasks and asked the stranger who he was. He called himself the great apprentice of the clan and told Sowol to introduce himself. Sowol realized that he was facing Great Big Brother Wu. He apologized and introduced himself. Wu said he would not scold him since he was working here, but told him not to set a bad example for others. Sowol promised that this would not happen again, and then smiled harmlessly and dared to ask Big Brother Yu what brought him here. After all, normal students are not allowed to enter the fields. It was obvious that this question confused Wu, but he quickly came to his senses and shouted that he was a grand apprentice of the clan, and there were no places he couldn't go. Sowol said calmly that he was new here and didn't know it. He knew that Wu was the son of the head and thought that he was obviously up to something. Wu rolled his eyes and calmly said he understood. Then he casually asked where Sister Mok was. Sowol apologized and said he didn't know. He had been here for half a month, but he had never met Sister Mok. Hearing this, Wu sat down next to Sowol and said with a sneer that it meant that he had never managed to get a place in the fields, and he was just a poor guy who was just digging in the ground. Un and Wu got to talking. Sowol said that he was satisfied with the cultivator's performance, but Brother Wu did not believe him, and promised that he would change his mind as soon as he saw Mok. He laughed, suggesting that afterward Sowol might be 100 times more pleased than he was now. Sowol asked Wu in surprise if Sister Mok was so beautiful. He laughed heartily, surprised at Soval's ignorance. Now he really believed he was new here, since he didn't know that Mok was the prettiest girl in the clan. He said he was shocked that the master of the fields could have such a beautiful daughter. She's assigned to the fields, so he has to sneak in to see her. Sowol immediately caught him and reminded him that he had said he could go wherever he wanted. Wu was a little embarrassed, and then earnestly asked Sowol not to tell Fieldmaster and Mok that he was here. Otherwise, he promised that Sowol would fly out of here where he didn't like it. Suddenly, they heard a woman's voice calling for Big Brother. They turned to him at the same time, and Wu said Mok's name fearfully and smiled stupidly. Mok stood right in front of them and looked sternly at W. She was clearly saying that she had already asked him not to infiltrate the fields, and he had done it again. Then, apparently wanting to scare Big Brother Wu even louder, she shouted that she would report the matter to the head. She actually succeeded. Wu was terrified. He was stammering and babbling about how the newcomer was lost and he'd brought him here to help. Mok lowered her gaze somewhat uncertainly and then looked at Sowol and asked if he was their new field apprentice, Un Sooul. Sowol confirmed this and respectfully greeted Sister Mok's mentor for the first time. She asked him to be more careful next time and not to inconvenience the elders. He gave his word that he would. Wu laughed stupidly and said he would always be glad to help. Sister Mok then calmly and coldly thanked Wu for his help and asked him to leave. He was upset, but he obediently walked away. His face showed how embarrassed and disappointed he was at the lack of reciprocation from Mok, but he just walked away in silence. Sowol looked at him sympathetically. He realized that Big Brother Wu was head over heels in love with Mok, who didn't seem to care about him at all. As soon as Wu was out of sight, Mok exhaled and smiled sympathetically, telling Soval that it was Wu who had made him uncomfortable, not the other way around. He replied that it wasn't like that. Then, in a business-like manner, she said that she knew that her father had given him books with teachings, and told him to come to her tomorrow to learn how to work in the fields. Soval nodded. He noted that Mok looked more serious than his father and was glad that he was going to learn how to grow herbs. He also thought that Wu Jung was no match for him. He was walking along absorbed in his thoughts when suddenly he heard Mok ask him to stop. He froze in surprise. Mok's mentor looked at him carefully and slowly and asked him about who he really was. Sweat ran down Soval's face. He tried his best to remain calm and turned his head slowly, pretending he hadn't heard the question, and gently asked her again. Mok kept her piercing gaze on him, which seemed to see right through him. Then she asked him slowly and seriously why he was hiding his powers. Sowol didn't believe that she recognized the cloaking technique. It meant that she wasn't at the heavenly birth stage, but at a stage far above it. He pretended not to know what she meant, but Mok was not so easily deceived. She was sure she was right, and she told him not to play dumb because he wasn't. Clearly, she ordered her to explain why a spiritual energy law level alchemist was pretending to be at the Dan development stage and infiltrating their fields. So well that she could see right through him. Respectfully and calmly, he decided to explain to her that he was here to learn how to grow healing herbs and to practice in a quiet place filled with spiritual energy. Mok didn't really believe his words, but she was filled with doubt and rage. She knew Sowol was dangerous and demanded to know one reason why she should not take his life. Saul still very calmly and confidently told her that hiding abilities was not such a grave sin as to take a person's life because of it. All the more reason for her to do the same. Mok screamed that she had a different situation. After all, she hides her abilities to keep things simple. Sowol boldly looked her straight in the eye and told her that he had exactly the same situation. Mok clutched her head, which was bursting with thoughts. She clearly didn't know whether to believe Soval or not. Then she turned away abruptly and ordered him to prepare a dwelling near her hut so that she could personally watch his every move. She turned around and gave Soval a menacing look and said seriously that if she saw anything suspicious, he would be in trouble. He bowed to her obediently and said he would gladly obey and fulfill any demands. Sister Mok then strode quickly away toward her hut, and Sowol stared at her for a long time and remained silent. Then he relaxed and decided that even though she was formidable, she didn't want to just harm people. Sowol was sure that Mok was a good person. As promised, Sowol had moved into the hut next to Mok's house and was now settling in. He was still studying the artifacts stolen from Von Teal's treasury and continued to marvel at them. Tiel had a huge amount of soul stones. Sowol couldn't even imagine how many alchemists the Elder had killed to collect so many, and how many manuscripts there were that, though unsigned, contained secret teachings. It's likely that Tiel left only those that could be of use. Sowol was studying one of the manuscripts and came across a rather interesting art. It intrigued him so much that he decided to try it himself right away. He concentrated all the spiritual energy within and mentally directed it to realize what he wanted. Slowly, his own image began to appear in front of him. The drops came together and created a copy of him. Saul opened his eyes and was delighted with the result. He was standing in front of him, and he was absolutely real. With a little spiritual energy, he was able to create a copy of himself. And the manuscript said that even an alchemist at the Breath of the Sun stage wouldn't be able to tell where the doppelganger was. Sowol wondered why Von Teal had not used this technique and decided to study its disadvantages. He learned that there are often control problems. The doppelganger freezes and gives itself away. But it occurred to Sowol that he could use the icebreak technique to control the doppelganger, as he did with the Sword of Evil Extermination. He certainly wasn't 100% sure of the result, but it was definitely worth a try. Sowol focused again and decided to do the experiment right away. After all, it was a similar technique no matter how it was done. He tensed his arm and tried to activate the doppelganger. The doppelganger perfectly followed all of Sowol's orders, and he realized that the ice breakthrough technique was a perfect match for the doppelganger apparition technique, as he called it. Evening after evening, Un Sooul continued practicing his chi in his hut very close to Sister Mok. He tried hard to concentrate and immerse himself, but to be honest, he wasn't very good at it. He was constantly distracted by Mistress Mok's invisible presence. He felt that she was really watching his every move. Several times a day, he could clearly feel that she was tracking his chi, and he wanted to practice the second part of the formation of the evil-slaying sword technique that he hadn't been able to grasp yet. Sowol realized that because she was watching him, he might not be able to do anything, and decided to think of some trick to distract her. He got up and walked out of his hut to Mok's hut. He stood at the door for a moment and then knocked loudly, asking if she was home. Mok opened the door and looked at Sowol calmly. Then she asked him why he had come here. Sowol froze. She really was very beautiful when she didn't want to kill him. For the first time, Sowol realized why Wu Chun was following her. Mok raised her voice and asked him again what he wanted. Sowol quickly recovered and replied that he had come here to tell her that he wanted to train. She didn't understand why he was telling her, and wished him good luck with his training, saying that as long as he wasn't stealing healing herbs, she didn't care what he was doing. She was about to close the door, but Sowol stopped her by yelling that the technique might make her uncomfortable. She was interested and asked what kind of technique he wanted to practice. Sowol replied that it was a sword technique that belonged to the Poison Clan, so he couldn't tell her the details. But since she didn't trust him, he decided to ask permission. Mok came out of her hut and said she would give her permission to train, but with one condition. She said she would watch Sowol's training by herself. She didn't know what kind of technique he would be using, and she couldn't let him swing his sword unsupervised. Sowol wanted to object, but Mok immediately interrupted him and said that if he didn't agree, he wouldn't get her permission to train either. And then she noted with a sneer that Sowol seemed simply afraid that by observing his great technique, she would master it herself and be able to destroy it. Of course, Sowol didn't want to show her the Poison Clan sword technique, but then he thought that she wouldn't be able to replicate the evil-slaying sword technique without ice breakthrough anyway. Sowol looked up and answered her clearly that she could watch his training, but he immediately warned her that the power of the technique is very great, and he asked her to be careful that he didn't hurt her. And as soon as it was dark, Sowol and Mok went to practice together. Mok was skeptical, but still she was interested to see what this young alchemist could do. Sowol took a comfortable pose and gripped his swords. He then proceeded to control them with the power of thought. He activated them and raised them above the ground. He first used the first formation of the evil-slaying sword technique and the Flying Swallow energy strike. The swords rushed forward with great speed. Then applied the second formations of the Sword of Evil Extermination Sword Backlash and Crossing Stream. Nothing happened for a few seconds. The swords still flew straight at the target, namely the big tree in front. But once the swords reached the designated target, they easily chopped the tree into several pieces as if it was as soft as a piece of butter. After that, Sowol used the technique of the Wall of Heaven and Earth, and the tree seemed to dissolve into space as if it wasn't even there. A few seconds later, two of Sowol's swords stabbed into the already empty ground in place of a large tree. Mok was simply shocked by the power of this technique. She realized with horror that none of their clan's techniques could compare to this sword technique. But Sowol wasn't done yet. He activated his chi and applied the fifth formation of the sword technique, Flash of Lightning in the Dark. After that, both swords burst out of the ground with great speed and flew upwards, leaving behind only puffs of dust. Sowol skillfully and deftly wielded both swords in the air when they flew close enough to him. he decided to activate the mid-level formation. Un Sooul was finally able to apply the 7th formation called Reflective Touch of Colored Mist. Both swords were simultaneously enveloped in an emerald glow and they swung downward again, but not as fast as before. A ruined tree suddenly appeared right below them, and a swirl of emerald glow swirled around it. It coiled itself completely around the tree, and after a few seconds there was a loud crunch, and the tree shattered into pieces in an instant. The swords, however, fell directly into Sooul's hands. He looked at them and was truly satisfied with his training. He had spent a fair amount of spiritual energy, but the effect was amazing. Mach watched mesmerized. Sooul had amazing techniques. She had a lot of spiritual power, but it was useless. She wished she had that kind of skill too. Sooul turned to her and bowed. He apologized in case he had dazzled her with his paltry abilities. Mach answered honestly that she was astonished. She smiled kindly and said she understood why he was so eager to practice. Sooul thanked her and said that the technique was so excellent that he was not worthy of it. But he couldn't master half of it, so he had to practice harder. A month had passed since then. Sooul spent every evening at home and studied Van Thiel's artifacts. Meanwhile, Mach was thinking about why Sooul wasn't practicing technique as promised, but just sitting at home every night and doing nothing. She herself had tried to replicate the evil-slaying sword technique several times, but she failed. It really annoyed her. Suddenly, Mach heard some sounds from the direction of Un Soul's hut. She tensed up and listened with all her might. She realized that he had left his hut and quickly ran out of hers. She realized that he had left his hut and quickly ran out of her hut. She saw Sooul heading somewhere and asked if he was going to practice sword technique. Sooul scratched the back of his head and laughed. Then he said that this time he was training something else. Mach was dying of curiosity and asked what it was. She was eager to watch Sooul's training, so she told him. Surprisingly, he quickly agreed and said he had a favor to ask of her. Mach was surprised and immediately decided to find out what this request he had for her was. Then she saw a copy of Sooul that appeared as if out of nowhere. They looked at her together and smiled. One asked her to guess, and the other immediately continued his phrase. Mach thought for a moment and quickly pointed her finger at the real Sooul, choosing him. Sooul was shocked that she'd figured him out so quickly. She said confidently that it was too easy and she was ready to do it again and prove it. She suggested he try again. Several times Sooul had created new clones, and each time Mach had unmistakably managed to recognize which one was the real one. Sooul was exhausted. Frustrated, he asked Mach how she did it. She replied that the technique was still very raw and suggested that he concentrate on the sword technique. The young alchemist, on the other hand, was not ready to give up. He thought that the doppelganger technique was very useful, and decided to practice until he could cheat it. Mach thought it was impossible. Sooul offered to practice the doppelganger technique again one night. He warned Mach that this time it would be more difficult for her. After all, he had created 2 clones at once. All 3 of them stood and looked directly at Mach with a sly smile. Mach smiled wryly and said that Sooul hadn't had a taste of life yet, and he could make 100 clones, but he wouldn't be able to fool her. One of the clones said confidently that they were ready to begin the inspection, but Mach suddenly interrupted him. She suggested they make an argument. Saul hesitated to see if he understood her suggestion correctly. Mach looked at all 3 of them confidently and said that if she could guess it this time, she had won. Saul was intrigued. He immediately asked what would happen if she won. Mach was silent for a while and then clearly stated her wish. She wanted to master the sword technique. Sooul shook his head and answered her firmly that it was completely impossible. Mach was very upset. She looked at him with very sad eyes and said that even 1 formation was enough for her. Un Sooul confidently told her that this technique was completely useless with only 1 formation, and besides, it could only be used after mastering another technique. Mach was surprised. Then she asked Sooul to teach her a technique that would be effective in an attack, anything other than the doppelganger technique. Sooul thought hard, and Mach promised that if he won, she would fulfill absolutely any request he made. Sooul continued to ponder and asked if he was talking about any request. She shouted that yes, he could ask for anything he wanted. Sooul pondered on the fact that he couldn't arbitrarily pass on his master's techniques, but Mach really managed to surprise him by revealing his hiding technique. Saul looked at her and smiled. He agreed to her terms because he was sure she would keep her word. Mach was also confident that Sooul would do what he promised and teach her a really useful technique. The 3 identical Souvouls answered her with a chorus that she could be sure of it and bowed at once. Mach looked at them with determination and confidence and said that if she got it wrong, even once out of 10, then Sooul won. Sooul in the middle spread his arms wide in a gesture of invitation and offered to start trying. Time after time, Mach confidently chose the real Sooul among the 2 doppelgangers. In all 10 attempts, she guessed correctly without error, leaving Sooul stumped. Sooul turned away resentfully. He didn't understand how that was possible. Mach said with a smile that it was easy, but she recognized that he was really trying. Sooul calmed down and recognized that Sister Mentor had won a well-deserved victory. She smiled sweetly and said she didn't doubt her own abilities at all. Saul handed her the manuscript with the technique as promised. She was overjoyed and thanked him for it. Sooul asked how she could find the real him. She said she wouldn't reveal the secret and offered to try again with 4 clones. She promised to take pity on him and give him 30 tries. And he told her he'd given her a technique called the Vortex Bomb. It swirls spiritual energy and concentrates it into a ball. He explained that in practice, you can use up to 5 elements. So it was a technique with quite a bit of power. Mok had already begun to study it and was impressed. Sowol looked at Mok with determination and promised that he would definitely challenge her again. Sister Mentor vowed to accept him, and in case he loses, to fulfill as many as 2 of Sowol's requests. Sowol was certainly very wary of such confidence, but he was confident that he could improve the clone's technique and win the argument. 2 months passed, and Sister Mok was still skillfully guessing the real Sowol among his doppelgangers. He was crushed, but she laughed and told him not to worry too much. Without much joy, Sowol was forced to hand over another technique to her. It was the binding seal. He was angry and sure that she had some secret, but he had absolutely no idea what it was. 6 months went by like that. Time after time, Saul tried to trick Mok and lost. One day, when they were working in the field, she suggested that he try his luck again that evening. Sowol grudgingly refused, explaining that at this rate she would quickly leave him with nothing. And then they heard someone's voice. In the distance, a clan messenger was running toward them. He was calling for Mok. She asked calmly what had happened. The messenger bowed and said that he had a summons for Un Soul's apprentice. Mok was surprised and asked again to see if she had heard something. The young messenger replied that she had heard correctly. Mok didn't understand why a summons was sent to an apprentice who was doing an excellent job. The envoy explained that the whole of Young Zhou was now mired in a power struggle. The internal conflicts of the Clear Consciousness clan were becoming more and more serious, and their clan was close to victory. Then he reassured Mok that she had nothing to worry about because she and Bartmu were exempt from the war. Then he reassured Mok that she had nothing to worry about because she and Bartmu were exempt from the war. The messenger, however, told her not to worry about her student because he would not be sent to the battlefield. Mok didn't understand and asked why he was needed, and the messenger explained that Sowol would be embedded in a group to surround and capture the remnants of the So family from Tuchin. So if he encountered the opponents, he would be safe because they had lost all their masters and were exhausted. Mok said that he didn't have to go then, unthought that he couldn't just leave and not help Seo's family. He was grateful to Seo Wee for the chance to enter the lone spirit land, and said loudly that he couldn't refuse the clan's errand. The messenger praised him for such fortitude and called him a true disciple of the clan, and Mok yelled at him. Sowol calmly said he would go back now. Mok sternly ordered him to return in one piece. Sowol smiled and promised that he would, and she'd be back before she knew it. Meanwhile, amidst the darkness and high mountain hills, the exhausted Seo Wee and Seo Gaison and the remnants of their family were hiding from their enemies. Seo Wee was very tired. He led his family through the forest and climbed upward. Seo Gisong tried to stop his brother by saying that they were going the wrong way. Vi explained that their only chance of escape was to get to a land prepared in advance in case of an attack. They need to break away from the surveillance and climb Pingchuan Mountain. His younger brother called out to him and asked him to at least take a break. He replied that they could not stop. They had to survive to honor those who had given their lives for them. The exhausted Seo Gisong supported her younger brother Chun. She feared that at this rate, Vi would fall down and suggested that they take a break, because the forest was dense and they would not be noticed. She said they would only rest for 15 minutes and hit the road. They sat down and sadly discussed that most of their family had died in just one morning. Seo Wee recalled that seeing relatives die at the hands of the Bo and Mu families made them realize that they had betrayed them. The space in front of them turned red and the whole place trembled. The descendants of the SEO family were startled. Elder Bom Chok appeared before them. He laughed angrily, called them scum, and was madly glad that he had found their hiding place. Seo Wee was tense and confused. He bowed respectfully to Elder Bo and called him by name. Bom smiled disgustedly, looked down at them, and asked if they were waiting for him. V addressed him respectfully and said he hoped the master he had always respected would show them mercy. Bom Chok laughed evilly as loud as he could. He squeamishly told Seo to stop talking, for he knew no mercy, especially not to such scum as them. Seo tried desperately to stay calm and promised the elder that they would reward him generously if he didn't tell anyone he'd seen them here. He seemed interested in the reward. Seo sadly said that their family had been wiped out and that the soul stones they were going to recover were no longer needed, and they were ready to give them away. But Bom didn't believe him. He pulled a weapon from his bag of plenty, chuckled nastily, and said he'd better get rid of their whole filthy family in one fell swoop. Seo Wee gathered and prepared for battle and told his sister and brother not to interfere in this battle for anything. He also pulled out his artifacts and pouches and activated them, ready to strike back and defend himself and his family, even at the cost of his own life. Chok laughed, looking at the artifacts and the young alchemist's determination. He was already celebrating the taste of victory over him. The elder concentrated his spiritual energy and formulated it into a powerful energy punch that was directed at Seo Wee. There was a deafening explosion. The explosion formed a huge crater like a big bomb. The half-dead Seo Wee was barely trying to get out of it. He saw his sister lying unconscious very close by, and his heart broke at the thought that she might die. For the last time, he decided to try to negotiate with Bomb Chalk and approached him with a proposal. He was genuinely surprised that V was still alive and wanted to finish what he had started, not listen to stupid suggestions. He plunged his weapon into him. Vi cried out in pain and asked the Elder to take his life, but then to tell everyone that the entire SEO family had been destroyed. In return, he promised to tell the place where the soul stones were hidden. Bomb Chalk stopped, and so Vi realized this sentence clearly interested him. The Elder promised to fulfill his last request and demanded to be told the location of the stones. Vi replied that Song and Chung didn't know where the stones were hidden, and if they heard, Chalk would kill them, and he couldn't let that happen. So he asked him to come closer so only he could hear. Bomb Chalk was wary. He looked at the young alchemist carefully and asked what he was up to, and suggested that he just pass the thought on to him. Seo Wee replied tiredly that he had used up all of his spiritual power in the battle, and it wouldn't even be enough for this. He threw away the bag of plenty and demonstrated that he had nothing else. Chalk thought for a second, but then he moved closer and ordered him to tell it faster. V said slowly that this place was right. Then he was silent and his eyes flashed with rage, but Bomb Chalk realized that he was up to something, but it was too late. A black haze erupted from Sovai's mouth and enveloped all of Bomb Chalk, who was confused and didn't know what to do. The Elder felt that his spiritual power was weakening and didn't understand what was happening at all. He could not move or resist. His spiritual energy dissipated, and he was completely helpless. Bomb Chalk was just watching the Seo family run away from him and was furious, but was unable to stop them. He took something out of his bag of plenty and raised his hand. He shouted furiously in their wake that he would not let them go. He would call for help and they would catch them anyway. A bright blue ball exploded high in the sky, which was noticed by everyone within a radius of several kilometers. The companions immediately realized that it was the Bomb family's signal, but did not rush to help. Instead, they decided to look for a place to camp for a little break. It was with this group that Sowol was traveling. He realized that he had to hurry up and decided to leave his double in his place, and hurried to help Seo's family. He flew as fast as he could and asked only one thing to keep Seo Wee alive. Meanwhile, Seo Gisong and Sung Chun were running through the forest. They ran as fast as they could to get away from Bomb Chalk, who was chasing them. Jason gritted her teeth and carried her brother V on her shoulders. He was senseless and only wheezed weakly from time to time. Bomb Chalk was already very close. He was shouting and calling them names as hard as he could. Gyson tried to ignore it and just get away. Chalk yelled at them that they couldn't escape with Sovai in their arms. He scoffed that they were so stupid that they didn't think to leave him and save their lives. But then Chun stopped. Ahead were huge mountain peaks. There was nowhere else to run. They were trapped. Seo Gi-san gently placed her brother on the ground and exhaled a sigh of relief. She was very tired, and she thought it would be better this way. Seo Wee was paralyzed and unconscious. He felt no pain or agony. It's also so he won't see the last members of his family exterminated, and it won't break his heart. Seo Gi-san turned around and turned loudly to Bomb Chalk. She shouted that even if she died, she would curse him first. Bomb Chalk was apparently not frightened by her threat at all, and he offered to give her 100 curses against him. Then he swung and attacked her with his weapon, and then grinning said that her curses would be useless when he gained eternal life and joined the saints. He laughed nastily at the fact that Seo Gai-san would soon become a mere ghost who could only watch his triumph. But suddenly, Bomb Chalk's weapon was struck by the powerful energy strike of another artifact. He was confused and didn't understand what had just happened. He gawked and stared. Sowol stood with his back to him in the form of Von Teal. He was the one who had deflected his blow and saved So-Gason. Chalk shouted furiously and asked what the hell had just happened. He looked closely and realized that he had never seen this alchemist at the spiritual energy law stage. Chalk didn't understand where he had come from or what he was doing here. He turned around and looked at Elder Chalk calmly but with a smirk. Loud and clear, Bomb Chalk addressed the stranger. He announced that he didn't know who he was or where he came from, but it was none of his business. It's only between the SCO, Mu, and Bomb families. He explained that it was better for outsiders to stay out of it and was about to ask him to leave when he saw the stranger helping Seo's family. Chalk was furious. At the same time, Tiel quickly handed out pills to So Gai-san and told them all to take a pill each and put ointment on their wounds, explaining that it would help restore their spiritual power. Jason was shocked at this unexpected help. She thought it was probably some good friend of her brother's who had come to rescue them. Then, realizing that she didn't have time to figure things out right now, she quickly took the pills and did as she was told. When Tiel turned to Chalk, he was already looking at him angrily. He thought that Wang Tiel was a man of the Seo family since he had decided to help Seo Wee, but he replied that he was a man of the Blacksmith clan. The Elder was greatly surprised. He didn't understand why the Smith clan would want to help the SEO family. A wide smile appeared on Wang Tiel's face. He looked at Chalk and explained to him that he was not helping Seo's family. He is here to stop a bastard like Bomb Chalk. After that, Wan Teal, aka Un Sooul, activated his spiritual energy and artifacts and prepared for battle. Bomb Chalk was really scared. He saw all the artifacts of the enemy and realized that he was out of his league. Wang Tiel was controlling 5 artifacts at once. This was an amazing skill that Bomchak did not possess. Bomchak decided that it was better to immediately start defending rather than attacking and concentrate on the protective spiritual barrier. He decided that he would activate the barrier and directly from it, request help and support for his family. But suddenly something happened that Elder Chalk could not have expected, and that shocked and frightened him. A powerful energy punch with tremendous force struck directly at Bomchak's defense barrier. Just one of these blows was enough to make a huge hole in the treacherous Elder's spiritual barrier. Chook screamed in fear, anger, and resentment. He couldn't believe that his barrier had failed for a few seconds. Two powerful swords were pointed directly at him and nothing else separated him from them. He was completely defenseless. Chalk was furious. He shouted and hurled insults at his opponent. It was the only thing he could do. He then tried to attack and threw his weapon straight at the swords, hoping it could destroy them. But to his disappointment, his weapons didn't give them a single scratch. The swords were still pointed directly at him and just hung in the air intimidatingly. Toe tried to attack them with his spiritual energy again. He used most of his chi for this attack, shouting that he wouldn't let it go. It was no use. Bomchak completely lost his temper and shouted that TL had no right to show up whenever he wanted and interfere with his plans. Almost immediately after saying that, one of the swords swiftly swept toward Bomchak. The sword pierced through his chest before he could even utter another curse. Elder Chuk's breathless body collapsed to the ground with tremendous force, and there was silence. Bomchak's eyes were open. They were filled with anger and rage, but he was still alive. Von Teal walked up to him and looked into his eyes. He said with a smile that he would no longer be able to extort healing herbs from the younger ones. With his last strength, Bomchak looked up at him. He couldn't believe that Soval was standing in front of him now. He remembered how he had attacked Soval on the Lonely Spirit Land, how Quen-O had saved the young alchemist, and how the young alchemist had harbored a grudge and made a promise to avenge him one day. The young alchemist he could defeat so easily just a short while ago was indeed standing in front of him. And that was the last thing Bomchak saw in this world. Teal exhaled a sigh of relief and thought that in this battle he had used artifacts and even the technique of the evil extermination sword, and it all took a lot of spiritual power. He stood in thought for a while without paying attention to the frightened Seogi-son, who didn't know what to expect. She thought about what Thiel had said about belonging to the blacksmith clan and enemy of the official clans, which meant he could get rid of them at any time. But it's not clear why he gave them the pills. Thinking of Seo's family, Thiel turned to them and smiled cheerfully. He said good-naturedly that Sogi-son was safe now, and then he took on his appearance again, announcing that it was him, their friend Un Sooul, and laughed merrily. This was something that Gi-sun didn't expect. She saw Un Sooul smiling happily at her and was shocked. She asked how he had gotten here. Sooul took on the guise of a blacksmith clan elder again for safety, and said he'd infiltrated the blacksmith clan, but there was no time to explain. We had to get out of here. They climbed onto their flying artifacts and flew away, hoping to get away from their pursuers. Gi-sun thought about how good Soval's pill was. Spiritual energy recovered and she was able to ascend on the flying sword. V was stable as well. She was grateful to Soval for that. But there was one thing that confused her. At the time of their last meeting, Soval was at the initial stage of heavenly birth. She didn't understand how he was able to reach the law of spiritual energy so quickly. Gi-sun suspected that he was probably hiding his abilities from them. Saul abruptly ordered them to stop. His face tensed up and he explained that he could sense that there were 5 spiritual energy law stage alchemists approaching them. Maybe more since they could only recognize them now. Gi-sun was scared out of her wits. There was no way they could escape, much less defeat so many alchemists in the spiritual energy law stage. She was insanely tired of constantly chasing and hunting them down. She just wanted to survive and save her brothers. She pulled herself together and told Soval that if the masters of the Bomb and Mu families had joined together, there were more than 10 people. Most of them were probably on this mountain hunting them. Soval was silent and stared at him tensely. His face expressed no emotion. CEO Gi-sun smiled sweetly and said that he had already helped them a lot, and if he decided to leave now, they wouldn't judge him. Then she was silent for a moment and said the very but that is usually heard after such phrases. Gi-sun promised that if he stayed and decided to help and guide them to Pingquan Mountain, they would repay him even at the cost of their own lives. Soval turned away and sighed heavily. There was a tense silence between them. Then he looked at Seo Geo-sung with determination and said that her words were burdensome to him, but that he would try his best to help them. After these words, they all continued their flight towards trouble together. Soval thought about the fact that if something went wrong and his life was a real threat, he could just dump this body. He realized they were connected to Seo's family, but not strongly enough to sacrifice his life for them. That's when Sooul sensed something. He closed his eyes and concentrated, and then he quietly muttered. Geisen wanted to know what had happened. Un Sooul said tensely that they were surrounded. Chun and Gasong were very frightened and began to look around anxiously. Sooul, who still looked like Elder Teal, resolutely looked forward and, looking into the void, calmly asked how much longer they planned to just watch. Just a few seconds later, 5 spiritual energy law-level alchemists appeared around them. The master alchemist resolutely and calmly looked straight at them and simply remained silent. A tense pause hung in the air. Van Teel's face didn't express any emotion either. He seemed extremely focused and calm. Saul himself had no idea what to do. The gray-haired alchemist, who seemed to be the leader of this group, reported that on the way here they had discovered the body of their great-uncle Chuk. To himself, he immediately noted that his uncle's sword was now being used by Gisan of the Seo family. But he turned to Wang Tiel because he knew that even if Seo Wei, Gisung, and Sung Chun joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to defeat Bom Chok. The gray-haired man folded his arms and contemptuously asked Wang Tiel why he had decided to help the Seo family. Tiel calmly explained that it wasn't about helping Seo, but about having personal accounts with Bom Chok. The gray-haired alchemist thought for a moment. He knew very well that his uncle was a greedy man and had crossed many people, but he didn't know that someone had a deep hatred for him. Van Tiel continued to stare at him intently, waiting for his next move. The gray-haired man realized that they had to restore their family's tarnished reputation, which he made clear to his opponents. His face was tense, and he added as if without much desire that they couldn't help but avenge the taking of their family's elder's life. After those words, there was nothing to wait for, and Wang Tiel abruptly jumped off his sword towards his opponents. He activated all of his 5 artifacts and prepared to defend himself in the upcoming battle. The other 4 alchemists did the same, only except that they were preparing to attack instead of defending. Sooul glanced furtively at his allies. He realized that nothing good was in store for them if the battle dragged on. Their spiritual energy had not yet fully recovered. He felt guilty for Seo's family, but he couldn't die here because of them. He decided that the most important thing was to avoid gray-haired, who was the strongest of them all. The best option for them right now was to focus on defense and run in the opposite direction of the strong alchemist. The 4 alchemists attacked them all together, but Saval managed to repel all of their attacks perfectly. None of these alchemists' artifacts were able to pierce through his strongest shield. After all, it was made from the shell of an ancient giant tortoise. Sooul realized how right it was to use it. Meanwhile, the alchemists must have gotten tired. They stopped attacking and looked at each other, surprised that Soval was able to repel everything. Saul was pleased with himself, but he was still very uneasy. Every muscle in his body was tense to the max. It was because the strongest of them, the gray-haired alchemist, still hadn't joined the battle and was just watching. The elderly alchemist with a Tarika in his hands was also attacking him constantly with his dangerous artifact. Sowol was well aware that sooner or later this thing would catch up with him, and to prevent that from happening, he had to shackle it and escape. Van Thiel threw a few energy pearls to distract the alchemists. He aimed them all straight at his opponents, hoping his plan would work. The pearls had indeed blinded and temporarily neutralized the 4 alchemists. Next, Sowol decided to release an earth bomb to disorient them. The alchemists stood in the thick black smoke and made no attempt to defend themselves. Suddenly, out of the earth bomb clubs, 4 absolutely identical Wang Tiel swooped down on the alchemists. The opponents were clearly stunned and confused. Literally in a second, each of them experienced a whole range of emotions, because this reception just took them by surprise. Soval's plan worked. After confusing his opponents, he flew up to the elderly alchemist with the Tarika, and when their faces were quite close together, it was time for the next attack. Sowol took in a lungful of air and used the fire resistance technique right in the enemy's face. No sooner had he finished the technique than he heard some incomprehensible gurgling sounds behind his back. Van Thiel gingerly turned around and realized that the gray-haired alchemist had finally decided to join the fight. A second after that, a huge energy wave of water caught up to him and knocked him down with lightning speed. Sowol didn't even have time to react, and a helpless cry of pain and despair escaped from his chest. He collapsed to the ground and found himself in the crosshairs of the trident of the gray-haired alchemist, who was already standing very close. He looked at Sowol with a completely calm and unemotional expression. There was no anger or rage in his eyes. Sowol raised Van Thiel's gaze to the alchemist and also questioned him as calmly as possible about how he had managed to find the real Thiel among the doppelganger. The gray-haired man was still completely unemotional. He answered bluntly that he was just putting himself in Sowol's shoes. In this situation, he would do the same and attack Mu Kyung-so first because his Tarika is more dangerous and would not let Sowol leave the battlefield so easily. Sowol, still in the crosshairs of the trident, said frankly that he had gotten it right. He thought it was his mistake to think he could escape at all. After some silence, the gray-haired alchemist announced that it was time to end it all and activated his trident. Soval felt its full power close at hand, but suddenly something caught the alchemist's attention and he froze. He clearly heard or sensed something. A second later, a red energy dragon flew out of nowhere, clearly intent on preventing the gray-haired alchemist from harming Saul. The gray-haired man fought off the dragon's attack and cursed. He didn't understand who dared to stop him. Raising his head, he saw Daos Quen-O, who was looking directly at him with a smirk. The gray-haired alchemist recognized him immediately. He couldn't believe that Quen-O was even here. He soared through the sky, sitting on a large stork. He folded his arms and announced that he was taking the children of Seo and Soul's family. Then he smiled and asked if the alchemist wanted to try and stop him. The gray-haired man's face expressed emotion for the first time. He was furious. He hissed that he and Quen-O had not seen each other for a long time, and he noted that O had grown even stronger in the meantime. Quen cheerfully explained that he had spent almost 40 years on the lone spirit Earth. He was able to ascend to the last stage of the spiritual energy law and even tamed Bek Unhak. Then he looked at the 4 alchemists whom Soul had so easily fooled and suggested that they too lock themselves away on fertile ground for 100 years in practice. He continued to taunt the alchemists and suggested that with Sovol and Bek Unhak, they might well be able to stand up to all of them combined. Then he asked the 5 alchemists more seriously whether or not they were willing to risk their lives for the children of the exterminated SEO family. The gray-haired man was silent and thought of various options in his head. Then he sighed heavily and announced that they had agreed to give him the children of Seo's family. But they can't give up Sovol because he dared to kill the elder of their family, and they must avenge it. After hearing this, Daos Quen-O hummed and once again broke out into a wide smile. And then he and Bek Unhak together broke out into loud and despairing laughter. Quen-O smiled and announced that this would not do. It was hard for him to believe it, but he cared about Sovol, and if he couldn't agree in words, he would have to use the language of power. The gray-haired man looked closely at his opponent's arsenal of artifacts, and sweat trickled down his tense face. He sighed and said that O could take Sowol as well. Quen-O smiled and said that he was sure that such an experienced alchemist would be able to assess the situation and make the right decision. After saying that, all 5 alchemists left without saying another word. Quen-O, Wang Tiel, and the children of the So family stared after them for a long time and remained dumbfoundedly silent. After a while, Quen turned sharply to Sovol and shouted that it was time to stop flaunting his fake face in front of him. Teal's slightly dumbfounded face was quickly replaced by the embarrassed and good-natured face of Sovol, who was very happy to meet his mentor. Quen-O also smiled and said that nothing seemed to have changed, and Sovol was still recklessly ready to rush into battle. They set off on their journey. Mentor O marveled at how Sovol had been able to channel spiritual energy so quickly. He explained that he was lucky and was able to break through in a short period of time. Quen-O hummed and said that ability and luck were incompatible. This kind of progress is only a testament to his hard work and effort, not luck. Saul was embarrassed. His mentor looked at him and thought about what an amazing boy he was. He is willing to risk his life for the other alchemists, even though he knows the odds are not equal. He realized that the more he got to know Sovol, the more he liked this young and brave alchemist. Sovol remembered that when Quen-O had seen him, he had been in the form of Von Teal. He immediately asked his mentor how he knew it was him. Quen-O stated that he couldn't help but recognize his shield. Then he added haughtily that he had never met another alchemist who rushed in to save another's life. Next, the mentor told him that thanks to the Nidon of the giant ancient tortoise, he had reached the final stage of the law of spiritual energy and was able to escape from the lonely spirit Earth. Then he said that he had decided to go to the SEO family's estate right afterward to thank them. He said with a heavy voice that what he had seen there was beyond description. Quen-O said sadly that he thought he had changed the most during this time, but it turned out that the world had changed even more. By the time they arrived at Pingchuan Mountain, So-Wee had already recovered enough, and he was the one who showed them the way there and announced when they reached the place. They were met at the entrance to the mountain house by a good-natured elderly woman of small stature. The first to approach her were Seo-Wee, Seo Giseong, and Sung-Jun. They descended to the ground right beside her. Seo-Wee bowed respectfully to her, and she bowed back in greeting, saying that they had come a long way. She noted that V was deeply wounded and talking could wait. For now, they should rest and heal their wounds. The hostess then looked at Quen-O and Sovol and invited them in as well. Quen-O apologized for the disturbance, and Sovol noted to himself that the mistress was also an alchemist at an early stage of the law of spiritual energy. Altogether, they entered the house and went straight to some room in which V led them confidently. Once inside, he explained that special measures had been set up in a secret room under the hut in case the family was destroyed. He looked at everyone present and informed them that they were all no strangers to their family, so he would open the passage in front of them and without secrecy. So V concentrated and cast a spell that he had been taught since he was a child, and that she thought he would never use. He then placed his hand on the floor directly in front of him and activated his spiritual power. One by one, the floorboards began to move aside, forming a wide enough passage downward. Everyone moved closer to examine the passageway. Inside was a staircase leading down. V said it was time for them to go down. Everyone took turns going inside the passageway. Sowol was the last to go. The mistress of the house was watching everything that was going on. As Un Sooul descended down, he saw a seemingly familiar blue glow ahead of him. The steps ended and he found himself in a large room with a familiar artifact on the floor. It was a moving circle. It was the measure for the family's death. It wasn't as big as the one in the Demon Forest, but it was much bigger than the one in the Smith clan. The young alchemist realized that he could move a decent distance with it. He was very curious about where he should take them to. He decided that it was the secret of the Seo family. Seowi handed them 2 bags of abundance and asked them to accept this reward from their family. He said that compared to the favor Sowol and Queno had shown their families, it was just a handful of spiritual stones. So V bowed and apologized that they could only repay them for their kindness in this way. Mentor O pushed the reward away from him and reprimanded Sowi for offering him the stones, knowing he wouldn't take them. He even scolded him for the offer because the stones were needed to rebuild their family, and taking them would be unconscionable, and he wouldn't do that. V reassured him that they had more. Queno shook his head negatively and replied that they had led him into the lone spirit Earth, where he could reach the final stage of the spiritual energy law. By saving them, he had repaid his debt. Sowol, watching this conversation, thought that even though he wasn't originally going to take the reward, he was even more sure of it now. Without waiting for Seowi to approach him, he said loudly that he too would probably refuse such gratitude, explaining that I wasn't helping them for payment, and they need those spiritual stones more than they need them right now. After these words, Queno pretended to sob loudly, marveling at Sovol's generosity, and noting that he had known this would happen. The 3 descendants of the Seo family looked at them with great admiration and gratitude. Tears flowed from their eyes. Looking at them, Seowi thought that only after experiencing such a tragedy in his family did he realize how cruel and heartless this world was. But as long as there are people like these 2 alchemists, the world can't finally fall into darkness. V fell to his knees in front of them and started bowing to them time after time, unable to stop. Sowol and Queno were a little confused. Tears streamed from his eyes, and he vowed that Song and Chun would definitely revive the Seo family, and they will make sure that every member of their family knows the names of Sowol and Queno. After these words, Chun and Guison also knelt down before the saviors and bowed to them. An embarrassed Queno told them to get up immediately and finish with praise and honors. He quickly changed the subject and said that he was very curious where the shifting circle would take them, if it was a place that would help revive the SEO family. Seowi rose from his knees and calmly replied that this circle was related to the Taiyuan country. Queno was surprised that they were going to leave Jianing country. V explained that Taung was populated by alchemists of the highest level. They realized that it would not be easy for them, but they would have a chance to accelerate their development and explore the vastness of the world. It is there that they will be able to enhance their training and build a foundation for their family's revitalization. Queno explained to them that in the land of Tune, they value only strength and do not value life, and warned them that a dangerous journey awaited them. Seowi smiled good-naturedly and said that they had a difficult task in reviving the Seo family, and no one expected it to be easy for them. Queno looked at the 3 determined young alchemists whose eyes were burning. He smirked and proudly told them that they had grown up to be worthy alchemists and their family members could be proud of them. Then he asked if there was room for 1 more in the moving circle. V looked at him in surprise and answered that the circle could move 7 people, so there were 3 seats available. Queno replied loudly and clearly that he would use one of them, and laughed. Seowi was dumbfounded by this turn of events. O explained that Yangzhou was filled with occult clans and he had reached the final stage of the spiritual energy law and had no place here. He would try to break through to the next stage in Taung. He looked at the elderly lady of the house and said he understood that she too would be going with them to help, but to them he hoped to serve them. V bowed to him cheerfully and told him that if he went with them, he could not dream of more help. Mentor Quen then turned to Saval and asked him cheekily if he wanted to join them as well. Soval was also dumbfounded by this turn and didn't know what to say to his mentor. He thought about it. All the people he had met here and who had been so kind to him came to mind. He couldn't just leave without saying goodbye to them. Un Sooul was silent for a moment, then smiled and told Mentor, that although he was very interested in his proposal, now was not the time for it. It was obvious that Quen O was very annoyed and surprised by his answer. He had obviously expected them to go together. He mumbled that many say it's better to break the bond before it gets stronger, but perhaps it was more important for an alchemist to strengthen it than to break it. 4 days had passed and it was time to say goodbye. So Vi looked sadly at Saval and said that he had hoped to the last moment that he would change his mind and go with them. He shook his hands and asked if he remembered how the secret passage opened. Soval nodded. Then he asked if he had saved the spirit stones for activation. Soval nodded again. After that, V calmed down, let go of his hands and smiled in a friendly manner. He walked over to the others and said that he hoped they would see each other again soon. Soval nodded his head faintly and wished them happiness with genuine concern. He thought he had underestimated their bond because he was sad to say goodbye. As he watched them, he realized that he had done the right thing in helping them, and then decided that it was time to return to Mount Quanmo. He joined his squad when the mop-up was completed, and lied that he had gotten lost in the forest. The Mu Bomb Seed and the Blacksmith clan colluded, and reported that there were no survivors. At this time, in the fields of the Smith clan, Sister Mach was boredly spinning an energy ball in her hands. She was worried about her student. Even though Mach realized that Sowol had outstanding abilities, she was still worried. Suddenly, some strange sensation brought her out of her deep thoughts. She was alert. She stepped outside and saw Sowol flying in the sky on his artifact. He was racing towards her. Mach even opened her mouth in astonishment. She couldn't believe her eyes. She closed and opened them again and stared at the approaching silhouette. Rubbing her eyes diligently with her hands, she opened them again and saw that they weren't lying to her after all. Beside her, a smiling Sowol jumped down from his artifact. He solemnly announced that he was back. Mach was overjoyed. Sowol seemed to be too. Mach tried to make a more serious face and sternly asked him why he had returned so quickly. Sowol sadly suggested that she was not happy to see him. Mach gently placed her hand on his chest. She said softly that she was very happy he was back, and added that while he was gone, she had learned how to do the whirl bomb with both hands. Sowol happily said that it was great news and he was very happy for her. Mach activated her powers and said ominously that now he had to test them on himself and tell which one was more powerful. Sowol rolled his eyes and asked if there were any other tasks left. Another year had passed since then. Mach often practiced her new skills on her apprentice, and her abilities became many times stronger than before. Sowol repelled her attacks one after another, but did so with considerable effort. Sowol looked at Sister Mach with pride. She was still holding the energy ball of the vortex bomb in her hand. Sowol exhaled heavily and lowered his shield. He needed a break after such a workout. He bowed and praised Mach's abilities, saying he could barely fend off her attacks. She bowed in return and was a little embarrassed, saying that he was exaggerating. He praised her vortex bomb technique, but noted that her binding seal was absolutely excellent. Suddenly, they heard someone screaming. When they turned around, they saw Jongdongbu, who was running headlong toward them. Sowol calmly asked him what was wrong. He stopped and tried to regain his breath. Gasping, he reported that they had been attacked by the Mourning Dawn community and were now killing all of the clan's disciples indiscriminately. You could see that he was scared out of his wits. He shouted loudly that they had to get out of here as soon as possible. Mach was dumbfounded. She was puzzled because the Mourning Dawn community was an occult clan like them. She didn't understand why they would attack them. Donbu shouted that he didn't know the answer to her questions, and while he was running here, he had already counted more than 6 spiritual energy lawmasters. He said he had to get out of here to survive. Sowol thought for a moment. It wasn't like Donbu was lying in order to break the treaty with him. He didn't understand why the Mourning Dawn community would attack the Blacksmith clan either. He took out an antidote and threw it to Jongdongbu. He deftly caught the pill and thanked Sowol. After swallowing the antidote, he announced that he was very familiar with the terrain of Mount Jinba and asked Sowol if he wanted to go there with him. Sowol turned and looked at Mach. Then he said he would handle it himself and let him go. Chombu quickly said goodbye and ran away. After that, Mach also ran away. Sowol asked where she was going. She said that they had to leave with her father because it didn't look like Donbu was lying. Sowol's face became serious. He agreed with her and said he was worried about the master too. The master of the fields was, as usual, lying on the table in the courtyard of his hut, serenely smoking his pipe. He didn't expect his daughter and Un Soul's apprentice to show up. They had fallen out of the sky, worried about something. He indifferently asked them what was wrong. Mach shouted worriedly that there was information that the Smith clan had been attacked by the Mourning Dawn community. The old man asked her without any emotion if she was not mistaken. Mach was upset by the question. She lowered her gaze and fell silent. Dad realized she wasn't delusional or joking. The master of the fields abruptly got up from his favorite seat and quickly walked forward. As he walked, he announced that he had to find Mugakeon. Mach agreed with him. On their way to Geikon's hut, they found his lifeless body lying on the ground. His eyes were wide open and full of terror. The distraught father looked at his son's body through his tears and said that they would take care of him as soon as things calmed down. But for now, it was best to hide and lay low. Mach walked over to her brother and gently closed his eyes. The fieldmaster pondered aloud that the Mourning Dawn community was probably waiting for the Blacksmith clan to occupy the shifting circle. He then suggested going down the mountain through the captivating forest. That was the best option in his opinion. Suddenly, they heard a scream. It was the clan head's Woo-sun, who ran toward them quickly and shouted fearfully to Mach that it was time to leave. Mach replied that she knew they were attacked by the Mourning Dawn community and asked him what had even happened. Angrily clenching his fists, Woo said that those bastards had betrayed them, and the Mourning Dawn community had originally planned for their own domination, not that of the occult clans. It turned out that the reason the official and neutral clans joined the community was because an alchemist at the Breath of the Sun stage had appeared among its members. Mach was shocked by this statement. Wu continued and said that that alchemist had already reached the Breath of the Sun about 10 years ago. The Master of the Fields told them that the clan would be destroyed if they failed to overtake Breath of the Sun, and they ran forward, musing on how foolish they had been not to have suspected sooner. They realized that it seemed that once the battle with the official clans was over, The Morning Dawn community had decided to get rid of them as well. Yu angrily pointed out that chewing up and spitting out these traitors would not be punishment enough. Sowol suggested that apparently the alchemist at the Breath of the Sun stage was also here. After saying that, Wu became visibly sad and lowered his gaze. He said that Sowol was right in his conjecture. He saw his father and a few elders negotiating with the community, and then suddenly this alchemist appeared and killed many people in a second, and Wu went here. Sowol decided that if an alchemist at the Breath of the Sun stage showed up, he definitely couldn't stay here anymore. It was time to stop meddling in things he couldn't do. He was glad that his companions were not low enough to leave the mountain. Mok-chang commanded them to go down and use the moving artifact. Already flying toward the captive forest, Sowol clearly sensed that they had been discovered. He announced to his companions that they were trapped and the enemy had found them. And the pursuers were not one or two. Wu swore emotionally. Sowol felt that the speed of the pursuit was very fast. He realized that he might be able to get away from the pursuit alone, but the four of them had no chance. He realized that they were being pursued by 5 alchemists, and that the Fieldmaster and Wu Chon were definitely no help to him in the battle. Perhaps Mok could help him, but he wasn't sure about that either. The situation reminded him of the battle on Mount Quano. He imagined the horrible picture of the lifeless bodies of his companions, and decided that it would be better to escape alone. But something in his heart and soul told him he couldn't do that. He couldn't take his eyes off his mentor sister Mok-M. She seemed so defenseless to him. Un Sooul realized he had spent so much time with her in the fields that he had grown close to her and couldn't just leave her to perish. He thought about how her spiritual power would be quite enough to escape with him, but she didn't have decent artifacts and clearly lacked skill. He sadly realized that he didn't have the slightest chance of defeating a sun breath level alchemist. Suddenly, a sharp feeling of unease pierced through him. He looked ahead and saw Wu and the Master of the Fields hiding in a powerful, pervasive fog. A few seconds later, and she and Sis Mok were caught in that cold, foggy haze. Fieldmaster Mok-chang couldn't withstand such an energy flow and fell down from his artifact with a piercing scream. Mok heard her father's screams and decided in a second that she had to save him. Before Sowol could even blink an eye, Mok had already jumped off his flying artifact. With fury in her eyes, she hovered in the air and activated the vortex bomb technique to protect her father. After accumulating enough spiritual energy in the bombs, she threw them as hard as she could. The alchemist who had dropped her father seemed to be the mastermind. He had activated the spiritual barrier and was looking at her with a completely mocking gaze, not believing that she was capable of harming him. But to his great surprise, Mok's bomb hit right into his spiritual barrier and created a hole in it. He didn't understand how this was possible. The chief thought that she was only at the heavenly birth stage and didn't expect danger from her. Mok realized that she had revealed her abilities. Confused, the chief among the alchemists shouted to his companions that she was dangerous and needed to be neutralized as soon as possible before she caused trouble. Elder Brother Wu heard this, and Mok's frightened father recovered from his fall and shouted with all his might that they should leave immediately. Several swords swiftly flew past Brother Wu. He immediately realized that they were flying to take Sister Mok's life. He shouted as loudly as he could to warn her of the danger. She could already see the threat coming, but she knew there was nothing she could do. Mok was about to say goodbye to her life, but Un Sooul appeared in front of her and repelled the enemy's attack, protecting her. A dumbfounded Clan Wu's clan elder brother, who didn't know about Sovul's abilities, was watching from behind. Sovul was completely focused. He activated all the artifacts he had and simultaneously held the spiritual barrier to repel the attacks. He realized that he alone couldn't handle 5 alchemists at such a high stage of Dan's development, but he couldn't just leave Mok to perish. She was discouraged, and so did the enemy. The chief among the alchemists realized that there were already 2 among them hiding their powers. He warned the others that they were not so simple, but he encouraged his allies by exclaiming that there were 6 of them, which meant they were stronger and could handle 4 alchemists. The chief ordered the 4 of them to destroy Wu and the Fieldmaster, and sent the others, including himself, to fight the alchemists at the heavenly birth stage. Big Brother Wu was scared. He knew that no matter how strong Un Sooul and Mok-yum were, they were not equal and could not defeat the 6 of them. In his head at that moment, he was thinking that there was no chance, except to escape alone. Sowul, however, had no thought of escape. He decided to fight to the end to protect the people he cared about. He activated his 3 swords and pointed them sharply at the chief. As soon as he noticed it, he put up a spiritual barrier hoping it would protect him from the swords. But to the chief's surprise, Sovul's swords were so strong that they could pierce his barrier like thin glass. One of the swords went straight into the chief's hand. The others were deflected by his partner. The chief alchemist gritted his teeth in pain, and his worried partner shouted to him to attack at once, because these alchemists were more dangerous than they had originally thought. Sowul was very angry. He realized that if he had more time, he could have defeated the chief. At this time, in another part of the battlefield, another alchemist master of the fields was fending off the attacks of another alchemist with all his might. He was angry and upset too because he blamed himself for being a bad father. He was unable to protect his daughter, and he was on the defensive as best he could. He looked at Mok and Sooul fighting back-to-back against 4 opponents and realized that it wasn't fair. Mok watched him too, berating herself for being a bad daughter who couldn't help her elderly father. Her father was everything to her. She vividly recalled images of her happy childhood around him. She just hated herself for not being able to help him now or save him. And suddenly she saw a sharp dagger pierce her father. The horrifying picture froze in her eyes. Shocked at what she saw, she stood stiffly. When she realized what had happened, she screamed desperately and rushed towards her father. Her body was filled with rage. Sooul, who had heard the screaming of his mentor's sister, turned around to see what was wrong and witnessed something horrifying. Mok's body convulsed and she let out inhuman cries. Mok was no longer herself. Rage and devastation overwhelmed her completely and turned her into something horrible. The alchemist responsible for the Fieldmaster's death was engulfed by red-black energy streams. He had never seen anything like this before and didn't understand what was happening. When the streams engulfed him completely, the alchemist shrilled and scarlet streams poured from his eyes. Then terrible things began to happen to the alchemist. His companions watched in fear, not understanding how this was possible. While his companion was watching what was happening to his ally, he lost his guard and didn't notice that he was in trouble. An energy flow had severed his arm. Before he realized what was happening, Mok struck again, and that's when he started to realize. At this time, Mokyum's injured father used his last strength to raise his head and softly pleaded for her to stop. But there was no stopping the furious sister mentor. The master of the fields, on the other hand, lamented that he had gone to such lengths to conceal the secret. But one of the alchemists watching realized what Mokyum was. She was Cheonin. As he pondered, he said it out loud. He caused panic among his companions, who fearfully began to shout to each other that they had met with Cheonin, and the exhausted father could only watch sadly. Sooul realized what was going on too. He watched Mok with interest and decided not to interfere. He suddenly realized how she had so much spiritual energy because Cheonin was the child of a human and a spiritual being. Her Naden was not like that. Of course, it was an advantage for the alchemist, but it was also a danger. After all, there were rumors that if this Nidon was taken away, it could be used for his own purposes, and gain the spiritual power to enrich the kidnapper's blood. That's why the master of the fields left Mok to live peacefully in the fields. Sister Mentor was completely absorbed by a power she hadn't encountered before, and this power controlled her. She continued to attack the enemies. They tried their best to resist her, but none of their spiritual barriers could withstand Mok's spiritual power. One by one, the enemies were being killed. She saved her loved ones from the enemies and wanted to destroy them all so that her family would be safe. Elder Brother Wu watched anxiously as his beloved Mok quickly and easily took other people's lives. The last 2 alchemists were terrified and decided to get away. They had to tell their mentor that they had met Cheonin in the clan. Sooul looked around. He saw that Wu was trying to help Mok Chok. In front of him stood an exhausted and confused sister mentor. She was breathing deeply and tears were streaming down her cheeks. Mok looked down at her friends, not daring to look at them. Yu gently placed her father on the ground and walked over to her and carefully asked her if everything was all right. Sooul, on the other hand, was busy with the master of the fields. He examined him and realized he was fine. The wound was through and through, no vital organs were affected. With proper care, he will definitely recover. Sooul put Mok Chok on his shoulders and shouted to Mok and Wu that they should leave now. Since the enemies had found out that Elder Cheonin was there, they would come back immediately. Eldest brother Wu fearfully agreed and suggested that he leave the captivating forest immediately. In the meantime, the 2 alchemists were already telling their mentor that they had met Chunonin. He was very surprised and didn't believe it at first. They talked about how Mok's eyes had turned white and about the strange patterns in her veins, and they managed to convince him that they were telling the truth. Without even waiting for the story to end, their mentor rushed forward. He didn't want to miss Cheonin for any reason. He clearly understood where his victims were headed, which meant it wouldn't be hard for him to catch up with them. Sooul, trying to save his friends, was not yet aware that they were already being chased. He realized everything when it was too late, and that same alchemist in the Breath of the Sun stage had already caught up with them. The alchemist calmly and firmly demanded that his mentor sister be given to him. Sister Mok was lying completely exhausted in Big Brother Wu's arms. She was still breathing heavily and her eyes were closed. Wu looked at the Sun Breath stage alchemist hanging in the air in front of him with horror and trepidation. Mok woke up and looked up at W. She called out to him faintly. He looked at her. Beloved looked at him with an exhausted look and asked if things had gotten worse. Wu didn't know what to say to her. He pressed his lips together and just stared into her eyes in silence, trying to find a suitable answer. He was insanely scared, but he gathered all his will into a fist, closed his eyes, and exhaled. And then he opened them, smiled as nonchalantly as he could, and told her that everything was already fine. But no sooner had he finished than a small but powerful energy beam pierced his head and silenced him forever. Wu's lifeless body fell down from the artifact with a stone, leaving only a dazed Mok on top of it. The possessor of the killing energy artifact repeated his request, and added that otherwise he would have to take Cheonin away by force. Then he began to pull Mok towards him with streams of energy. She realized what had happened, and desperately shouted the name of her deceased friend Wu. Mok Chok, who watched his daughter being kidnapped to destroy and become stronger at the expense of her Naidan, clearly realized that he had to save her. He tried to think of what he could do to save his beloved child. Gritting his teeth, he found a solution that might help. He put his hand in his sinus and searched briefly for something. All he could think about was that he couldn't let his beloved little daughter die. When he found what he was looking for, he opened his palm and looked at the purple pill on it. He didn't care what became of him and his Naidan at the moment. He clutched the pill tightly in his hand and realized that it was the only thing that could help save Mok'em right now. He abruptly flew out in front of Sovol, surprising the other. Sovol asked him dumbfoundedly what he was up to. The Master of the Fields, on the other hand, calmly flew forward without saying a word or even looking in his direction. Then he stopped. Without thinking, he popped the pill into his mouth and swallowed it immediately. A picture of Mok'em's happy childhood came to his mind's eye. Then he turned to Saul and asked him to take care of his daughter. After saying that, Mok Chok was no longer himself. He was engulfed in flames. The veins all over his body were filled with blood. His eyes turned into pure energy. He seemed to have become evil. But Sunbreath wasn't frightened at all. He was even amused by the fact that the old man had decided to defeat him with his pathetic heavenly birth. He hummed and said that even fate itself wouldn't help him, and activated his protective barrier. The desperate and unhappy father used all his artifacts against his opponent, but they could not penetrate his defenses. Breath of the Sun laughed at his attempts and counterattacked with his weapon. The Master of the Fields deflected it with his shield, which shattered into splinters unable to withstand such force. But even without protection, he continued to rush fearlessly toward his enemy. He activated his magic staff made of a wooden vine to reach his daughter with it and rescue her from the clutches of the villain. The staff quickly wrapped around Mok'em's waist and continued to wiggle whimsically, pulling her closer to her father. Noticing this, the Sunbreath alchemist was not confused, and quickly used the Samadhi flame. The staff burst into flames and the vine bound Mok Chok. Disheartened, Mok Chok realized that he had no way to put out the fire and decided to throw away the staff. He set out to rescue his daughter without protection and without a weapon, but he had no other choice. He resolutely approached her and almost reached his goal. But suddenly, something in Mok'em's face changed. Her eyes widened with fright and she desperately began to scream and call out to her father, as if trying to warn him of something. Sowol, who also noticed that his master was in danger, rushed into action to help, but not in time. A swift, deadly Sun's Breath artifact pierced through the Master of the Fields and flew past Sovol. Mok's eyes lit up again with rage at the death of her beloved father. For a moment, she was motionless. And then seeing the beautiful dawn, she decided that since night was the time of demonic beasts, the dawn would be the time of spiritual beasts. She gathered all her remaining strength. After a while, the vine could not withstand her energy power and burst, freeing Mok. The Breath of the Sun alchemist clearly didn't expect this turn of events and loudly cursed. Sister Mentor's eyes turned into the purest and most powerful energy that raged within her as well. She stood against the bright dawn with eyes the color of the moon and like a mantra whispered that the eyes of the soul were now at one with the spirits. A pink-colored energy blob was approaching Breath of the Sun. He touched it and immediately realized it was dangerous. And a second later, he froze with his eyes wide open, looking not outward but inward. All the praises, doubts, and reproaches he had heard in his whole life began to swarm in his head at once. He lost touch with reality and went deep into himself. Mok-yum lost her strength and fell to the ground like a stone. Sowol, who had caught her almost at the last moment, asked anxiously if she was all right. Mok answered something, but so quietly that he couldn't make it out. Sowol looked at the enchanted Kang Wiso once more and realized that the elder had obviously done something to him. He decided now would be a good time to seize the moment and get as far away from here as they could. Sowol decided almost immediately where they would go. The Zhu family's estate in Liji County. It was a long way there. It was late at night after 3 days of travel when Un Sooul set his feet on the estate square. Mok-yem still hadn't regained consciousness, and Sowol carried her in his arms the whole way. He reached his shelter and was pleasantly surprised that nothing had changed in the 2 years he had been away. It was noticeable that no one had been allowed into his house. He went inside and put Mok on the table. Now he needed to check the condition of her body. He concentrated and activated his spiritual power, running his hands that were capturing the spiritual energy of his sister mentor along her entire body. Sowol was unpleasantly surprised. He could clearly feel that all of her spiritual energy was in complete disarray. Sowol decided that it was urgent to prepare a potion that would calm her spiritual power. Afterwards, he could give her the healing pill. At that moment, Chan entered the house. He was glad to see his friend, but seeing his tense face, he decided that he was busy, and it was not a good idea to distract him. When he saw Chan, Soval smiled and called out to him. Brother Chan quickly turned around and, with his arms spread wide, exclaimed that he was very happy that Un Sooul had finally returned. He ran up to Sowol and exclaimed that he didn't think he would be gone for so long. Sowol replied that it was just like that and asked if anything had happened in the Zhu family. Chang excitedly replied that the first young master had passed the state examination and had become a master of science. There was a huge feast in honor of this, and it was a pity that Soval was not present. Then he continued that the second young mistress was upsetting their ruler. Sowol was surprised and asked what had happened to Maiden Ju. Chan explained that she had many suitors coming to see her, but she rejected them all. She doesn't want to think about marriage even though she's old enough. She's upset her father very much. He then quickly turned around and shouted that he should rather tell her that Sowol was finally back and ran out of the house. Sowol quickly prepared a potion for Mok. He gently and carefully gave her the healing potion. Time passed, but her body was still affected by the residual effects of the battle. She had eliminated 2 alchemists and fought the sun's breath. He heard the door of his house quietly open and looked up to see who had come in. Jugarin stood in front of him and looked at him with wide open eyes. Sowol only now realized how happy he was to see her and how much he missed her. She was silent and looked at him dreamily. Sowol was a little embarrassed almost and asked her in a low voice how she had been doing all this time. She hesitated, and then quietly replied that everything was good and bad at the same time. Her family had risen in status, but hers remained unchanged. Saul said that he had heard that she had rejected all marriage proposals, of which there were many, and he asked her gently to tell him why. Garen lowered her eyes and embarrassedly replied that this question was too painful for a young girl, and therefore she would not be able to answer it. Soval hummed. Somehow that answer made him even more embarrassed, though he didn't understand why. Then he pulled himself together and more seriously asked if he could stay here for a while. Garen smiled good-naturedly and remarked that there was a reason why she had kept this room empty for so long. It was for him. After Sowol honestly confessed that he is now on the run. A lot of alchemists are searching all over Yangzhou for him. Plus, he also has an injured mentor sister on his hands. Garen said she understood and thought for a moment. After some thought, she suggested that it was unlikely that the alchemists would be looking for them in the layman's manner. She then looked at Mok M lying on the table and wondered how badly she was hurt. Sowol sadly replied that in one day she had lost her father and the man she cared for most. The wounds on her body are deep and dangerous, but her soul is now more scarred than her body. Garen quietly and carefully walked over to the table to look at her mentor sister lying there. For a while, she just stood there silently looking at her with sad and sympathetic eyes downcast. Sweat was dripping down Mok M's face and she was barely breathing. She seemed so miserable and defenseless. Then Maiden Ju quietly noted Mok M's beauty and calmly and confidently told Un Sooul that both he and she could stay here as long as they needed. He thanked her for that, but he realized with great sadness that they couldn't stay here for long. The Morning Dawn community would not stop looking for them, and it would end up hurting the Ju family. Garen carefully wiped the sweat from Mok's face while Sowol looked at her and thought that they should heal as soon as possible and leave the manor so as not to endanger these good people. A few days had passed. The leaves were slowly beginning to fall from the still green trees. Mokyum finally opened her eyes and returned to this mortal world. But she didn't feel any joy at all, like she just lay there staring at the ceiling. The door to the room opened and Sowol and Garen appeared behind it. They looked at Mok M and couldn't believe their eyes at first. Then Sowol was glad and wanted to hug her, but suddenly he looked at her face full of longing and hopelessness and stopped. Sowol understood her feelings well. She realized that she was now all alone in the world. He stopped in the doorway and didn't know what to say. To his surprise, Garen didn't stay with him. She walked forward and sat down next to Mok. As she prepared to wash her, she very casually began to tell her that she had been looking after her for the 4th day and was very glad that Mok had finally woken up. Mok did not react to her words. She still stared blankly at the ceiling and remained silent, but Garen didn't seem the least bit offended by that. She continued to talk casually about the weather and the latest news of their estate. Saul was shocked by her behavior. She wiped her forehead and talked about her little brother who would never get wise and tried to create the usual welcoming environment to show Mok that life goes on. She wanted to know if Mok Yum liked sweets because yesterday they had received some famous foreign cookies. After talking for a while, she promised to come back tomorrow and left. From then on, Ju Garen came to Mok every day and spent hours telling her something. They were just ordinary conversations. More than a week passed like that. On the 8th day of their conversation, Sowol noticed that Mok nodded and nodded in response to Garen's stories. After that moment, the sister mentor quickly recovered and sometimes even made casual conversations with Soval, which he was immensely happy about. After a few days, Mok was almost back to her old self. Of course, her face was still grim, which was not surprising, but Soval realized that it would soon be time to leave. But before that, he decided to do something, and for that, he went to the county head's house. Sowol carefully examined Madame Song's hands and the children of the Ju family. He checked even Changbo and Hiang, but none of them had perfect structure. The last person he decided to examine was Ju Garen. He gently took her hands in his and looked at them. Unfortunately, her body wasn't perfect either and wasn't suited to fulfill Sovol's vision. He told Garen that if she had a perfect build, he would gladly teach her Qigong and give her some pills to develop her abilities. But Garen replied that even if she became an alchemist, it wouldn't change her life, and she would continue to live as she does now. Family was everything to her, and she would never be able to leave them and disappear, so she would hardly care about developing her abilities. Soval hummed loudly and seriously told her that she should find her own way. Jugoran was grateful for his concern and smiled sweetly in response to his words. She was about to leave, and then she hazarded a guess that this inspection probably meant that Soval was planning to leave and never come back. Soval nodded sadly. He remembered how they had picked him up exhausted on the road and given him shelter and care that many could only dream of, and it was high time he left them and not put himself in danger. Garen said sadly that she knew she couldn't make Soval stay, and she was sad about it. Then she gestured for him to follow her. Un Sooul said sadly that he was also feeling bitter and regretful about his departure. He followed Garen. Garen was glad of that. She went to the door of one of her vaults, opened it, and invited Soval in. Sooul was surprised and went inside. Jugoran said that she had heard that alchemists had a pouch where they could store things without the need for such storage. He nodded, and she smiled and asked him to put all the dresses from this storage into her sack. She explained that she used to think that the saints lived quietly in the mountains and flew beautifully in the sky, but it turned out that they were always getting into trouble and tearing their clothes. Sooul laughed. He opened the bag of abundance hanging on his belt and placed all the dresses in it, as requested by Maiden Zhu. He turned around and was about to leave when Saul remembered that he had a present for her too. Un took out a pouch of pills and said that he had prepared them especially for her. One swallowed pill would allow her to live a little longer and forget her ailments. 2 or more wouldn't change the result, so he asked her to swallow 2 more to give to Chan and Hyang. The rest he told her to distribute it as she wanted to use it. Garen was embarrassed, but Saul immediately reassured her that these pills would only work on humans and that they would be of no use to alchemists, so there was no one else to give them to Saul. Garen shyly lowered her gaze and said she understood him and would gladly accept his gift. She bowed politely to him and asked him with genuine concern to take care of himself and be careful. A crying Chan ran up to Soval. Through his tears, he lamented that he could not believe that Sooul was leaving them forever. He thanked them for the gifts and asked how far he was going. Sooul jokingly remarked that not so long ago Brother Chang was smiling when he received gifts, but now he was dropping tears. He said it was human nature and waved it away. Saul said that he could not leave his brother in such a state without giving him another gift. He took out several large vessels. Chan immediately realized it was some kind of drink. Un Sooul explained that the alcohol inside is alchemist's nectar. It was infused with medicinal herbs and was not harmful to health, but even the opposite. Chan was very surprised at his friend's generosity and offered him a final cup of nectar together, and to forget all his worries. Sooul gladly agreed. It was already dark. Mak Yum was waiting for Un Sooul at the exit. She hurried him as soon as she saw him at the door. Sooul obediently said he was on his way. Mak turned to him and asked if he had any unresolved business here. He clearly answered that he had nothing to do here. Then he turned around and looked sadly at the county that was still visible in the distance. He realized that even though he had put an end to everything related to Li Jie, he still felt sad. Whether answering Mak or just thinking out loud, he said quietly that he was just a little sorry, and then swiftly took a step forward and traveled into the white light of the open portal with his sister mentor. They were on their way to the land of Taiyun. As soon as they came out of the portal, they saw a beautiful mountainous landscape with a stream and a small hut on its bank. It was the town of Voryan in Annam district. At first they were silent, but then Mak asked cautiously if they had arrived correctly, and if this was really Taiwan country. Sooul assumed that it was and offered to find the people. Sooul decided to find out how the people of this country were different from them, and Mak M didn't argue and said that was the right thing to do. They flew along it for a while on their artifacts as they suddenly noticed something below. It was the entrance to the city, but there was something unusual about it that surprised them and attracted their attention. There were 2 gates at the entrance, a large one and a small one. Sooul guessed that the large one was for alchemists and the small one for laymen. This was like nothing Janning had ever seen before. Mak was also surprised. Un Sooul looked at her and thought that it would be better for them to use the cloaking technique and pretend to be lay people since the elder was still not healthy. They landed near the city and approached the small gate for laymen, but they were suddenly stopped by a guard standing at the entrance. Sooul took a step forward and politely asked him what was wrong. The guard began to clearly say that they had to pay the entrance fee. It was 10 low-level spirit stones, but then he abruptly stopped talking and smiled. He looked at Mak M without looking away or blinking and smiled broadly, fascinated by her. Then he came to his senses coughing and repeated that they had 20 spirit stones for 2. Sooul thought about the fact that 1 low-level artifact was worth about 40 low-level spirit stones, so the entrance fee to this city was obviously excessive, but there was nothing to do. They gave him the stones. The guard held out 2 passes and advised them to keep them safe. If the inspectors didn't find their passes, they would be fined 10 medium-level stones. Sooul was simply shocked by the established order here and told the guard that he understood. They stepped inside the gate, and what they saw inside the city made their eyes widen with surprise even more. The entire sky above the city was filled with alchemists flying with and without artifacts, and they were innumerable. Now the astonished Un Sooul and Mok M had a clear idea of what Taehung country was, and how it differed from Jianing. Unlike their country, Jianingtang is extremely strong in martial arts and Taoism. The laymen here are familiar with the nature of alchemists. Wealthy parents test their children's physiques to see if they are fit, and if the body doesn't fit, the children perfect the martial arts. Sooul noticed that the atmosphere here was very different from Jianing and that alchemists and laymen got along well together. He also wondered if there was an emperor here. Mok replied that she had heard that there should be a town governor, but alchemists don't have an emperor. The alchemist town governor rules the earthly officials as he pleases. They went into a place in town and sat down at a table. Mok suggested that the rest of the information could come from the local alchemists. Sooul said that was a good idea. Suddenly he noticed a peddler passing by and an interesting thought struck him. He called out to him, waved politely, and asked him to come to their table. It was obvious that the peddler was very excited about the request and replied that he would be right there. He came to their table and looked at them with wide-open eyes, full of admiration, almost unblinking. He looked at Sooul and asked what Mr. Saint wanted. As soon as the peddler came closer, Sooul felt that he possessed Niden. He handed him the soul stone and asked him where the biggest market was. The peddler was shocked at this unprecedented generosity of the saint. He gazed with admiration at the soul stone in his hands. He said that the largest market is on Henmu Street at the North Gate, and the market with valuable goods is on Chujaku Street at the South Gate, and he mentioned Mansu as the best in valuable goods. Then he was silent for a moment and asked for permission to add to his story. Sooul showed that he was ready to listen to the continuation. He said quietly that sometimes there was a secret firm of outside traders from whom you could buy really rare things, but they are only accessible by invitation. Saul sipped his tea. He noted Mansu's firm and took note of the information about the outside traders. He thanked the peddler and let him go. Satisfied, the peddler went on his way. Sooul told Mok that he planned to visit Mansu's trading firm and asked if she would keep him company. Without raising her eyes from the contents of her cup, Mok quietly replied that she had not yet fully explored the bags of abundance of the Morning Dawn community, and said she would stay in the room and finish them. Her face was very sad, and Sooul realized that it was not about the bags of plenty, but that the mental wound of losing his father had not yet healed. He decided that he would do his best to help Mok Yum heal. Then he smiled understandingly and said he'd go alone, and let her finish her business and take her time. As he approached the building of Mansu's firm, he was surprised by its size. It was like a royal palace. He was planning to make a big purchase, so he decided to hide his appearance and level. Sooul went inside, and almost immediately a salesman came up to him and asked him what he was looking for. He replied that he wanted to buy some herbs. The vendor said he could help with that and offered him a seat. Sooul obediently sat down and thanked him. Then asked if they had the root of animal husbandry, fodging herb renunciation, herb and fig flower. The seller was greatly surprised. Each of these herbs was very rare and expensive. He replied that they had the root of the animal husbandry herb, fodging renunciation herb. Sooul was glad he was so lucky. He had expected to buy at least one of the herbs, but there were 3. The lack of fig blossoms was only a little disappointing. He decided to look at the price. The vendor carefully held out a sheet with the prices of medicinal herbs to Un Sooul. After looking at him for a second, Sooul took out a bunch of spirit stones from his bag of abundance and held them out to the seller. He was dumbfounded. He turned back abruptly and shouted to someone to bring a cup of spiritual tea right away. Then he turned to Saul, bowed respectfully, and said he would bring his herbs right away. Just a couple minutes later, a bundle of the healing herbs he had bought was lying on the table in front of Sooul. The salesman bowed to Sooul and thanked him for his purchase. He asked me to look for him if he came to them again, and promised to take him to a fine room on the top floor. Sooul thanked him and was about to leave when suddenly the salesman coughed and decided to tell him one more thing. Sooul stopped, turned around, and looked at the salesman questioningly silent. He warned me that I shouldn't waste my energy looking for fig blossoms in other trading companies. They wouldn't have any. Saul turned around and looked at the merchant carefully. Noting that he seemed to be saying this for a reason, he nodded and said that the only way to find figs is to utilize the services of a secretive firm of outside traders. Sooul made a surprised face. He said he'd heard they were invitation only. The salesman confirmed it. Then he added that if Sooul possessed 1,000 mid-level spiritual stones, he would have no problem getting an invitation. Sooul was surprised by such an entrance criterion. He had the stones, but it was all suspicious. The seller said that he himself did not require payment, but simply established a connection, and if Saul was interested, he would set up a meeting place. Sooul agreed to the proposal, and 5 days later he was waiting at the agreed place. He dismantled the unnecessary things and collected all the available stones. He really hoped that the secret firm would have the fig blossoms he needed. And then a masked girl came up to him. She bowed respectfully to him and thanked him for contacting their secretive firm. Then held out the mask and asked him to put it on and follow her. She had to tell him the rules, and then she added that if he wanted to sell something, he had to pay a commission. All transactions in the firm were done through an auction where the assembled alchemists took turns selling their goods. So if he was willing to sell something, he could negotiate it. His companion led him to the entrance of the dungeon and invited him in, wishing him a successful and favorable transaction. Sooul went inside and another masked girl escorted him to a set table where the other alchemists were already seated. Sooul took a glass of spirit tea and examined the dishes on the table. They were different from the traditional dishes he had seen before. All the food was cooked on fire, which meant that there was a sun breath alchemist in the secret firm. Sooul remembered that Yangzhou, only one sun breath alchemist, was able to tip the scales of power in his favor, and here he immediately met sun breath in a trading firm. The difference is obvious. Another masked member of the secret firm entered the hall and announced that most of the participants were already here, and it was time to start the auction. One of the alchemists sitting at the table stood up and took out a large box. He opened it and everyone saw that there was a ring in it. It was the Ring of the Clear Soul, a lower-level Dharma treasure that restored spiritual power. He wanted to either exchange it for another artifact or sell it at an auction. Sooul was shocked to begin with a Dharma treasure of the lowest level. They were more powerful than any artifact. His meteor ring was a Dharma treasure, and masters had warned him that he could only use it at the Breath of the Sun stage. Saul really wanted to have such a ring since it restores spiritual power, but he realized that his wish was not destined to come true now, for he needed the fig flower more. The Clear Soul Ring was quickly auctioned off for 17 top-level spirit stones, and moved on to the next item. It was a rare medicinal herb that gave 1,000 years of life. It was also sold quickly. Then there was the Spiritual Energy Law Alchemist Pill and the Spiritual Beast Egg. Then someone made Needon look like a top-level spiritual beast and many more things. And then it was Soval's turn. He was offering the Shadow Orchid juice for sale. He explained that it has a scent that demonic beasts hate the most. The juice is a concentrate of this fragrance, and just a drop can scare away the beast and become a salvation from it. He's made it clear that he's not interested in spirit stones, but he is willing to trade one bottle of juice for fig blossoms. One participant commented that even though Breath of the Sun Alchemist is here, Soval's merchandise is quite specific, and it's hard to assess its value. Sooul hoped that there were alchemists here who not only saw demonic beasts but also hunted them. They would appreciate his goods. But there was silence in the hall. He was beginning to worry because he had nothing else to sell. But suddenly, somewhere in the distance, one of the alchemists raised his hand and shouted that he was willing to trade if the juice was real. In his raised hand high above his head, he held several bright pink fig flowers. Sooul was so happy he had already thought that he would never get them. He started to say that he was ready to make the exchange, but the alchemist interrupted him. He was silent for a moment and then said cryptically that he had one condition. Sooul tensed. He realized that this condition was not a good thing. The buyer, smiling slyly, explained that he had a question about the item. He suggested we talk outside and then exchange. Sooul assumed that with this behavior, the suspicious alchemist wanted to force Sooul to reveal his identity, but he didn't understand why, and he didn't like that deal much. He asked loudly if there was anyone else in the hall who wanted to exchange fig blossoms with him, but everyone around him was silent. Saul was upset. The alchemist laughingly told him to come to Pogchan's inn as soon as the auction was over. Saul and his suspicious buyer met at the inn as agreed. Saul immediately asked him why he had insisted on meeting in such a place. The alchemist wanted to seem nice and friendly. He simply replied that he just wanted to ask something. Sooul took a closer look at him. In appearance, he was about mid-law spiritual energy, but there was an overbearing aura surrounding him. Un Sooul also asked what he was interested in a friendly manner. He replied that almost no one he knew of the Shadow Orchid, and he himself had never heard of a juice containing its flavor. He wondered how Sooul had such a thing. Sooul asked seriously if he had to know the answer to that question. He laughed and said that he didn't have to tell him anyway. Then he smiled strangely somehow and offered to move on to the transaction. He put his hand behind the collar of his dress and Saul immediately felt threatened. The buyer's face changed dramatically and quickly pulled a dagger from behind the gate and threw it straight at Sooul. He evaded the attack and used a doppelganger spell. Several identical versions of Vantil appeared before his opponent's eyes. They all scattered in different directions, trying to confuse and disorient the enemy. He was extremely surprised and angry. He didn't understand how an alchemist who had barely reached heavenly birth could resist his attack. The cunning alchemist looked at the many copies of Til. He knew that if he put his mind to it, he would be able to identify the real one, but he figured he was on edge and it would only hurt him. But he memorized the face of this fugitive and promised himself that he would be sure to share it with him the next time he saw him. This evening, Sooul went into the tea room to reflect. He was pleased with himself that he had decided to use the reversal technique, but resolutely did not understand from what point and why things went wrong. At first, he thought that this alchemist and the old man from Mansu's firm had decided to take over his bag of abundance. But if he had an accomplice, it would have been more than just a dagger thrown at him. He realized he had too little information to get to the truth, and he realized he'd been a fool to agree to the deal outside. He had no other choice, though. He had to get the fig blossoms, and the alchemist had them, so he had to find a way to get them. There was a knock at the door, and Sooul looked up. He allowed the knocker to enter and noticed that it was already dawning outside. The uninvited guest entered the room with a tray and announced that he had brought spiritual tea and treats for Sowol. Sowol thanked him for his rest. It was the same peddler they had met on the first day. Saul handed him another soulstone and asked if he was a local. To rejoiced wildly and replied that he had been in Huizhong since his birth and had never left the city. Sowol assumed he was in the know then and found out if he had heard of the brigand who was killing alchemists in the inns or tea houses and stealing their bags of abundance. He added that he was likely to take his life with a single blow of a blade or dagger. The peddler froze in fright. He lowered his gaze and as if guiltily replied that he had heard of such incidents. Saul sharply ordered him to tell us what he knows. Maybe he knows his name, basic clothing, or the area where he operates. Anything that could be a clue. He replied that the bandit is called the Nameless Assassin. He had a high level of cultivation and only attacked outsiders, and the local alchemists were not interested in catching him. Saul realized that all the locals at the secret meeting knew about the assassin, and he had rushed into something that a knowledgeable alchemist would never allow. He exhaled deeply and asked the peddler if he had more to tell. He said that if he wanted more information, he should ask the reliable community. Saul asked me to tell you about them. The peddler said they know everything about the world, although they are often scolded for demanding a lot of spirit stones for information. He told Saval where they were and he went straight to them. When he looked around the Hope Community building, he was surprised. He thought they operated in the shadows, but they were open in the daylight. He went inside and told the guard he had come to buy information. He understood the openness meant they were a large organization with influence and hoped for useful information. Inside, he was greeted by an elderly woman who bowed respectfully and asked what exactly he was interested in. He answered bluntly that he was interested in the nameless killer. She nodded her head and asked him to follow her, saying she would escort him out. On the way, Sowol noticed that they had already passed through 3 doors. There was secrecy inside. He couldn't spread tea because there was a restriction on it. The attendant knocked on the large door and announced that a guest had arrived to see the head of the community. From behind the door came a quiet and mysterious voice that told the woman to let him inside. Saul went inside. The place was in semi-darkness. He took a few steady steps forward, but then he became alert. Something unusual caught his attention and made him wonder. Looking up at the wall, he saw his true face and not the face of Vantil he had wrapped himself in to disguise himself. He looked ahead. In the distance, a girl in a beautiful, lush dress was sitting on cushions. He came closer. She looked at him in greeting and invited him to sit down across from her. Saul immediately noticed her blue hair. It spoke of her special skill. She bowed her head politely and introduced herself. Her name was Seo Bin, and she was the head of the Reliable Community Department in Huizhong. Soval said she could call him Un. He could clearly detect the subtle scent in the room, and was glad that he couldn't feel its effects because of the ice breach. Seo Bin clarified whether Sowol had really come here for information about the nameless assassin, and replied that he had. Su Bin asked what the young master wanted to know in order to determine the price of such information. She immediately warned that they only accepted spirit stones. Sowol replied that he was interested in whether or not there were those who would take revenge in the event of the nameless assassin's death, and if there were, who they were, and what stage of cultivation they were at. The head nodded, and almost without thinking, she named a price of 5 top-level spirit stones. Sowol quickly took out the stones from the bag and placed them on the table in front of So Bin with a clatter. She immediately replied that no one would avenge the destruction of the nameless killer. He has no one and has always acted alone. Then Sowol said he wanted to know about Nameless's entire life. Bin answered without hesitation that it would cost 5 more stones. Sowol realized that it would indeed cost a lot of stones. She said that the assassin had announced himself 100 years ago after the breakthrough on the spiritual energy law, when he had killed several alchemists in his hometown during the treasure racket. He then began traveling to other cities and killing alchemists with no support and a level below himself. He lived without leaving a trace. And 3 years ago, he settled in Huizhong. Sowol realized that he was the perfect prey in the eyes of the assassin, a wandering alchemist who had hidden his level of cultivation before the heavenly birth. And she continued. She'd noticed that since arriving here, the gaps between his acts had shortened. He was no longer cautious, like he needed more spiritual stones. Sowol hesitated and asked another question about whether he had any visible features on the kill. The head smiled and noted that this information was very important, but given their previous dealings, she would only charge 10 spirit stones for it. He replied that the rumors about them were true. She told me that Nameless takes the life of the target with a colorless blade or weapon. He leaves no trace. Sowol stood up and was about to leave. Seo Bin asked him to stop by again if he heard about the death of the nameless assassin. Sowol turned to her and bluntly asked how they would proceed in case someone came to them for information on Nameless's killer. She bowed her head and answered honestly that they are an organization that sells information and will provide it to anyone who pays. Sowol smiled slyly and bluntly pointed out that if he came to them to see if there was any support for Nameless' potential victim, they would lay it all out for the spirit stones. The head of the community looked at him and only smiled back enigmatically. 2 weeks had passed since then. Sowol procured all the necessary herbs, a furnace capable of withstanding the true flames of samadhi, a cauldron of red jade, All this took 100 spiritual stones. But it was all necessary. If he could make a new weapon with all this, he could deal with Nameless and get the fig blossoms. Sowol spent all his time making the new weapon. He had no distractions and was always watching the process sitting at the cauldron. It was boring and tedious. Besides, the cauldron and the flames were scorching hot. Sowol sighed with exhaustion. But suddenly he opened his eyes and realized it was ready. The weapon was just right, and he could go back to the real world. When he arrived at the tea house, he met the peddler at once. He was happy and exclaimed that he had been away for 2 months and that he hoped Sowol had succeeded in his plan. Sowol smiled amicably and replied that thanks to his explanations, everything had gone off without a hitch. The peddler was just happy. Sowol took a seat at the table and asked him if anything serious had happened to his sister mentor in the meantime. The peddler smiled and replied evasively that what was not there was not there, but what was there was there. Sowol praised him and said that despite his young age, he reasoned like an adult. He sipped his tea and assumed that meant nothing serious had happened, but that Mok had managed to get involved in a couple of minor incidents. The peddler chuckled and explained that because the beautiful sister Sowol looked like an alchemist, there were a couple of people who started bothering her. He told of a mean uncle who was unhappy that a lay woman was in the alchemist's tea house and tried to get Mok out. But she created a blue ball in the palm of her hand and he escaped. Sowol thought he probably couldn't recognize Mok's abilities because of her eyes. Then he asked the peddler if anything else was wrong. He said no, and explained that the sister hardly ever leaves the room now. And since that incident, she had covered her face with a black veil. And he added that however the black veil was not the best solution because in the past a guest in a veil had already come to the tea house, and so she had aroused even more interest. Sowol asked him to be sure to tell the older woman about it next time, and asked the main question about whether the nameless killer's victims had been found recently. The peddler looked around to see if anyone was listening, but it was just the two of them in the room. He quickly moved closer to Sowol and quietly whispered in his ear that 5 more people had died in the meantime. Because of the number of victims, it's said that someone else is committing the crimes pretending to be nameless. All of the victims were at least heaven-born. Saul thought for a moment. 5 victims in 2 months was indeed extremely unreasonable behavior for a cautious, nameless killer. SEO Bin was telling the truth. The peddler said that was all he knew, and after some thought, he added that there were rumors that the alchemists of the Taoist temple were chasing after him. Sowol realized that if the alchemists caught up with him early, they would take away his bag of abundance, and thus Sowol would not get the fig blossoms. At that moment, he decided it was time to act and seize the initiative before it was too late. A plan formed in his mind, which after a while worked, and Nameless himself found Sowol and decided to take his life. Sowol, however, skillfully pretended to escape. He flew away from Nameless and was pleased that everything had turned out as he'd expected. He'd spent 10 days wandering around as Teal to get the killer's attention, and it worked. Right now, that one was chasing him with unthinkable fierceness and a desire to finish what he had started. Sowol spun down sharply and jumped to the ground, pulling out all 3 of his 3 swords. Nameless stepped to the ground after him. He landed neatly in front of Sowol. He noted with surprise that he had never seen the triple soaring sword technique before. He then praised his swords and shield and said that he hoped he hadn't used up all the spirit stones in the market. Sowol completely calmly assumed that the assassin wanted his artifacts and spirit stones. He nodded and smiled. He said that Sowol should have found out what kind of man he was and studied his methods. Un Sooul decided to continue the conversation and said that it had been 2 months since they last met, and he didn't think he would be pursued to the end. Nameless, however, suddenly activated his artifact wheels and shouted that it was time to end the empty conversation. Sowol was surprised that the assassin was using an artifact and not a Dharma treasure, since he should have collected many spiritual stones for emptying so many bags of abundance. He wondered if he had any more weapons stashed away than these wheels. He realized that as a second-stage spiritual energy law holder, he had to be more careful. He easily repelled his attack and then pointed his swords against the Nameless assassin. All 3 swords spun into an energy vortex and swiftly flew straight at Nameless. The one stood perfectly still, just watching and feeling absolutely no threat. As soon as the swords came very close to him, he activated his spiritual barrier and looked proudly at Sowol. With his spiritual power, Nameless showed Sowol a picture of how his artifact wheels were robbing him of his life in various ways. A second later, the wheels flew back at Un Sooul. He skillfully deflected one blow after another with his shield. The assassin realized that Sowol was somewhere at the beginning level of the spiritual energy law, but he pointed out that it didn't make any difference since his attacks didn't exceed the heavenly birth level. After saying those words, the Nameless assassin concentrated and focused his spiritual energy. A vortex of powerful energy swirled around him and flowed directly into his hand. His eyes glowed with pure energy. He channeled all that energy flow into his artifacts and struck with renewed vigor. But Sowol reacted in time and deftly dodged the powerful energy wheel, and after that took out some kind of vessel and showed it to the Nameless assassin. He lunged at him, and the man thought Sowol was afraid to risk his life. He warned him that no matter how hard he tried to reach him, he would not succeed. But Sooul confidently continued straight at his opponent without thinking of stopping. Nameless used one of his defensive spells on him, and Sooul found himself in an energy sphere that his opponent forcefully kicked away. From the powerful blow, Un Sooul dropped the vessel from his hands and flew far back with a scream. He fell to the ground with a stone and lay motionless, and the vessel also lay motionless not far from him. This artifact immediately caught the nameless assassin's attention. He didn't know what it was, and he was very curious to find out. He walked over to the vessel and examined it closely. He felt no danger from it. Nameless took the soul vessel in his hand and decided to see what was inside since Sooul had so thoughtlessly decided to approach him to use it. Holding the vial in his hands, the assassin reasoned that in the world of alchemists, abilities are the most important thing, and it's Sooul's failure that's to blame for him taking his life. Then he opened the vessel and quickly plunged into the violet smoke that enveloped him completely. Nameless screamed in a frenzy. Sooul stood up and explained that inside the vessel was the lesser devil's poison. So Nameless was worried for nothing, for he had not wasted any stones. While his opponent rolled on the ground in pain, Sooul told him that he was ruined by his caution to cover his tracks and his vile enjoyment of the death of others. In a burst of pain and despair, Nameless quietly said something about the treasure and the place where it was hidden. He beat his fists against the ground and shouted that he would tell him about the place where they were hidden if he would spare him. But Saul replied that he wouldn't buy it, since sparing a thief does not give any chance of getting a treasure he is not sure exists. After that, he ended the Nameless killer's torment, because he thought the lesser devil's poison was too harsh after all. He examined the vessel and realized that there was still a lot of poison left, but decided that he would use it on people only as a last resort. Then he decided to check his trophies. Upon opening the bag of Nameless abundance, Sooul was unpleasantly surprised by its contents. It didn't contain a single spiritual stone or dharma treasure. Aside from the paired Samoseki wheels, the rest of the artifacts were of a lower level. Un Sooul immediately remembered his words about the hidden treasure. After all, it was too little considering Nameless's reputation as a villain. Then he noticed another artifact lying inside. It was unfamiliar to Saul. There was an impressive-sized pearl lying there. At first, Saul thought it was a jewel of some kind. He picked it up and decided to try to put some spiritual power into it to see what it was. He channeled his spiritual energy into her, but there was no response. It was strange. Sooul didn't understand what was wrong. The pearl simply absorbed his spiritual power without a trace. He twirled the pearl in his hands. He wondered how much spiritual power it could absorb. It was clear to him that the thing was unusual, but he couldn't figure out what it was for. It didn't react to any manipulation of spiritual power. Saul thought for a moment. It occurred to him that perhaps ordinary spiritual power wouldn't work here. He found a high-level stone in the bag of abundance and applied it to the pearl. It took all the energy from him, turning him into mere glass. It is likely that the reason why Nameless killed more and more often was because of this treasure, and he did not hide the loot, but spent it on the pearl. Sooul decided that he'd start by letting him absorb the high-level stones he'd received. He took out a few dozen high-level stones and placed near the pearl. In almost an instant, she drained each of them. So Nameless had used most of the stones for this too. Sooul was afraid to imagine the power of this treasure. Sooul was angry that he couldn't figure out this mysterious pearl. He decided to give her 4 top-level stones. The situation was repeated. It sucked their energy down to a trickle and they became just glass. Sooul realized that he had fed half of his own stones and saw no reaction. It was time to stop wasting time on this and start preparing a cure for the elder. The rainbow pill should help her, but it would take a lot of work to make it. Sooul had been busy making the pill for some time, and now it was finally ready. He went to the door of Mok's room and knocked gently, asking if she was in the room. There was no reply. Sooul was a little surprised and assumed she was out, though it was better than sitting in 4 walls and being sad. Huijian is a big and beautiful city. He stepped away from the door and headed for the tea room. As he descended the stairs, he noticed that the tea room was unusually crowded today. A peddler came up to him. He was glad that Saul had come down. Sooul asked why there were so many people today. The peddler replied that he was very busy at the moment, but as soon as he had a moment, he would tell him everything and offered to escort Sooul to his place. Sooul agreed. Sooul walked over to one of the tables where there was an empty seat. He greeted the alchemists already seated there and took it. They didn't pay him any attention. One of the alchemists with a completely bald head was complaining that there had been too many alchemists running into Huijiang lately because of the rift. The other replied that they didn't care. They had already developed their abilities and had become worthy masters, not rabble. Sooul realized that they were at a late stage of heavenly birth. The third alchemist said that they were far from masters. With their skills, they won't even reach the lake in the middle of the rift. There are many treasures there, but they can't defeat the spiritual energy law monsters. Baldy shouted that they needed to gather healing herbs from the rift and break through to the spiritual energy law. If they could do that, they would reach the lake in 30 or 60 years. They continued to argue about the rift, and Sooul realized that the rift was something like the fertile spirit land. It seemed to open up periodically in the vicinity too. Suddenly, Sooul noticed that it was unusually quiet. Suddenly, everyone was silent. He looked up and saw Sister Mok walking down the hall in her black veil. All the alchemists stared at her and opened their mouths, mesmerized by her beauty. Sowell called out to her as she was walking up the stairs to her room. She saw him and stopped. Looking at him with a calm gaze, she noted that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Sowell agreed and suggested they go to her room to talk. He immediately noted the change in Mok. She had cut her long hair. She smiled, took off her veil, and coquettishly asked him if she looked good with her haircut. Sowell smiled meaningfully and said that the haircut suited her well, but that cutting her hair short and covering herself with a veil would draw too much attention to herself. Mok was embarrassed, but noted that she liked the length much better. The long hair was getting in the way, so she cut it short. Sowell said that the main thing was that she was comfortable and that it looked good on her. The eldest explained that she had been troubled, but that cutting her hair made her feel better. You can't be sad all the time. It's time to resume training. After all, she will return to Yangzhou at some point. Sowell noticed that she was trying to speak with ease, but was definitely planning revenge herself. He said she needed to recover fully before she could start training. He handed her a newly made rainbow pill. Mok asked what it was, and he explained that it was a healing pill that would have a beneficial effect on her inner state. Mok smiled gratefully and noted that she was constantly indebted to him and thanked him for his concern. After she swallowed the pill, she began to breathe heavily. Sowell thought it had been a long time, and her spiritual energy had cleared. He suspected that something had gone wrong. He could not assess her condition because he was afraid that if he injected his spiritual power into her, there might be a conflict. Mok covered her mouth sharply with her hand, trying to stop the urge to vomit. But she couldn't. She threw up. Streams of sweat ran down her face. She was so embarrassed she couldn't look at Sowell. After a while, Sowell enlightened Mok that the alchemists of Toon were far superior to the alchemists of Jiangning. Of course, she could become a master in Toon, but without artifacts, it would be difficult for her. He replied thoughtfully that he had heard that there was a rift outside of Huizhou. There they could get healing herbs and many spirit stones. She wanted to pay Sowell for the herbs. Sowell was surprised that Mok wanted to visit the rift too. He asked her what it was because he had heard very little about it. The eldest told me that once every 30 years a strong wind blows around Huizhou, and that if you find the place where it blows the strongest, you can find the entrance to another space. Then she said a little louder that this entrance and all, and called the rift. Sowell thought for a moment. Both the passage and the windswept place reminded him very much of the fertile spirit land. Mok continued to say that inside the rift, there were unique medicinal herbs, spiritual stones, and beasts. This was the reason why alchemists flock here every 30 years. Sowell realized she was right about it not seeming to be the fertile spirit lands, and asked her if anyone was controlling this rift. Mok said she heard the manager was out. The entrance is free. That's why alchemists rush here, because unlike the Great Lands, it's easy to get into the rift. Saul confidently told Mok that if she was going into the rift, he was going with her. The city makes sure the killers don't run amok, but anything can happen in the rift. She also honestly admitted that she was worried seeing so many spiritual energy law alchemists on the streets. So she didn't argue at all and was even happy about this statement from Sowell. After all, he would be a strong support if he went with her. There was still a little time left before the rift opened, and Sowell figured he'd have time to take care of a couple more things. First, he decided to head to the place he had originally intended to return to. He had come to the Hope community to meet the head of the community again. Seobin was glad to see him. This time, he didn't change his appearance and came with his true face. Seobin still saw him under the mask of Thiel last time. Sowell was serious and determined. The head of the community recognized him immediately and greeted him. Young Master Un plumped down on the already familiar cushion opposite Seobin. He raised his head and looked questioningly at the young blonde girl who sat next to the head. Bin noticed his gaze and said it was Beck Rand's child. The girl bowed her head respectfully. The head said that Beck had come from the main residence of the community and would stay with her to learn everything, and asked Sowell to ignore her. But it wasn't easy for Sowell to fulfill the head's request. He looked at Beck Ron and couldn't understand what was happening to him. Un Sooul couldn't take his eyes off her. He even thought that they had met somewhere before. He felt a stream of powerful blue energy enter his head right through the back of his head. Seconds later, Beck coughed and vomited bright scarlet blood. She was startled and covered her mouth with her hand, trying to hold back the urge. The gagging continued. The head of Bond sat motionless and did not react in any way to what was happening. Sowell was surprised at what had happened and didn't know if he should react to it in any way. Baekran raised her gaze at him incredulously. She couldn't believe that the impure soul response she had trained for almost a lifetime had failed. Un Sooul looked at her anxiously and politely asked if everything was all right and why she suddenly coughed up blood. They realized that she wanted to use the charming technique. Baek was silent and felt that her spiritual power had dissipated, and her insides were in a state of turmoil. It would take her a long time to recover. Suddenly, Seobin turned her head and shouted furiously at her. She asked how she dared to use a forbidden technique on their guest. She activated her spiritual power and looked guiltily at Sowell and asked him not to be angry because she would repay him with Beck Rand's life. She was about to direct a powerful energy stream directly at her student. but Saval ordered her to stop. The powerful, pure energy glowing daggers of the community head froze right in front of the terrified Beck's face. Saul was very unhappy. He sharply said that he understood that Bike didn't do it on her own. Even though he doesn't fully understand what happened, he doesn't understand why he would kill a sick person. Bin calmly explained that if anyone found out that they had used the charming technique on a guest, they would be in an awkward position. That's why she decided to cut off the loose ends. She then ordered her apprentice to wipe up the blood and quickly get out of here before she changed her mind. A frustrated Beck Ran quickly began wiping the blood off the floor with the sleeve of her dress. Then she stood up and headed for the exit, throwing Soval one incredulous glance. Sowol and Subin were left alone in the room. It was dark and foggy, a fog that was familiar to Sowol. After a brief silence, Bin said casually that she hadn't heard any news about the nameless killer lately. Soval backed up the game and pretended to be greatly surprised by her words. He said he didn't know anything about it. The head pondered aloud about what might have happened to him. He had left Huizhong and moved to another city, or he had gone to feed the spirit beast. Sowol shook his head and said that we had no idea what had happened to him. He was an elusive brigand that even the local alchemist couldn't capture. Seobin said he was right. She explained that that's why she was so curious about whether he went to another city or left for the next world. Especially her curiosity was heightened by the fact that earlier he had asked her if anyone would avenge Nameless. Saul smiled wryly and reminded her that the information he had bought from her had cost him a lot of money, and then added that he's been hearing that the reliable community is not only selling, but buying information as well. The community head's lips spread into a smile, and then she laughed loudly, showing her beautiful teeth. She noted that Un Sooul seemed to look down on their community a bit, and explained that the information about the nameless assassin was very cheap. It was not in her interest, and she was just curious about the new alchemist coming to town. Sowol took a little offense at such a statement. He thanked her sarcastically and folded his arms. And Seobin continued. She noted that this time was different. If he eliminated the nameless assassin, then she should behave accordingly. And then she proposed a deal. He shares information about Nameless, and she answers one of his questions in return. She called this transaction information for information, and looked at him questioningly, waiting for an answer. Saul thought for a moment. He realized that if he told the truth, she could sell it for spirit stones. He didn't want to get involved. Seobin understood Saval's concern, and promised that she would keep the name of Nameless's killer secret and only sell information about her death. Saul agreed. He confessed that the Nameless killer was dead. He said that his body was buried under a small hill in a rice paddy in the north of Huizhong. She wrote it all down and said the information was very impressive, and then she asked him what he wanted to ask her. Un Sooul thought for a moment. He didn't know what she had in mind, but something told him that Seobin was not going to cause trouble for him, so he decided to ask his question. Loud and clear, he asked the head how he could get to Yeongnam country. Seobin's eyes widened with a mixture of confusion and surprise. It was obvious that the question had caused her confusion. She wondered. It wasn't as if Soval was playing a trick on her, but she had never heard of the Yeongnam country, nor had she seen any record of it in books. Sowol became frustrated. He exhaled forcefully and muttered that even if the Outstanding Information Organization knew nothing about her, then he should give up. Seobin, on the other hand, promised him that she would send her man to the main residence to find information about the Yeongnam country, and asked for some time to do so. Soval realized he had hurt her pride. He explained that the country was very far away and could only be reached through the shifting circle, so it was not surprising that few people knew about it. That seemed to make Seobin angry. Seowol realized that he had overreacted a bit, but she pulled herself together and changed the subject, noting that there were a lot of alchemists in Huejin now because of the opening of the rift. She asked if Sowol was going there too. Soval nodded and asked her if the alchemists from their community would be going to the rift. She explained that their organization only sells and buys information, and they do not guide alchemists into the rift. Then she stretched out a long butt and looked meaningfully at Soval. He assumed she had something to tell him about the rift. Ta nodded and said that since she hadn't been able to answer his question, this information would be a substitute. After a while, Sowol walked out of Seobin's residence with a quick and confident step. He met her elderly assistant and asked her if he could stay a little longer to get some fresh air. She said he could, but not for long. He nodded. He sat down on the threshold and plunged into his thoughts. He realized that Seobin's words clearly made sense. He looked up and saw Baekran looking out from behind a tree trunk ahead of him. He turned his head in her direction. She lowered her eyes and bowed to him in embarrassment. Sowol also nodded his head back at her and smiled charmingly. He looked at her without taking his eyes off her. She quickly turned around and disappeared behind the tree trunk so quickly that Saul could only catch a glimpse of the disappearing plume of her dress. He lowered his head and chuckled, noting to himself that this place was full of strange things, but he still had one more thing to do. He was back at the auction at the secret trading firm. He decided to sell the pill of non-aging. He told the participants that this pill would not restore their youth, but would stop further aging of their face and body. After getting the stones for the pill, he planned to solve the mystery of the pearl. Sowol explained to the participants that it had taken him a lot of effort to get just one such pill, and announced that payment would only be accepted with spiritual stones of the highest level. There was an uproar in the audience. One woman shouted that if this pill would keep her from aging, she'd give all her wealth for it, but she wanted proof of its authenticity. She was supported by a second alchemist who was also willing to buy it for a huge sum of money, but he too found it hard to believe that the pill of non-aging had just appeared here. One of the organizers of the auction stood in the place. He offered to check its authenticity to eliminate any doubts, and offered to move on to the next lot for the time of verification. He took the pill from Sowol's hands and carried it away. Sowol was a little worried that the alchemist would disappear with the pill. The bidding continued and several artifacts were sold and traded, and then the organizer with the pill returned. He apologized for the wait and paused. The whole room fell silent awaiting his verdict. Everyone looked questioningly at him and at the pill. He loudly announced that the pill of non-aging was authentic. After that, active bidding began. The bidders offered first 15, then 24, then 40 top-level spirit stones. Sowol was shocked that the ageless pill had caused such a stir. Then there were offers of 50 and 70 stones. Then one of the participants suggested one special level. Sowol remembered that one special level was equal to 100 top-level stones. The bids kept going up and up. Each next participant offered more than the previous one. And then the mysterious woman offered a price of 5 special levels, which ended the bidding. The ageless pill was sold to her. Sowol returned home. He had collected fewer spirit stones in his life than he had gotten for a single pill. Now he understood their value and would use them to his advantage. But he looked at the treasure that lay on the table opposite him, and he was tormented by doubts. Something told him that it would be wrong to let this thing absorb one special level spirit stone. He was beginning to suspect it was Nameless's revenge. Maybe he'd hidden the real treasure and left this one behind on purpose. Sowol decided that he would not touch the special level stones for the time being, but use the others. Maybe they'd work out too. He used all the top-level stones and nothing. He didn't believe it was even possible. This was truly a treasure he had found. The pearl lay cozily on a pillow surrounded by a mountain of glass that used to be spirit stones. Sowol decided she looked more like a spewer. He resented it. How is it even possible to eat so many stones at once without any result? He looked at the remaining 5 special level stones. He realized that they were so valuable that they could change an alchemist's life. Perhaps it was time to stop, but he couldn't. He felt sorry for the stones used and was anxious to see the result. Anyone would have considered this act foolish, but he hoped he could do something with the special level stones, so he decided to take a chance. He put one of the stones on the pearl and noticed that it was quite hot. It had been warm before, but now it was hot. He started feeding it one stone after another and saw something change. He had one last stone left and prayed that it would be enough to make it work. Suddenly, the pearl soared into the air right in front of Sowol and glowed with a warm pink light. He was happy that it had finally worked. The shell of the pearl began to slowly melt like chocolate before his eyes. Treasure then spun around, forming a small vortex in the air. And a moment later, a small gold pill fell from the shards of the pearl onto the pillow. Sowol had absolutely no idea of its purpose. He had never heard of jewelry that turned into pills. Suddenly, his bag of abundance stirred and opened on its own. Sowol shrieked in surprise. A disheveled Wan jumped out of the bag and onto the floor. Sowol remembered that he could only recognize danger by the smell of the ancient tortoise. Perhaps a sniff would give him some insight. He brought the pill a little closer to the kitten's nose. He smelled it and began to wiggle his nose, sniffing. Suddenly, the kitten jumped up sharply. Sowol jumped up in surprise, too. Wan made a nimble leap toward the pill in an attempt to eat it. But Sowol reacted and pushed him away, saying that if he ate it, he'd be in trouble. And quite seriously promised to make cat soup out of it. Van Wang seems to have visualized this picture. He calmed down and decided not to test how serious his master was in his promises. Then he smelled the scent of the shards that were left of the pearl. He found one of them and was going to eat it at least. Sowol didn't mind. He wondered what would happen. It had been a long time since then, but nothing had changed. Although the kitten clearly looked pleased, Sowol scrutinized the pills time after time, trying to figure out what it was. Suddenly, something began to happen to Wan. The kitten was thrown upwards and hit the floor. He raised his fur and screamed loudly. He tensed and clawed at the planked floor. Sowol didn't understand what was wrong. It was as if Van Von couldn't contain his strength. Suddenly, his eyes lit up red. He grinned and hissed loudly. He turned into a real beast. But just a second later, the kind and fluffy Van Wan, who had grown up a bit, was already sitting in front of Sowol's eyes. And then it occurred to Sowol what it might be. But he couldn't believe it was the legendary pill. Even the first master didn't know how to create it. He exhaled and decided it was best not to get false hopes and try it out on himself. He quickly put the pill in his mouth, reassuring himself that nothing bad had happened to Wan, so he wouldn't be in trouble. Sowol came to and felt something wet. He hadn't realized he'd lost consciousness, but he was lying on a soft surface. When he opened his eyes, he saw Van Von. He raised his head and looked around. The elder was sitting with her back to him, staring thoughtfully out the window. He called out to her. She quickly turned around and looked at Sooul worriedly. She was glad he was awake. Sooul stood up and tried to get rid of Wan, who was gnawing on his fingers. He asked Mok guiltily if he had bothered her. He told her that she had been practicing Qigong and felt the energy seeping out of his room. When she went in to see him, she immediately realized that he had changed for the better. She thought that there were too many alchemists around and she as the elder couldn't let them interfere with him. She wondered if there were any results. Un replied confusedly that he didn't know yet, but he was going to check. He remembered that the pill didn't melt when he swallowed it, but then turned into energy and flowed over Naden. After that, there were no memories. Sooul thought that the pill would dramatically increase his spiritual power or level of development. None of this happened, but something had definitely changed. Mok asked him worriedly if something was wrong. He thought about it and said it was fine. He had his doubts at first, but it was definitely the golden pill. Sooul still couldn't believe his sudden happiness. This pill does not increase spiritual power, but develops Naden. The spiritual power becomes purer and its expenditure is halved. With Ice Gust, he used the evil slaying technique and several artifacts at the same time, but his spiritual energy was quickly running out. Now he could fight a long battle. Mok smiled and noted observantly that it looked like something so good had happened that he couldn't even tell. Sooul was embarrassed and said she couldn't be fooled. She suggested that he had definitely made great strides in his advancement. Saul nodded and added that since she had recovered and he wanted to test his own strength, he could have a duel. She asked cautiously if he had gotten something big. I smiled slyly and warned him not to expect any favors from her and to be prepared. He replied that was just what he needed, and Wan decided to take a nap. And so the day of the opening of the rift came. The wind was raging with unimaginable force. Sooul realized that very soon the rift would open and it would be time for them to go there. Un Sooul was worried. He had swallowed the golden pill and Mok would be by his side there. With that, it was safe to go into the rift, but something was bothering him. He recalled the words of Sobin, who said that every 300 years a very rare treasure could be obtained from the lake in the rift. This year will be the 300th year that this treasure will appear in the lake. Sooul was surprised that the head of the community had so suddenly decided to share this valuable information with him. She explained that even though they knew of the treasure, they didn't send their alchemists to the rift, but recruited outsiders to send them to find it, and they pay for them with spirit stones. Sooul's face expressed absolutely no interest in the fact she had told him. She praised his abilities, and she said something happened 300 years ago, and now they're not the only ones who know about the treasure, and there'll be competition, but he'd be very helpful if he could get it. Sooul looked at her carefully and concluded that she was offering him a job to work for their community. She explained that it would be until they paid him for the treasure, and noted that his abilities wouldn't help him handle it alone. And this way, he gets the stone. Sooul realized that her words made sense, but he still said he had no plans to accept her offer. From his experience with Baek Ron, he decided he shouldn't trust the community. He asked if he could buy information about the rift landscape from them. Seobin smiled. She replied that because of rivalries, alchemists only shared what was inside the rift with trusted people. Then she looked at him intently and told him that if he accepted her offer, she would share the information for free, and told him to come back if he changed his mind. But Sooul didn't come back. He decided not to get involved in their game. He was sorry he hadn't gotten any useful information. Suddenly, he was called by the elder. She told him to look at the rift. The space there turned black and a bright flame glowed inside. All the alchemists flew closer. Sooul realized that the journey had begun. The only thing left to hope for now was himself and the strength of the elder. Suddenly, a few alchemists flying ahead couldn't withstand the wind and were abruptly blown backwards. They rushed past Sooul and Mok with a frantic shout. Sooul realized that the strong wind made it difficult for Heaven Birth level alchemists to enter the rift. He caught up with Mok and told her to pick up speed to get into the rift the first time. A voice came from behind them, telling them to move back if they didn't want to be trampled. Sooul jumped aside sharply and turned his head to see what it was that was shouting. A wagon pulled by 4 horses was running behind. The coachman was proudly shouting the name of his mountain estate Pokyi. He was no longer young, black-haired, and had a bright, determined look in his brown eyes. Everyone around him whispered about the windmill carriage of the Pokyi estate. Sooul heard 2 alchemists talking as they flew by. They hoped that this year the Pokyi estate wouldn't get close to the lake. He realized that this was a famous family. It made sense, though. The coachman was obviously not simple, since he was driving 4 red-winged celestial horses. He watched the wagon go into the rift and thought about the possibility that there was also a person inside the wagon. He didn't care much about that now, though. Mok was surprised that the wind had no effect on the wagon. She said it was time for them to go inside, too. Sooul agreed and wished them good luck. Sooul entered the rift and walked there alone in search of his elder. He guessed there might be something that would separate them at the entrance. He'd been warned about that. Since they did not know the area, they had agreed in advance to meet at the lake. The rift exit was due to open in a month and be open for 3 more. They agreed to stay out of harm's way to gather herbs and spirit stones and meet at the lake. The elder was a strong alchemist, so there was no need to hurry, and Sovol decided to find out about the lake treasure beforehand and move out. He felt that there were only 2 heaven-born alchemists nearby who were not dangerous. He put Wang Wan on his shoulder and told him to lead him to the place with the healing herb. After Wang Wan had eaten the golden pill shards, he became well-liked and could be relied upon. After a little while, Wang Wan led Sovol to the first medicinal plant. After walking a bit more, they found another equally valuable and useful one. Wang Wan was calm and didn't try to eat it. Then there was another not very distant route along which the contented cat led his master. Jumping up sharply, he landed right next to another healing flower and meowed proudly. Sowol looked at all the herbs he had collected and thought that Wang Wan was doing a great job. In 2 days of traveling to the middle of the rift, he managed to collect a bunch of medicinal herbs and Nidan. But Wang Wan meowed a long meow and moved on. Sowol thought he had found something else, though there were no more herbs to be seen. And the cat started walking around the empty spot in the ground, letting me know there was something inside. Sowol crouched down and touched the ground with his hand. To his surprise, the ground was wet. He took a bit of earth in his hand and poured some of his spiritual energy into it. A blue glow enveloped the space around him. And in a second, a secret entrance to an underground cave opened in front of Sowol. Sowol realized that it appeared to be a branch in the valley. He was very curious and decided to go inside. Van Van agreed with him. Inside it was dark. They made their way carefully and slowly walking along the cave wall. As Sowol went deeper into the cave, he began to notice that water was flowing from the crevices inside. He used a spell and made a hole in the place to see where the water came from. Inside, he saw a small lake and realized that when it rains, it fills up and the water gushes out. It looked like no one had been here yet. He put the cat in the bag and decided that he should check the lake and look for healing herbs or spirit stones at the bottom. He activated the spiritual barrier and dived in. Sowol dived deeper and deeper. Suddenly, he saw some kind of incomprehensible green light at the bottom. It looked like the glow of stars. Sowol went lower and suddenly noticed that the stars were also approaching, and fast. In a second, a pack of toothy fish was right in front of his spiritual barrier. He immediately realized it was a green flounder. They lived deep underwater, so he knew nothing but the name. The flounder was a mid-level spirit animal, so he wanted to observe the pack. Without pausing, the pack of fish began to attack Sowol with their green energy streams from the lantern hanging above their heads. Saul realized the fish were hostile, but there was nothing to fear. They could not penetrate his spiritual barrier. But it would be difficult for him to cope with 30 fish underwater. But still, Sowol couldn't just walk away and be left without 30 Nidanev mid-level spirit beasts. They probably had more spiritual power than the surface beasts, besides he had taken the golden pill and reduced the expenditure of spiritual power. And the pack of green flounder kept furiously attacking Sowol's barrier and snapping their toothy mouths. Inside the barrier, Sowol was already preparing to attack. He activated his shield and 3 swords. The fish surrounded him from all sides. Suddenly, streams of energy erupted from the fish's green eyes. They turned into small daggers and went straight into Sowol's barrier. But the barrier didn't waver. It repelled all the energy daggers without much difficulty. The daggers simply extinguished against the barrier without doing a single bit of damage to the Saul standing behind him. The fish looked at this and realized that the plan to kill the prey didn't work, and they had no other plan. Sowol looked at them proudly from his hiding place and said that they should have realized by now that their scales and energy would not be able to penetrate his shield. Deciding that there was nothing to delay since it was already clear that the fish were not dangerous, he activated the energy pill and hit all the fish at once. Picking up the lifeless bodies of fish, he was satisfied. He liked this kind of fishing very much, but suddenly something unusual caught his eye. As he looked closer, he realized he was not imagining things. The body of the green flounder wasn't just floating in the water, it was rapidly moving away from Sowol. He realized the fish was being sucked in. A moment later, it disappeared into the vortex. Sowol assumed that there was another rift at the bottom, which was not surprising considering the unusual location he had found. He pulled out one of his daggers and carefully pointed it inside the second rift. When he was almost submerged, Sowol called him back into his hand with spiritual power. Without any trouble or effort, the dagger obediently fell right into the hand of its wielder. Sowol assumed that the rift was not subspace because the dagger was still energized. He sent it as far as he could, but nothing happened. He gazed thoughtfully into the depths of the beautiful rift and realized it would be wrong to leave and not check out what was there. And without long thinking, he took a decisive step forward, plunging straight into the tantalizing rift. After passing through the rift, he found himself in some strange place and saw that he was holding in his hand the very missing body of a flounder. The terrain around it was rocky. Sowol still couldn't believe he was in a rift within a rift. On his shoulder sat Van Wan, who clearly didn't smell anything interesting here. He fell sweetly asleep and Sowol decided to look around. He was very curious about the purpose of this place. So far he had seen only mushrooms and moss, but he hoped to find something useful. There was especially a lot of red moss around. Suddenly both Sowol and Wang Wan opened their mouths at once. There was black moss with scarlet flowers in front of them. The delighted Sooul could not believe his eyes. The red miracle tie was growing in front of him. It wasn't too valuable, but it was very difficult to grow, so Sooul decided to harvest all of it to make a pill to protect against blows. Suddenly, he distinctly felt someone else's presence very close to him and froze. Sooul realized that someone was here and activated all his artifacts at once, ready to fight. From the corner of the cave came some strange and frightening sounds. Sooul looked out carefully and saw a gray-haired old man. He looked like an alchemist, but Sooul couldn't tell his level for some reason. The stranger sat back and devoured the tie with an appetite. The young alchemist watched him carefully from around the corner of the cave, trying to determine what he was. The gray-haired alchemist continued his meal completely oblivious to Sooul's presence. Suddenly, a heavy drop of water fell on his head from above. He made a strange sound that was completely unlike human speech. Then he greedily began to catch the falling drops with his mouth. Sooul had thought of leaving and pretending that nothing had happened, but he was worried about Greyhair's behavior. He remembered Daos Quino, who had spent over 30 years in the Lonely Spirit Land. It seemed that this person had been stuck here at least that long as well. Un Sooul decided he had to know more and took a step towards Sadovlis. He raised his head sharply and listened. After a moment, Sadovlis turned around quickly and was already looking at Sooul from beneath his thick, long bangs. Instantly reacting, Sooul was already prepared to repel his attack and attack back. But I saw no aggression or anger in his eyes. Sadovlis was frightened and not at all prepared for a fight. When Saul saw the martyred expression on his face, he felt ashamed. He bowed and asked the old man if he was all right. He looked at him with a questioning gaze and a hint of fear. Sooul realized he was definitely an alchemist. When he realized that Saul was not going to harm him, the old man turned away and continued eating the tie. Saul was curious about what he had experienced to become like this. Besides, this place wasn't easy for a simple alchemist to locate. There were many questions. Sooul reached out to him and wanted to heal his wound, but he jumped away from Sooul again and started yelling and mooing. Sooul tried to explain that he would not hurt him, but would just heal his wound. Sadovlis covered himself with his hands and huddled in a corner. He looked like a wounded wild animal. Sooul didn't know if he understood him at all, but he thought the old man had been through something terrible. At first glance, Saul determined that Sadovlis' level was somewhere between heavenly birth and spiritual energy law. He took out the medicine and approached him carefully. He jumped away from him again, mooing and frantically twirling his head from side to side. He shrank back and looked at Sooul with frightened and desperate eyes. Once again, he huddled in a corner and covered his head with his hands. Sooul realized that he was too scared and decided to start treatment on the exposed parts of his body. He dipped his finger into the healing salve and dabbed one of the largest wounds on his arm. One by one, he smeared the wounds, first on Sadovlis' arms and then on his legs. He sat motionless. Just then, the elder growled again and activated the flames from his hands in an attempt to scare Sooul away like that. Sooul explained to him in a quiet and calm voice that the pain was about to go away, and asked him to let him finish the treatment, promising that he would not do anything bad to him. After these words, Sadovlis stared at his hands in surprise. The medicine seemed to be working, and he was really getting better. He calmed down and watched with interest as the wounds on his arms healed. Saul breathed out a sigh of relief. The elder allowed Sooul to continue his treatment and sat already calm and a little relaxed. 4 days have passed since then. Sooul fed the elder pills of pure soul white dew, but his condition did not improve. With frustration, Sooul thought about how maybe he shouldn't have gotten involved in all of this in the first place. But before his eyes was the unhappy and desperate face of an elderly man asking for help. Sooul sighed heavily and realized that he couldn't just walk by and leave him here alone. Suddenly, he heard the old man coughing violently. The cough did not stop, and Sooul was worried. Suddenly, he heard a low, hoarse voice. The old man was trying to say something, but Sooul couldn't hear him and asked again. Suddenly, he frantically yelled for Sooul to never open the stone chest. He shouted it frightenedly and loudly several times. Then he ran up to Saul and shouted that there was an unclean spirit living in the chest, and that he had come here to escape it. Saul didn't know what he was talking about. He then asked for more details about this spirit and where this stone chest was located. The elder began to panic again and shake his head. Sooul realized that he was afraid that an unclean spirit was nearby. Saul tried to calm him down. He told him that everything was all right now. The rift was open and he could go home. But the man shouted sharply that he couldn't go out. Un tried to reason with him, for he could not eat moss alone. He asked him his name and where he came from and promised to lead him out of the rift. With difficulty remembering, Sadovlis replied that his name was Yechonso, from the Ye family in Annam. Sooul knew that Annama was not far from Huijon and said they would have no trouble getting him home. The elder clutched his head and began to shout loudly again that he could not leave this place. Sooul had absolutely no idea what was happening to him and asked why he thought he couldn't go out. He opened his eyes sharply and looked fearfully at Sooul. Then he said clearly that he could not go out because he had been caught by an unclean spirit. Un Sooul looked at him incredulously and asked him if he was talking about the unclean one in the chest or not. The elder went back into himself. Even though he had swallowed the pure soul pill, only part of his consciousness had returned. His mind was not fully restored. Saul kindly explained to him that he was fine. He was just alone for a long time, but if you fix him up and dress him up, he'll be as good as new. But he shouted angrily again that the unclean spirit had caught him and swallowed him, and if he went out of here, the unclean spirit would go out with him. Then, clutching his head, he muttered quietly about the unclean spirit and how he'd gotten him. Saul realized he wouldn't convince him, and he couldn't waste any more time. Suddenly, he stopped to look at Sooul carefully and put his hand under the lapel of his shirt. Sooul tensed up. He didn't know what to expect from an old man who was clearly not himself. He instinctively reacted and jumped back sharply, thinking the elder would draw his weapon. But To sat still and looked at Sooul in surprise, holding something golden and weighty in his hand. And he handed him a large jasper pendant and said that thanks to it, he was able to recognize who he was for the first time in a long time. And he told me calmly that even though Sooul thinks he's crazy, he's not. He was sure that an unclean spirit had passed through his body, and that he must never leave the rift. Sooul was greatly surprised that suddenly the elder began to reason so sensibly. And Sadovlis put the pendant in his hand and asked Sooul to go to his clan and tell them about him, and give him the pendant. Sooul promised that he would do it. Then the elder once more warned Sooul in all seriousness that if he made his way to the lake, he must not open the stone chest. Sooul bowed politely and promised that he would remember the elder's warning. Then Sadovlis ran his hand back into his robes. Sooul looked at him questioningly, and he handed him his bag of plenty and said that it now belonged to Sooul. Un Sooul was embarrassed and said he could not accept it. But Sadovlis explained that he didn't need the sack because he couldn't leave here anyway. Then he abruptly turned his back on Sooul and ran away without even saying goodbye. Sooul called out to him, but the old man kept picking up speed. Sooul realized what he was up to. The old man crashed violently into the cave wall. The shocked Sooul stood staring at the flames that blazed before him. After a while, he headed toward the exit of the cave where he met the elder. Turning back, he sympathized with what had happened to him. He had burned his body and was going to give the ashes to his family. Sooul looked through his bag of plenty and found a beautiful bracelet that he didn't know the purpose of. The rest of the artifacts and pills had already fallen into disrepair and were useless. Finished with that, Sooul decided to hit the road. After all, he had been in the rift for a week. He decided to postpone his search for healing herbs and spirit stones and head straight for the central lake. Deftly jumping on his flying sword, headed towards the designated meeting place. Sooul realized that a lot could happen in this place, so it was best not to leave Mok alone for too long. Seeing the middle lake from afar, he appreciated its beauty and marveled at its size. When he reached the lake, Sooul was drenched in sweat. All his clothes were soaked almost to the skin. The central part of the rift was unbearably stuffy, and it took almost 5 days to get here. But he made it and stood on the shore of the huge lake, completely unaware of how in such a vast territory he could find the elder. Sooul decided to scout the situation and meet Mok without meeting the other alchemists. If he had known the size of the lake, he would have chosen a more specific meeting place. On his shoulder sat a satisfied Van Wan who was enjoying his lunch, and Sooul had a great idea. He looked at Wang Wan and asked if he remembered the scent of Sister Mok's mentor sister. Wang Wan raised his head at him and meowed questioningly, not realizing who he was talking about now. Sooul reminded him of a beautiful sister with a pleasant scent he had met not too long ago. It was noticeable that Wang Wan realized who Sooul was talking about and tried to smell her scent. The kitten jumped on Soval's shoulder and twisted his head from side to side, trying to fulfill his master's request. At one point, he hung his head tiredly and breathed heavily. Sooul scratched him on the nose and said that the lake was too big, and he would not honor her so easily. He suggested a walk along the shore. They flew along the shore and Sooul was convinced that the lake was more like the sea. He wondered what treasure lay at its bottom, but they would only find out if it was not dangerous. Suddenly, Van Wang's ears perked up. Sooul noticed this and asked if he smelled anything. Kitten pointed him to a large mountain shaped like a bear's paw on the shore of the lake. Sooul wasn't sure. He didn't sense a spiritual energy law level alchemist there, so he asked Wang Wan if he was sure Mok was there. Without wasting time, the kitten quickly jumped off the artifact and flew swiftly towards the mountain. Sooul thought that because of the elder's abilities, it was impossible to not only determine her cultivation level, but also detect her with chi sense. Undecided that now was not the time to doubt Wang Wan's instincts and should just follow him. He looked down and saw an older woman standing there talking to an alchemist. Sooul took a closer look and couldn't believe his eyes. The older woman's path was blocked by the wind-powered carriage of Pogki's mountain estate, with her coachman standing beside it. Sooul realized that the matter was complicated and decided to go over and sort it out. Quickly landing next to him, he called out to Mok Yum. She politely replied that she was glad he had arrived. Sooul looked questioningly first at her and then at the stern cabman, the one who was clearly looking down at them, and loudly said that one was at the middle level of the spiritual energy law and the other was at the beginning level. Sooul gently took Mok's hands and suggested she leave if they were done talking. She was all for it, but as soon as they took a step, the coachman put out his hand and blocked their way. Saul turned sharply to him and looked him sternly in the eye, asking him what he wanted. He thought that since the coachman was not harming him, but just blocking the way, he must be waiting for orders. and it seems that he himself has no right to make any decisions without the word of the man in the carriage. Sowol turned to the carriage and bowed. He politely asked what the gentleman in the carriage needed from his elder, and asked him to tell it like it was. The carriage door swung open and a woman's hand in a red dress appeared from it. Then a long-haired woman with a stone in her forehead got out of the carriage. She said she was Weepok of the Pyoki family. Everyone bowed their heads and Sowol introduced himself. He apologized for not coming to bow to her after arriving from Voronus Fortress. Pyok seemed to be on the level of the breath of the sun. The elder also bowed and introduced herself, saying that she was honored to meet Weepok. V's eyes flashed with anger and she didn't believe their words as she could feel their feelings, which they could barely contain. Then haughtily said she wasn't going to make idle chit-chat, and bluntly asked if they were going to get to the bottom of the lake. Rolling her eyes, she noted that with their abilities, it would be a miracle to survive in the lake, not just to find the treasure. She added that many strong alchemists had come from the Vorians. Then, smiling suspiciously, she suggested they go to the bottom with her. Saul smiled, thinking that her selfishness knew no bounds. But he also realized that refusing to do so could get them into trouble. He replied that it was an honor to go with V, but before coming here he had promised to bring a treasure from the bottom, and if he went with her, he wouldn't be able to keep his promise. She looked at him seriously and noted that he was now trying to make her look greedy and selfish. He explained that he would share the treasure with them, but he and the cabbie Nguyen would pick the treasure first, and no matter how many there were, Sowol and Mok could take one at a time. Saul didn't really need all the treasures, and it was clear that with Breath of the Sun they were safe, and more likely to find the treasures. But it was disconcerting that he knew nothing about V. On the other hand, since she had offered to go with her, they would be safe until the treasure was found, but there was no telling what would happen afterward. The older one looked at him guiltily and said it was her fault. Sowol smiled and said it was all right. With her powers and the lesser devil's poison, they should be fine. Tired of waiting, Weepok decided to speed them up. She accused him of thinking of possible benefits and activated her spiritual energy, promised to make it so he wouldn't need the calculations, and threateningly said she'd kill them on the spot if they didn't join her. Sowol and Mok looked at each other tensely and realized that they had no choice. They bowed their heads and said that they believed she would keep her word and would follow her. She said haughtily that she should have started that way and ordered them to follow her. They went to the bottom and were sinking deeper and deeper by the minute. Saul wanted very much to escape unnoticed, but he realized that it would only cause anger. He watched mesmerized by the carriage that had created a shield of wind. Besides, he could see that they were diving deeper and deeper without a shadow of a doubt. It looked as if they had information about where the treasure was. Saul noticed that the cabman was always watching something. Sowol strained his eyesight and was surprised to see that Nue Una had a compass in his hand. Sowol didn't know what the mechanism was, but he realized that it was clearly unusual. He also noticed that none of the alchemists even tried to attack the carriage. Apparently it was very famous. And the alchemists realized that they couldn't match the influence of the Pyoki family. But then it was unclear why Weepok needed to take them with him. And then the thought came into Sowol's head that the Pikas could very well be the alchemists from the hopeful community that Sobin had invited. Sowol popped a few pills into his mouth to replenish his spiritual power. Maintaining the spiritual barrier inside the water was using it up rather quickly. Meanwhile, half a day had passed and I wondered how much longer they had to swim. Suddenly, the carriage increased its speed. There was darkness on all sides and nothing could be seen in the vicinity. After swimming some more, Sowol and Mok Yom saw something they didn't expect to see underwater. Nubui Una's compass led them to a huge 3-story pavilion inside the lake. The cabbie said thoughtfully that given that the spiritual compass points this way, this is what they need. Sowol felt a tremendous spiritual energy emanating from the pavilion and realized that his spiritual compass was pointing to a cluster of it. It was dark and they wouldn't have seen it without it. The carriage door rattled open and V stepped out. She was intrigued by the location of the many treasures and praised Nue Una. They came to the right one. There was no water getting in, so the spiritual barriers could not be used. V ordered them to search all the compats for treasure. She was divided. Nue Un carefully searched his assigned territory in an attempt to please the mistress. Sowol also scrutinized every shelf in the chosen room, trying to find a single thing. Mok Yum took it upon herself to examine the many chests in the pavilion, opening one by one. The coachman came out to the others and announced that he had found some kind of box, but had not opened it yet. He opened the lid of the box right in front of his mistress, but unfortunately it was empty. Weepok's eyes lit up with anger and irritation. She realized that someone had already beaten them to it. She threw the empty box to the floor and stomped it with fury in front of everyone. Then she shouted for them to look in the other rooms, for there was a chance the treasure was still here. Saul searched room after room, every closet, every drawer, every chest, to no avail. V was watching him closely. He thought that even though he had risen to the level of the law of spiritual energy, he felt as if he were being pestered by Bomb Chalk. Sowol realized that he had to escape from Weepok somehow, but the windmill carriage made it impossible. She stood there and loudly commanded them to search more carefully. And Saul realized that he had not seen her abilities and did not know her weaknesses. and there could be treasure in the pavilion. They finished looking around the pavilion, but to their disappointment found nothing. Peak was just shaking with rage at the pointlessly wasted time. Then she pulled herself together and announced that it was likely that there was no such pavilion, and no one knew what the treasures that appeared once every 300 years looked like. V firmly ordered Noan to get the compass and look for the new building before it was too late. He started to follow the order. A while later, the alchemists reached another similar pavilion. It was much smaller than the first manor, and they didn't find a single box in it. And even so, they couldn't say there was no treasure. Saul was worried about V's mood. I mean, if they found the treasure, she could come up with a bunch of excuses not to share it, or just get rid of it in one fell swoop. They realized that it was likely that she would find them useless since there hadn't been a single conflict with other alchemists the whole way. They had searched all the rooms and were about to leave when Nui-un looked at the compass and walked confidently toward another room. He showed it to V. She saw that even in the thick of the spiritual energy inside the manor, the compass was still pointing somewhere. She ordered him to follow it. They all walked together quickly in the direction the compass was leading them. Upon reaching the desired room, the cabman Yoon gently pushed the desired door with his hand. But once inside, they found a completely empty room, just like all the others here. Wee Puke thought for a moment. Nui-un took a few more steps forward and looked at the spiritual compass once more. Then, sitting down, he announced that it was here. V ordered the floor to be broken down, assuming it was a passageway connecting this room to another place. In an instant, the cabman drew his whip from Abundance's sack and prepared it to strike. Taking aim, he swung his long and powerful whip with immense strength and agility. The one with a loud whoosh split the air, and its end struck the wooden floor hard, splintering it into a million splinters. Sowell marveled at Wee Peak's ingenuity. He realized that she had a lot of experience since she was able to figure out what the compass meant. The space below them lit up and each of them activated their protective barrier. Nui-un looked at his mistress and asked if he should go inside. She said confidently that there was no need for him to go first. She looked at Sowol and Mok and ordered the two of them to go into the portal to scout the situation. Sowol stepped forward and noted that there was no need for the two of us to go down and said he would go alone. Mrs. Peak was clearly surprised by his action, but she did not object or argue. Sowol confidently rushed downward, having no idea what awaited him there or whether he would ever get back up. After passing through the portal, he found himself in a huge square. It looked as if the manor and the pavilion inside the lake had been here before. And now all that's left here is this mysterious and majestic building. The structure was bathed in golden light and looked like a beautiful palace. Sowol stood a little further away and enjoyed the mesmerizing and slightly frightening scenery. It was a little scary to go inside alone, and he remembered that Mok was waiting for him on the other side with members of the Poke family, so he decided to tell them about his find so they could investigate together. V stared mesmerized at the beautiful castle and didn't understand how this was possible. Then she let out a delighted squeal and shouted that she was sure that this was where the treasure was, and rushed towards the castle, leaving all of them standing and staring at her in surprise. Nui-un obediently followed her. Sowol was surprised that she had rushed forward without checking. Her desire for profit must have been very strong. She and Elder also joined Pega's family and headed towards the castle entrance. As he flew over it, Sowol noticed a strange building. It looked very much like a ceremonial hall. Suddenly, a blue energy sphere flew into them from nowhere. Wee Peak spotted her just in time and was just furious that someone dared to attack her. She activated her spiritual barrier and repelled all the attacks with ease. But suddenly, another energy sphere flew into his back. Peak was surprised because she thought she had gotten rid of them all. She grouped herself and pulled out her artifact, appreciating that the spheres were very powerful. V knew exactly who might be behind this. Activating it, she summoned the subdued earth mountain fire and directed it directly towards the unseen enemy. Fire burst out of the artifact and headed for the target, but rather quickly met with another powerful energy stream. They saw another alchemist who repelled V's attack and extinguished her earth fire with a single hand movement. It was a tall, gray-haired alchemist with several other subordinates behind him. He smiled and turned to Puke, inviting her to temper her anger. Wee Puke immediately realized that it was Old Man Pyung, as she thought. She thought he was a worthless old man who thought he was an important person because he was on the breath of the sun. He looked down at her and said that he already knew that she had made Nui-una her lover and now carried her everywhere. He asked her to introduce the other two alchemists with her. V grimaced and warned him that if he spoke nonsense again, he'd be sorry. Then she explained that she'd brought the children for recreation and called the alchemists a rabble behind his back. The alchemists were offended, and Pyung laughed and said that in the end, the location of the treasure was all about them. V wondered why Pyung was hanging around the ritual hall instead of entering it. It didn't look like he was trying to eliminate the competition before entering. I mean, he wasn't attacking at full strength. Sova watched the conversation and saw that the tension was rising. It didn't matter how many spiritual energy law alchemists were around. Elder Pyung smiled sweetly and said that there was no need to take it personally because the treasure was not yet right in front of them. There are many buildings and there is enough treasure for everyone. Vi knew that Pyung wasn't going to share it all. She said that she didn't want to waste time on tall tales and asked him directly why he wasn't entering the ritual hall. The elder explained that the buildings were protected by a very strong barrier. He and his alchemist had combined forces at the spiritual energy law level, but had not been able to break through it, and suggested that she probably wouldn't be able to get through the barrier alone either. Wee Peak didn't take his word for it and decided to try to break through the barrier on her own, but her attack failed and was simply dispelled by the barrier protecting the buildings. She realized that Pyuk wasn't lying. He bowed his head and said that he would never lie to the honorable lady of Wee Peak. Then he looked at her carefully and said he was sure she had guessed what he wanted. V thought it was certainly a lot of work. She knew it wouldn't be easy since she'd seen him on the lakeshore, but she'd never imagined she'd have to join forces. She looked up and replied that she realized he was offering to join forces to break through the shield and bluntly asked what would happen after that. To bowed his head and said softly that they shouldn't complicate things yet. I mean, he's got a lot of buildings behind him to clean out, and even if we split it in half, there's plenty for both of them. Peak sighed heavily and agreed to his suggestion, and immediately offered to start and break through that shield.